Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hearing Lin Yin's voice, Lin Yu's first reaction was that it was not good. But soon he calmed down again. Although the face of Mei Mei is somewhat similar to Lin Yu, after the fine-tuning of mask, people will feel that they don't look like the same person if they take a closer look. If Lin Yin really saw it, he would probably only think about, are these cousins? Coupled with the completely different clothing styles and temperaments, they may even look a bit alike at first glance. As long as you don't get exposed, it's all good. The main thing to worry about now is, it's the captain of Order, Gao Shan, and the rest of the team. Will they recognize these people as being from the Freedom Alliance? He calmly glanced at the reflection of the mobile phone screen on the table. There were 4 people coming in at the door. The thief, Lin Yin, walked in the front, and the little girl was still wearing sunglasses and looking casual as always. Behind him was a very fashionable, fair-skinned man wearing a cardigan shirt, a trendy crewneck shirt, and a silver necklace. He was the magician Qian Huan, whom he had seen in the dungeon before. As for the other 2, one is a thin girl wearing a black plain dress and black gloves, with long black hair hanging around her waist and a somewhat cold temperament. The other one was a strong man about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black vest and gray sweatpants, with bulging chest muscles that almost burst the tight vest. Although Lin Yu didn't know who they were, but based on the previous information about Zhu Ming's identity, Lin Yu could know. These 2 people should be the prisoner and the incafiant. The thief is confirmed to be the 2nd level, and the magician is the 3rd level. These 2 people are probably 2nd level or above. But our own configuration, except for the Captain Gao Shan, who is at the 2nd level. The rest are all at the 1st level. If it were to be a head-on fight, even if they had a slight numerical advantage, Lin Yu would feel the Freedom Alliance side will definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Although even if the 2 sides really fight, Lin Yu can still make countless arrangements to survive. But it would be best if that situation didn't happen. Lin Yu could only hope that the 2 sides would not recognize each other at all. But the moment the foursome from the Freedom Alliance entered the noodle shop and Lin Yin greeted them to sit down, Lin Yu felt Gao Shan and Lu Wei raise their heads. This somewhat unusual combination, with a dangerous-looking strong man among them, will naturally make the 2 police officers pay more attention to their professional habits. Lu Wei couldn't help but slow down when eating noodles, and Gao Shan put down the chopsticks in his hand. The sight of the 2 people also caused several other people in the team to turn their heads sideways. The way the 5 or 6 people here looked at each other together made the people from the Freedom Alliance over there couldn't help but notice. Although Lin Yu didn't want to see such a scene, but their eyes did meet. It's really ruined. Lin Yu sighed silently in his heart, but still lowered his voice and asked Gao Shan, "Brother Shan, what's wrong? Are there any players over there?" "It's okay. I just feel that the strong man in black clothes over there looks like a trainer, and he also has an evil aura about him," Gao Shan said in a low voice. "The player may not be that, but I always feel that he is not someone to be trifled with." Lu Wei also nodded in agreement. And this combination is a bit strange. When Lin Yu heard the 2 people's words, he was thinking about how to make things right. The social animal Big Bird on the other side swallowed the noodles in his mouth and said vaguely, "Hey, it's okay. I know that girl in sunglasses over there. She's also a regular customer of this store, and she seems to be the eldest daughter of a wealthy local family in our area. That one over there might be her bodyguard." With the Big Bird's interruption, although Reed and Gao Shan still had some doubts, most of them dissipated. The security guard, who had been silent until now, the guy codenamed Jiaozhou Big Mantu, spoke up. "Let's eat first. We still have a mission." After hearing this, Gao Shan finally made up his mind. That's right, it's better not to cause trouble. Even if there are really wanted criminals on the run over there, that is still within the scope of the Jiangxing police's responsibilities. And in Gao Shan's view, the social danger of those players who disobey order is much greater than ordinary criminals. What's more, they might not even be criminals. Therefore, it is better to follow Li Hua's arrangement and go to the designated location to squat and keep an eye on him. A group of people also continued to eat noodles with their heads down. And behind, the conversation between Lin Yin and his party also floated into Lin Yu's ears. Why were those people looking at us just now? The tall, muscular man in a vest asked in a low voice. Lin Yin's voice sounded, "It feels like a plainclothes policeman over there is on a mission. Brother Zhou, you look like the Tianyu tyrant Fuisher in The Curse Return. Xiaoyun, even more so. It's normal for people to look twice at the combination of Enma AI and Ichihara Yuko." The man in the vest scratched his head. "What is Fuisher?" Qian Huan said with a smile. "If you tell him such a new work, he won't understand. Anyway, he is a very exaggerated, muscular man, similar to Taguro Ludi." The man in the vest said happily, "Oh, Taguro Ludi, I know this. Am I practicing so well?" Xiaoyun's voice sounded softly. "It's almost the same, but your muscles are a little more symmetrical." The conversation between the four people floated around, which made Gao Shan and others relax their vigilance even more. Lu Wei even sighed. "It turns out it's a table of two-dimensional things, so that's okay." Soon, when the four of them were ordering, Lin Yu and others also finished their noodles and walked out. As the captain, Gao Shan, and the self-proclaimed local snake, Oshiro, got into an argument when they were paying the bill. During this period, Mantu from Hakilu province took advantage of the chaos and secretly settled the bill. Gao Shan said he was sorry. Then as the captain, I have to express my gratitude. The boss will pack a few bottles of mineral water and Red Bull for us to drink on the way. Wu Wu Yue, please help me pick them up. King Shan will take them to the car first. Although he didn't know why Gao Shan left him alone, Lin Yu didn't have any objections. Two people stood in the store waiting for the boss to fill the drinks, and the other four people walked out. Gao Shan gave Lin Yu a cigarette, but Lin Yu waved his hand and declined. The old policeman put his cigarette in his mouth, but did not light it. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "This must be your first time doing this kind of cooperation mission. Don't be too nervous." Lin Yu also understood a little after hearing Gao Shan's words. It turned out that the policeman was afraid that he would not adapt to the team cooperation model. It is estimated that everyone else has experience working with him, so he is left alone. Lin Yu smiled. "Brother Shan, you are joking. I am not someone who has never seen the world." "That's good." Gao Shan nodded. Afterwards, the boss packed the drinks. Gao Shan scanned the QR code to pay and took Lin Yu out the door and walked in. Before walking to the door and passing by Lin Yin's table, Lin Yin glanced at Lin Yu as expected. Although Lin Yin seemed to be startled by surprise, she regained her composure after taking a closer look at Lin Yu. These changes in micro-expressions also gave Lin Yu a panoramic view. It was just as he expected. Lin Yin didn't recognize him, but he felt familiar at first glance. This disguise is really successful. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. And just at the moment when he relaxed a little, the sound of the mountains sounded again. "Actually, I'm quite optimistic about you. If you perform well this time, you might be able to go through the process of joining as an exception and becoming a regular employee first, and then review. After all, Comrade Li Hua's authority is not small." Hearing Gao Shan's words, Lin Yu's scalp went numb instantly. It's all over now. There's a famous line in the inspirational movie Forrest Gump, starring the famous Oscar winner Tom Hanks, which Lin Yu personally likes very much. Life is like chocolate. You never know what flavor the next one will be. At this moment, Lin Yu deeply understands this sentence. When Lin Yin led the three Free Alliance players in, Lin Yu felt that a chocolate suspected to be made by Shet appeared. Just now, after both sides were busy with their own things without any danger, Lin Yu seemed to have discovered that this chocolate was actually chocolate, and Shet was just its appearance. But now, the moment when the two words Li Hua popped out of Gao Shan's mouth. It was like the moment when Lin Yu was surprised to find that after the chocolate was bitten, wow, it turned out to be Shet's sandwich chocolate. This can't be blamed on anyone. Although Gao Shan said the two words Li Hua and then Niao chose this restaurant, who would have thought that a table of Free Alliance players would come in? It can only be blamed on everything being too unfortunate. Of course, Lin Yu still wanted to ask the crow if there was a god in charge of fate. If there was, Lin Yu wanted to greet its whole family. It would be better to start the conversation right away. Lin Yu sighed, reached into his trouser pocket, and began to blindly press the buttons on his phone. Sure enough, the four people from the Free Alliance all looked at Gao Shan and Lin Yu. The sturdy man called Lao Zhou spoke in a low voice with a gleam in his eyes. "Friend, you just said Li Hua, right? I want to ask, is it the Li Hua I'm thinking of?" Gao Shan also stopped and was about to say something, but Lin Yu suddenly spoke. "Do you know Secretary Li Hua of Jiangcheng Procuratorate? Is that true?" He spoke in a surprised tone, without any flaws on his face. It seemed that he was really surprised why the two-dimensional people he met in the four noodle shops would know a big shot. At the same time, he quickly pulled Gao Shan's clothes without making a sound. This unexpected reply made the members of the Free Alliance look at each other in bewilderment. Because Lin Yu's words were too realistic, they subconsciously thought of getting by quickly. After all, although Li Hua is a word with a special meaning in the player community, but he is indeed a very common name. Jiangcheng Procuratorate? Qianhuan quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh, that's wrong. We are looking for Li Hua, the vice president of a real estate company in Jiangcheng. He owes us a lot of project money," Qianhuan said with a smile, and Lin Yin quickly tried to smooth things over. "Yes, this manager Li is too much. Don't worry, my family still has some power in Jiangcheng, and I will definitely help you find this guy." The speed at which these two people made up lies was not inferior to Lin Yu, but it was a pity that their acting skills were a little stiff. However, under Lin Yu's hint, Gao Shan, the old man, naturally understood what Lin Yu meant. As a frontline police officer, he knew more and more that sometimes he couldn't force it. If these people are really players, they are probably of high rank, so it is better to call for support first. So Gao Shan also nodded, pretending to be deceived. "Oh, it turns out that it is not Secretary Li Hua, but the name Li Hua is indeed common. In fact, if you don't pay your debts, you can try to go through legal channels. If you're in trouble, there's free legal aid now." "Gao," Shan said casually and patted Lin Yu. "I hope your trip goes well. Let's go, Lao Wu." He didn't dare to call Lin Yu Wu Yu again. But just when Lin Yu and Gao Shan were about to leave in such an awkward atmosphere, the girl in the black skirt tilted her head. Wait a minute. She took out a folding umbrella from the exquisite small bag she carried with her and pressed the button to open it. The umbrella, as dark as the night, opened with a swish, blocking the way for the two. The girl in the black skirt looked at the three people at her table and said in her light voice, "Don't be so easily led by the rhythm. Although it is useless for most advanced players, it won't hurt to try it first when you meet someone suspicious. You two don't have to act anymore. You are players of the death game." After Xiaoyan's words came out, Gao Shan's face changed slightly. They were exposed. The strong man also showed a surprised expression. "Good boy, I almost got fooled by you. So you are players." He clenched his fists. Gao Shan exhaled and spoke concisely. "I'll hold you back. You call for reinforcements." He slowly bent his body, pulled out a baton from his waist, and held it in his hand. Lin Yu saw Qianhuan also showed a battle-ready look. And at the critical moment, the voice of the noodle shop owner sounded. "Dear guests, your 2 small portions, 1 medium portion, and 2 large portions of mixed noodles are ready." The friendly owner appeared here with a tray. Gao Shan immediately put the baton behind his back and stepped aside. Lin Yan also knocked on the table. "Hey, Lao Zhou, Huanzi, and Sister Xiaoyan, I like this noodle shop very much. So, eat noodles first." Then, Lin Yan looked at the boss with a smile. "The 2 big portions belong to the taller one. The middle portion belongs to me, and the small portion belongs to the other 2. The boss laid out the noodles according to Lin Yan's instructions. Lao Zhou sighed and sat down, opened his chopsticks, and started mixing the noodles. Xiaoyan also pursed her lips. "Since you said so, Onion, well, I'll give you some face." She folded her umbrella with a snap. Lin Yu was still stunned on the spot. Gao Shan pulled him. "Go quickly." Hearing the word Onion just now, Gao Shan has already reacted. Sitting here are people from the Freedom Alliance. Although I don't know why they let me go, capriciousness have always been the hallmarks of this organization. Seizing this opportunity, it is natural to leave. But at this moment, Lin Yu pulled a chair over and sat down on the table. Brother Sean, please go first. Then he calmly said, Guys, if one of you leaves, you can always leave. It's almost enough to deduct one of mine. The four members of the Freedom Alliance were a little surprised when they saw Lin Yu's move. Lin Yin still spoke with a smile. Oh, what a talent. Have you joined the order? Do you want to consider coming to our Freedom Alliance? The man in the vest sighed. What a pity. Gao Shan didn't understand how the two reacted when he saw it. If he and Lin Yu had taken a step outside just now, that would have been really dangerous. Lin Yu breathed out. Although the other two people didn't understand them, he had some contact with Lin Yin and Qian Huan. The two of them were obviously acting on purpose just now. Lin Yin's acting skills are still as flawed as ever. But that's not important. So, what do you think of my conditions? Qian Huan touched his chin and said, Actually, I don't have any objections. But if you want to negotiate, what capital do you have to go to the negotiating table? It shouldn't be too much trouble just for this guy to crush you too. Qian Huan pointed at the man in the vest and said. Lin Yu's expression remained calm, and he shook the brooch on his collar. Our capital is, even though we will die, but you don't want gamblers and tycoons to lock your whereabouts and appear in front of you the next moment, right? Through cross-corroboration of internal information from various player circles during this period, it was not difficult for Lin Yu to draw a conclusion. The strength of the tycoon is very strong. Even among all the players I have met so far, this title, which ranks among the 27th tycoon in the country, coupled with Li Hua, who is at least on the same level as several others, is enough to intimidate the four members of the Freedom Alliance. Lin Yu sat here calmly, pointing to the brooch and speaking. This is called Soul Gold Brooch. I don't know if you have heard of it. Anyway, it can monitor our vital signs in real time. Once we die, the last place where its signal disappears will be targeted by gamblers and tycoons. Don't forget, you have to stay in Jiangsheng for a whole day. Now your whereabouts have been exposed, and you have become the first target of these two people, the Order branch of Jiangsheng and the local snake Jiang'an Tang. Is it really acceptable for you to give priority to the predators and the psychological society within 24 hours? If you let the person over there go, maybe he will report to Order, but on the one hand, you have enough time to evacuate, and on the other hand, you have not actively killed members of Order in this operation yet. Li Hua and Tycoon may try to track your location, but it's not to the point where they have to deal with you with all their strength, right? Furthermore, I just said that the plan to let him go is the most beneficial to you. You can just let the captain of Order here go and use my life as a threat to keep him from reporting to Order aspect. Lin Yu narrated calmly, and his words were clear and coherent. He calmly used the Soul Gold Brooch as the cornerstone and the title of Tycoon as a deterrent. The chips obtained by adding the two together gave him the right to negotiate. Based on this premise, the plan he proposed for the people of the Freedom Alliance, it is indeed the best. Sure enough, after listening to Lin Yu's words, the four people from the Freedom Alliance were obviously moved. You are brave and resourceful, and the plan you propose sounds good. The strong man in a vest said, I vote in favor. Have you gone directly to the voting stage? Then I will vote in favor. After all, this kid is absolutely right. He has even considered our way out, Qian Huan said with a smile. The girl in the black dress pursed her lips. That's already 2 votes, but I don't have any objection. I think it might be fun to bring him along. Lin Yin grinned. It should be quite interesting, unanimously approved. But the 4 members of the Freedom Alliance agreed. But Captain Gao Shan spoke with resistance. May, please keep me here. After all, you're only here to help. I am a member of the Order. You shouldn't take this kind of risk. He gritted his teeth and said, but Lin Yu interrupted him. No, you heard it too, Brother Sean. They agreed to the plan, and most of them agreed to take me with them. And if the 2 of us go back to you as the captain, you can find an excuse to get away with it in front of the other people. If you leave, they will definitely notice the clues. Gao Shan was about to say something again, but Lin Yu completely blocked him with one sentence. As the captain of order, although you are very cruel, Brother Sean, you have to be calm enough, even to the point of being cold-blooded. Lin Yu sat on the chair and raised his head. What's more, I may not die. Don't let me down. I. Gao Shan gritted his teeth and squeezed out one word at last. Grass. Xiao Yun, a girl in a black dress, also reminded in her somewhat light voice. If you don't leave, your teammates will come over. Before we change our minds, it's better to do what you, young team members, say. When we confirm that we have reached a safe place, we will return him to you, maybe. Gao Shan finally stopped being pretentious. He swallowed his endless feelings of self-blame and resentment, adjusted his demeanor, turned and walked out of the store. Lin Yu's last 4 words, "Don't let me down," were like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, making the senior policeman, who was accustomed to sacrifice and death due to his profession long before entering the death game. I felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He hated it so much. I hate myself for why I mentioned Li Hua. I hate myself for why I left Lin Yu to buy water. I hate myself for why I'm not strong enough. Lin Yu can't blame him, but Gao Shan can't help but blame himself. You must come back safely, Brother Mei. Gao Shan left without looking back. And, watching his retreating figure, Lin Yu turned to look at the 4 people from the Freedom Alliance. Lao Zhou has started eating noodles again, but the other 3 people looked at Lin Yu with interest. Qian Huan said, "Is it Mei? I seem to have heard rumors about you recently. You seem to be a very powerful rookie. When I saw it today, it certainly lives up to its reputation." He praised with a smile. Lin Yin was more direct. Although your plan is indeed the optimal solution from a macro perspective, neither you nor him will die, and we can accept it. But why? By taking the initiative to hand yourself into our hands, do you regard your life as a chess piece? Lin Yin would have such a reasonable question, because the plan proposed by Lin Yu just now has many advantages, but only one disadvantage. That means he was the one who didn't escape. It's hard for a normal person to come up with a plan that gains the least for himself in the first place. This is like the solution of giving away a piece and go to break the deadlock. Perhaps there are many people who can come up with this solution in the long-standing life and death questions, but if someone plays it in the actual chess game, it can be called a brilliant move anyway. But Lin Yu was still calm. He looked at Lin Yin, the little girl he was most familiar with among the 4. The other party still didn't recognize him, because Lin Yu's personality at this moment and his personality as a soldier were 2 extremes. As a soldier, he looked like a very smart guy, but in fact he was conceited, narcissistic, and emotional. But as a doctor at this moment, he was calm to the point of being abnormal. According to this personality, Lin Yu was enough to give an answer that convinced Lin Yin and the other 3. Yes, I do consider myself a chess piece. I am seeking the best overall solution. Besides, I'm not the one who gets the least benefit as you think, Lin Yu said, which aroused Lin Yin's curiosity even more. What else can you get? Qian Huan reacted. Just now, listening to their conversation, this guy doesn't seem to have joined the order. He is just brushing up his reputation. Hearing Qian Huan's words, Lin Yu smiled and nodded. You are right, Mr. Magician, but for me, there are greater benefits. I have experienced the sublime feeling of sacrificing myself to cover the rear, which will give me great satisfaction in my desire for fairness and justice, and my desire to become. Lin Yu never expected that. After following the 4 people from the Freedom Alliance around for a long time, he actually returned to the hotel on the top floor of Shengjiang building. Although it was not the same room, Lin Yin also booked it here. There was still almost a whole day before Thursday night, and the 4 people from the Freedom Alliance were not ordered, so they did not need to set up checkpoints near the abandoned elevated road in Shernan in advance. But Lin Yu originally thought that these people would at least have to hold a combat meeting or something like that. But these people are a little too free. The vest man Lao Zhou was exercising there, just finished a set of Russian push-ups, and was currently doing high-five push-ups. On his back sat Xiaoyun, a girl in a black skirt who was watching a beauty video. And Qian Huan and Lin Yin were playing blackjack with poker cards there. None of these 4 people even cared about Lin Yu in the room, as if he really opened the door and left now. And no one stopped him. Is this the feeling of relaxation? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lao Zhou, who was doing push-ups, raised his head. Our Freedom Alliance is like this. Are you tempted? I still like you very much. Do you want to consider joining us? This is the second time that Lin Yu has received a warm invitation from the Freedom Alliance. Lin Yu smiled and declined. No thanks, everyone. I'd rather say that I've already said that I have a desire to become a hero and an almost paranoid pursuit. Among the players, the organization that can best realize my pursuit is ordered. Lin Yu emphasized again. Xiaoyun, who was sitting on Lao Zhou's back, paused the video, blinked and said, but since you can analyze this desire and say it so calmly, maybe our Freedom Alliance is also suitable for you. After all, we won't stop you from upholding justice. Lin Yu still declined. Forget it. Lin Yin seemed to have a bad hand and took this opportunity to throw away the poker in his hand and jump to Lin Yu. You dare to refuse us again and again after falling into our hands. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you directly? Although we really don't want to be exposed, we are not particularly afraid of those two guys. If we were really afraid, we wouldn't get involved in this mess. Lin Yin said with a hint of ferocity in his playful tone. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin, his face unchanged. I can still distinguish between threats and jokes, and your words can't scare me. Of course, the most important thing is that joining the Free Alliance is a good thing from your perspective. I will certainly not make you angry if I refuse the benefits you give me. Qian Huan threw the poker cards on the ground and said lazily, I disagree with them. I think you are really suitable for order. It is precisely based on this consideration that I don't want to let you go. Qian Huan said, his tone casual. But compared to Lin Yin just now, he is more like a real threat at this moment. Hearing Qian Huan's words, the other three people of the Free Alliance also stopped what they were doing and showed an interested expression. Although the three of them admired Lin Yu, and even had some good feelings for the May played by Lin Yu at the moment. But the members of the Free Alliance organization did have a very high degree of freedom. And for trivial matters like this, they would not interfere with each other's decisions. Qian Huan walked straight to Lin Yu. If I say that I now want to risk being hunted down by Li Hua and the tycoon and strangle you here, what are you going to do? Sacrifice like a real hero, Qian Huan said, flipping out a sharp poker card between his fingers and pressing it against Lin Yu's throat. The sharp edge of the poker gave a chill. Without the identity of fluoxetine as a cover, and without the game rules in the copy as a buffer, when he faced Qian Huan, Lin Yu realized so clearly Qian Huan is also an existence that he can never compete head-on now. But what determines life and death is never just the difference in strength. Although Lin Yu gave the reason for his stay as Mei Mei, it was because of the hero complex. But Lin Yu himself does not have such a complex. The real reason why he stayed as Lin Yu is the most important thing. In the presence of Lin Yin and Qian Huan, Lin Yu has too many ways to ensure that he will not die. Just throw out a little information at random. Looking at Qian Huan's eyes, Lin Yu spoke calmly. You are the only one who can't kill me, because you owe me a favor. As Lin Yu said, Qian Huan narrowed his eyes. I owe you a favor? This is the first time I see you. Lin Yu silently took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and turned on the screen of the mobile phone. Just now in a restaurant, he secretly sent a message. That message was not asking for help from anyone, but the evidence he forged. On the mobile phone belonging to Mei Mei, there was a text message from Zhu Ming. The answer is right. Tell me if you need it. This answer is worth a favor from the magician. Lin Yu looked at Qian Huan and said, I don't know if you have heard of the name Falpala. He and I are friends, and he is willing to be friends with me and you because my ability to solve puzzles is not inferior to his. So, the answer to the puzzle of time and place was solved by me. Zhu Ming, please leave it to me. Qian Huan looked at Lin Yin, who was a little surprised, and walked forward to pick up Lin Yu's mobile phone and confirm the number. Really? Hey, what is your relationship with Zhu Ming? Lin Yu took the phone back from Lin Yin's hand. I'm not obliged to tell you this. He looked at Qian Huan and smiled. If I am not mistaken, the one who needs to rush to the abandoned elevated road in Shernan on Thursday night is you, Mr. Magician. Qian Huan put away the playing cards. That's right. It's a surprise. I didn't expect that I caught a hostage of order and caught the guy I owed a favor to. Qianhuan looked at the other three people. Hey, can I make the decision and return the favor? Can we just let this guy go? No problem, Lin Yin said, holding his chin. It's nothing more than changing the hotel. Anyway, if we let him go, according to what he said, we won't be the primary target. As long as we don't go too far. Order must still guard against predators first. Lao Zhou and Xiao Yun didn't have any objections. However, Lin Yu shook his head. No, I'm not going to leave yet. You're not going to leave? Why are you still here? Qianhuan looked at Lin Yu and asked curiously. Shouldn't you return to the ranks of order as soon as possible? The next Jiangsheng will be very chaotic. Although he is a member of the Freedom Alliance, Qianhuan does have some grievances. Just now, he had murderous intentions towards Lin Yu, but now after knowing that Lin Yu helped him, the words just now can almost be regarded as a kind reminder. Lin Yu also nodded in appreciation, but did not follow Qianhuan's suggestion. But as a first-order doctor, even if I return to the team, it won't have a big, decisive impact on the entire situation. On the contrary, if I stay with you, from an overall perspective, it will be the optimal solution. Lin Yu said calmly. Lin Yin reacted. So you plan to use yourself as a humanoid to spy on us with your physical body? Using yourself to limit our actions is a good idea. Lao Zhou showed a troubled expression. What should we do? We can't really take him everywhere, can we? You can't even kill me. Xiao Yun sighed and pointed at his head. Don't get into trouble. Qianhuan took over the conversation. If we don't kill him, we don't have to take him with us. Now it's time to see my wonderful tool. Lin Yin stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, then put his hand in his trouser pocket to put on a condom. This. Hey, she took out a whole oil painting. There's a scene of a certain room painted on it. Xiaoyan glanced at it and said curiously, This is the work of Ko, right? I heard that it was auctioned at the last anonymous fair of the hunting club. It turns out that you spent a lot of money. But Qianhuan chuckled lightly. Xiaoyan, you still don't understand Yin Yin too well. Lin Yin also laughed. Are you kidding? Of course I stole it. She threw the oil painting on the ground and then winked at Lin Yu. Nice to meet you, Mei Mei. Then, see you next time if we have a chance. Then, Lin Yin snapped his fingers. Sister Xiaoyan, please make sure this guy doesn't come over. Xiaoyan nodded. Then, something appeared out of thin air on her hand. Another pale, human hand. There were sutures at the broken parts, and the white skin was a lifeless purple color. Judging from the size and shape of the knuckles and palms, it seemed to belong to an adult male. Xiaoyan took this short hand and waved it gently. No forward is allowed here, she said softly, and an invisible barrier stood in front of Lin Yu and the four of them. Lin Yu tried to take a step forward, but seemed to hit a wall of air. What ability is this? Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yu's embarrassed look and pursed his lips to answer. This is the result of the change of the referee ability. Well, but I am not the referee, he is. She shook the severed hand in her hand. Let me introduce myself. Although they all call me Xiaoyan, that is the forum ID I have used before. My relatively official code name is Encourage Master. Nice to meet you, Dr. Mei. After saying that, on the other side of this invisible barrier, from members of the Freedom Alliance jumped into the oil painting on the ground. They seemed to have jumped into a certain portal, and the oil painting sent out ripples and waves like water ripples, and then returned to calm. Then, the oil painting also disappeared. Lin Yu looked at this scene thoughtfully. Is this the follow-up ability of the oil painter, who chose the paint side as the painter? It looks completely opposite to the sketch artist, who chose pencil. The follow-up ability of Ji Geng still allows the things in the painting to come out. After the ability here is advanced, it seems that things from the outside can enter the painting. As for why Lin Yu is sure this is related to the ability of the painter, because the Kue mentioned in the conversation between Xiao Yun and Lin Yin just now is a well-known figure on the list. The painter ranked 85th is also well-known in the forum. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is, he's really gone. Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the suite and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that he would most likely not die, the feeling of dancing on the tip of the knife still made him nervous. However, the performance was a success. Nowadays, the image of Mei Mei may have become a lot more three-dimensional in the Freedom Alliance. Even after Gao Shan returns, he will gain a wave of reputation with order. The popularity of this identity is still growing. Of course, more importantly, although it was a temporary move after being exposed, Lin Yu's current situation is indeed perfect. Originally, being abducted by people from the Freedom Alliance should be a disadvantage. Now, it has turned into a complete advantage. In Lin Yu's imagination, he would definitely not get involved in this incident as Lin Yu. But the three identities of Old Yao, Mei Dai, and Zhu Ming, as well as Tiangong, who was seized by him. Lin Yu wanted to show his face as much as possible. But it is a pity that no matter it is Order, Predator, Jiang and Tang, or Freedom Alliance, they all showed a relatively high degree of organization in this too serious incident. Therefore, Lin Yu's initial idea was to give priority to maintaining the already famous identity of Mei Mei and continue to gain a sense of presence. For the rest, just send text messages on mobile phones and provide some information. But now, the Freedom Alliance took him away and then left Lin Yu here alone. This was equivalent to giving Lin Yu an almost perfect alibi. The most important thing is that after Lin Yu realized this just now, he deliberately induced the 4 people of the Freedom Alliance to leave him behind. Those 4 people didn't even realize that Lin Yu also wanted to leave. So, at this moment, Lin Yu regained absolutely free time. So, whose next identity should I use? Lin Yu left the room, walked to the stairwell in the blind corner of the surveillance area, took out a few mobile phones, and looked back and forth. Then, Lin Yu soon had the answer. Yes, it's time to pick you up at the airport. He stretched out his hand and wiped his face, and soon his facial features changed into that of an uncle. Lin Yu changed into the appearance of Tiangong. Then, he typed a reply to the announcement message on Tiangong's mobile phone. Ayu, are there any in Jiangshan? Let's gather a few people at the airport. I've just landed. Don't come if you haven't advanced. More than 10 people have already responded to Ayu sporadically. Although the predators in Jiangshan don't seem to be very powerful, there are still people there. Lin Yu also followed a formation. Tiangong, be there soon. T2 terminal of Jiangshan International Airport, domestic flight exit. As the evening approached, the weather in Jiangshan began to become a little gloomy. Because the airport itself is also located in the southern suburbs of the city, it didn't take Lin Yu too long to get here by taxi. After getting off the taxi, Lin Yu found the members of the Predator without much effort. About a dozen people gathered in front of a tourist bus, surrounding a girl with dyed yellow hair. The girl's dressing style itself is also very eye-catching, with contrasting colors, laser jackets, fragmented metal accessories, exaggerated fishnet stockings, and short boots, forming a typical millennial style, Y2K dressing style. In addition, the girl's appearance is already good-looking, and for a while many passengers subconsciously thought that it was a celebrity who came to Jiangshan. Lin Yu also recognized the other party. It was IU in the previous copy. Her dress in reality is even more flamboyant than in the death game. Lin Yu sighed in his heart that IU's personality was more flamboyant than he might have imagined. At the same time, he walked forward quickly, showed the app page open on Tiangong's mobile phone, and stated his identity. Everyone, I am Tiangong from Zhengcheng. Because of some reasons, I happen to be stranded in Jiangshan, so I came to participate in this mission this time. I am a first-level craftsman. He introduced himself, and IU raised his eyebrows. Oh, craftsman, that's fine. Come in first. Lin Yu stood in the team honestly. However, the members of the Predators from all over Jiangshan, and a few buddies who might be brought by IU from Beijing, cast some malicious eyes on Lin Yu. As an organization that brings together all kinds of players who break the rules and kill for profit, the internal atmosphere of the Predators is not harmonious. It is normal for members to be suspicious and wary of each other. It might be better for people who have been with each other in the same city branch, but people from different branches really feel like fellow countrymen meeting each other. Especially the recent reputation of Tiangong is also quite famous. Wu Yu has become famous recently, and his fame, mostly thanks to Tiangong. So, conversely, Tiangong has naturally become famous. Especially within the Predator, Tiangong has almost become a negative example. Because of this, Lin Yu stood in the crowd without provoking anyone, but still heard a few harsh comments. Hey, isn't this the dog who lost his home? So he didn't go back to Hunan province. Is it because the Zhengcheng branch is too embarrassed to go back? Several people from the Jiangcheng Predator branch mocked, and the Yinjing members who stood closer to a Yu were even more disdainful. Why are these people here, Minister? Isn't this just a hindrance? Just send them away. Au herself disagreed. He's here to help, so stop talking. But she was only trying to persuade him. Although the ridicule towards Lin Yu and the team has subsided, everyone still doesn't look kindly upon him. In this regard, Lin Yu has a very good attitude. He clearly knows that these people are targeting Tiangong and have nothing to do with him, Lin Yu. In addition, for an actor, being able to play a role to the point that the audience is extremely disgusted is also a recognition of his acting skills. The current image of Tiangong is indeed a bit negative. After all, he is going to be a stepping stone for Lin Yu's other roles. However, since Lin Yu chose to retain this identity and bring it out at this time, it is also intended to reverse the image of Tiangong. He'll have to continue using it next. With the arrival of several more people, the Predators eventually formed a group of nearly 20 people, slightly smaller than the Order. Among them, Au brought 4 people from Yinjing. The rest were Predators members from Jiangxing and surrounding cities. More than 20 people boarded the tourist bus parked in the airport parking lot and sat down in 2s and 3s. Then, the driver from Yinjing started the car, and the bus started slowly. Thinking of what he had seen in Zhengcheng before, Lin Yu couldn't help but be curious. Where would the Predators branch in Jiangcheng place Au? And soon he got the answer, because the destination of the bus was not too far from the airport. Soon, the bus stopped at an abandoned pier. On this pier, there was a huge, old, rusty, and suspected abandoned cargo ship. There were also many containers piled on it. Among them, the one with the highest status among the Predators members in Jiangcheng opened his mouth and explained to Yu, "This is our temporary base for this trip, Deputy Minister. Before the relocation, this was the location of our branch. Now, it is still a branch that has not been abandoned." The adult man in a suit and tie was still respectful to Yu, who was much younger than him. Yu nodded slightly. "Not bad. Very hidden. Not far from the viaduct. But it looks like it's going to rain. Is it waterproof inside? It won't leak." Looking at the gloomy weather outside the window, Yu raised his doubts. "Of course not." The leader of the Predators in Jiangcheng patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't look at the shabby appearance. In fact, it's all camouflage. Not to mention waterproofing inside. The soft furnishings are all very good. The lighting and floor height are also up to standard." His tone was skillful, making Lin Yu suspect that this guy's profession might be a broker or something like that. However, although the other party's tone was a bit exaggerated, he did not lie. Because under his leadership, a group of people entered the cabin from the hidden stairs in a container on the deck. The decoration inside was really good. The corridor was carpeted, and the ceiling chandelier emitted a gentle warm light. The rooms were distributed on both sides of the corridor, and the original cabin at the end was changed into a space similar to the underground space in Zhengcheng. There are also training areas and leisure areas. "How is it, Deputy Minister? Is it okay?" Yu nodded. "Not bad. It's pretty standard." She walked to the sofa in front of the ring and sat down, adjusted her sitting posture, and crossed her legs comfortably. "Since there's also a ring here, it will be easy. This operation is very important, so the participants will be rewarded generously. But at the same time, all those below the second level, I will select and test you. Only those who pass are eligible to participate in the next operation." Chevron_left. Although the Predator is huge, it is relatively easy to get promoted in this organization. Whoever can fight can be the boss. Most player organizations have this tendency to some extent, but only in the Predator whether one is strong or not, is almost the only indicator to determine the status within the organization. This is why Yu, a young girl who obviously has no experience in leading an organization, can serve as the deputy director of the Yanjing headquarters, because she is the only profession and the only profession of the third level. After the standard and consensus that strength determines status became popular, other things in the predator organization besides status are often judged by fists as the final criterion. Whether it is a disagreement or a distribution of interest between members, it can be solved by you two fight. This is the case today. In the cabin, Yu half lying on the sofa, announcing the next selection rules. Although I'm very happy that you all came, this operation involved a lot. Order has already started, and I guess everyone will come to get a piece of the pie. In short, the situation is very complicated. I don't want there to be anyone who is holding back such a critical operation, so the necessary selection still needs to be done. Of course, please rest assured, I don't want you to duel each other. That would be too inefficient. Yu snapped his fingers. The one in charge of the assessment will be my capable subordinate and the most trusted right-hand man. See Cucumber. Come on, see Cucumber, give it a good job. A tall and thin young man dressed very fashionably and with a tin foil perm stood up. Fuck, let's go. He did a side flip and jumped up, screaming and jumping directly onto the half-meter-high ring. Afterwards, the young man named C. Cucumber stood on the ring and then moved his joints. He then raised his head and spoke. Everyone, my name is Hai Kan. I'm from the Yinjing headquarters, 2nd level, and my occupation is thug. Next, I will be responsible for assessing you. Don't worry, this is not to let you fight to the death with me. You just need to come up, complete 3 moves under my hands, and attack me once. I will hold back. After all, I have to treat the injuries you have. At the same time, you can use props at will, but I will only use 1 or 2. Hyken said, circling everyone. Who's the first? Although Hykan's momentum and the identity of a 2nd-level thug are scary. But most of the Predator's members are not scared, and they are often very brave. So, many people are eager to step forward. Hyken picked one of them at random. It's you, a Predator member from Jiangsheng, came on stage. My occupation is social animal. I've learned a lesson. After a brief greeting, Hyken nodded. Then I'll start. After seeing the other party get ready, the sea cucumber immediately stepped forward. Lin Yu, who was watching this scene from the audience, raised his eyebrows. A martial artist. The sea cucumber's footwork was very professional, and it was obvious that he had practiced Sanda. The social animal took 2 steps back to distance himself from the sea cucumber, and then took out a baton from his arms. Seeing the baton, Lin Yu was a little bit nervous, and his mouth twitched twice. That was what he had sold before. For some reason, it appeared in the hands of a member of the Predators. It was also unknown whether someone resold it to him or he robbed some unlucky buyer. In short, the social animal swung the baton up and down, trying to hit the sea cucumber. But for the sea cucumber, this action was too amateurish. The left and right arms of the fish easily avoided the messy swings, and then punched the social animal in the liver area with a side punch. 1. The sea cucumber shouted loudly. Then he pulled away again, with a ferocious expression on the face of the office animal, but he was still able to stand. After taking some time to stabilize his body, the office animal attacked the sea cucumber again. Seeing the office animal move again, the sea cucumber started to move again. Still dodged the attack twice, and his body swayed slightly, but this time it was a side kick and low sweep. Bang! The sea cucumber kicked the office animal on the calf, and the office animal fell to the ground directly due to unstable body shape. Seeing the other party fall to the ground, the sea cucumber took a step back. 2. He raised 2 fingers. The office animal staggered to his feet. After seeing the other party stand still, the sea cucumber did not wait for the office animal to move first this time, and went straight forward and threw a jab. 3. Bang! The sea cucumber hit the office animal so hard that blood flowed from his nose. The office animal covered his nose with a ferocious look on his face. Really powerful. He looked at the sea cucumber in front of him and said with emotion, This guy is considered to be relatively strong among the general second level. But the sea cucumber beckoned. Come on, it's your turn to hit me. I won't interfere this time, just hit with all your strength. The office animal nodded, then took out something like a spray from his arms and took a sip. After taking a sip of this thing, the office animal seemed to have forgotten the pain, stood up straight, his eyes bloodshot. Obviously, he used some kind of booster item. He shook the baton in his hand and spoke in a low voice. Be careful. Then, the body of the social animal rushed towards the sea cucumber like an arrow from a bow. The baton fell heavily, making a dull dong sound. A shield that looked like a huge konjac and very elastic appeared in the sea cucumber's hand at some point. The baton hit it, and the force was completely removed, causing the surface of the konjac shield to sway constantly. But even so, the sea cucumber still took 2 steps back. The repelled sea cucumber showed an approving look. That thing just now was not bad. If you can use it again tomorrow, I will consider you a pass. Of course it can be used. I won't use disposable props or props with long cooling time for the assessment. The social animal put away the baton and answered with a heavy breath. Then you passed. The sea cucumber also announced faithfully. This made Lin Yu in the audience fall into thinking. Well, it seems that even if it's a little embarrassing, as long as it looks useful, it can pass. The office animal in front was almost fooled in the fighting stage, but the last attack seemed to be fierce enough, so it passed. Perhaps this is why it is not forbidden to use props on the opponent. In other words, this assessment standard is not as strict as imagined. Lin Yu thought of this and temporarily left the front of the ring, and then found a seat near the bar and sat down. Then, he continued to observe the next contestants. After the performance of the official animal just now, everyone has a certain understanding of the assessment process of sea cucumbers. Therefore, the people who came on stage became more active and enthusiastic. Next, the first-level players in the venue also came on stage one after another to accept the assessment. Some performed better than social animals in the first 3 moves. Although they are obviously not as good as sea cucumbers, they can still defend 1 or 2 moves. Better performers, some may even be able to hit a sea cucumber or 2. Some fell to the ground after finishing 2 moves. Others are similar to social animals. Although they're constantly being beaten, they can grit their teeth and endure. In the attack phase, everyone also showed their special abilities. But most of them were let down by the sea cucumber's huge konjac shield. A total of 22 predators came this time. Excluding Ayu, only 6 of the 21 people exceeded the second level. 14 of the remaining 15 first-level people have accepted the assessment. 5 people failed the screening and were judged unqualified by sea cucumber and could not participate in this operation because their skills were inferior to others, and Ayu also gave them a certain amount of taxi fares compensation. These 5 people walked away neatly. After the last person stepped off the stage, Ayu looked at the sea cucumber resting on the edge of the ring and thought about it before speaking. Hey, wait a minute. Is there someone missing? It seems like there are still people who haven't been tested yet, right? Ayu asked, and someone in the crowd immediately responded. That's right, Sister Ayu. There's someone sitting at the bar over there. It's that coward from Tiangong. Hey, are you afraid to do it? Why don't we just give up? A few people who didn't like the workmanship also made some sarcastic remarks. When they first met, Lin Yu's taunting and mediocre reaction made them even more excited now. Ayu turned around and spoke in surprise. No, why did you still eat it? Lin Yu, who was sitting in front of the bar, had already unpacked a lot of snacks and fast food in the cabinet nearby, and had been eating there for a long time. Lin Yu swallowed the bread in his mouth and drank a bottle of water before answering Ayu. Sorry, I didn't make it in time to eat. I was so hungry that I was afraid it would affect my performance. So, I took a few bites first. The sea cucumber on the stage also saw Lin Yu and said in shock, Brother, you're just trying to get enough of this. You're a bit hungry and you've been reincarnated. Beside Lin Yu, the packages of snacks and fast food were neatly piled up. Lin Yu has almost eaten half of the food reserves in the stronghold. Lin Yu jumped off the chair and wiped his mouth with tissue paper. I used to work on construction sites, and always had a big appetite. It's okay, I've almost eaten now. It's time to do some exercise, Lin Yu said and walked onto the ring. 2 hammers slipped out of his hands. Although Sea Cucumber had not ridiculed Lin Yu much before, he had heard the ridicule of Lin Yu from the people in Jiangsheng and had heard a little bit about Tiangong. At this moment, his face naturally had a somewhat relaxed or even disdainful look. Lin Yu stood opposite the Sea Cucumber and nodded politely. You go first, Sea Cucumber. Should I go first? That's okay. Sea Cucumber nodded without hesitation, then suddenly took a step forward, lowered his shoulders and raised his hips, and punched out unexpectedly. Uncle, be careful to spit it out after eating so much. 1. His punch went straight to Lin Yu's face. Although there was no special strength, Sea Cucumber still had the idea of punching down the trash that was just here to make up for it. However, boom! The Sea Cucumber's pupils constricted in disbelief. The wrist of his right hand that punched was firmly grasped by Lin Yu. Not blocking, not avoiding. Hold on tight. Lin Yu even moved the hammer to his other hand before Sea Cucumber's fist hit him. Lin Yu looked at the Sea Cucumber and said in a deep voice, Are you surprised? Aren't you a craftsman? Sea Cucumber said in surprise. Yeah, but it's just a prop that can improve your physical fitness. Lin Yu let go of Sea Cucumber's hand. He was eating like crazy there just now, just to get the buff of Feasting Pendant. Although the probability of gaining gain from Carnival Pendant by eating ordinary food is not high, I can't stand the fact that Lin Yu's been eating just now. Even the greatly increased food intake was almost full, but in the end, enough buffs were obtained for Lin Yu to use. Esports Master, dynamic vision and reaction speed are increased by 150%, and the understanding of esports games is increased. Duration is 5 minutes. Perseverance enhances resistance to fighting and willpower. Duration is 30 minutes. Strong muscles. Improvement your muscle power and endurance. Duration 60 minutes. These 3 buffs, plus the Dance Mastery, and the Fairy Brew, are enough for Lin Yu to fight against Sea Cucumbers that are currently not suitable for any props. Bring it on. Lin Yu hooked his hands at the Sea Cucumber. Sea Cucumber looked at Lin Yu in confusion, but finally chose an attack method that was safer and more suitable for dealing with masters. He tried a faster jab. Lin Yu stood still and just tilted his head to avoid it. The area below the neck didn't even show any intention of dodging. It was just now, Sea Cucumber said, his tone obviously somewhat unconfident. Then hurry up and do 3. Lin Yu waved again, then pointed to his chest with his thumb. The dominance in the ring has even shifted. Sea Cucumber breathed out and said, If you don't mind, I will try a little more force next time. This has nothing to do with assessment. It's just my personal competitiveness. Then the thug took out a pair of fingerless gloves from his arms and put them on. This should be some kind of prop. No problem. Lin Yu nodded and said. The contempt in Sea Cucumber's eyes was completely gone. For the last punch, I'll hit you in the stomach. After changing the frivolous English report just now, Sea Cucumber said seriously. After he finished speaking, he shouted loudly. Come! Wearing fingerless gloves, Sea Cucumber's punch speed was more than twice as fast as before. His punch hit Lin Yu's lower abdomen like an afterimage. This time, Lin Yu took it directly without dodging or dodging. Boom! He took 2 steps back and gave the Sea Cucumber a thumbs up as usual. Good. For those who didn't know, they thought Lin Yu was the assessor. Seeing Lin Yu's indifferent expression, Sea Cucumber cupped his hands in complete admiration. In that punch just now, I used at least 70% of my strength. It was almost my most powerful punch. Although you haven't advanced to the 2nd level, you can be considered a master on the same level as me. When Sea Cucumber said this, he waved his hand. Up to this point, you can actually pass the test without attacking. But let's go through the cutscene. I'm still very curious. At this point, Sea Cucumber saw Lin Yu put away the hammer and took out a short black gun that looked dangerous. Sea Cucumber's expression changed dramatically. No, I'm not curious anymore. There's no need to go through the cutscenes. You're fully qualified. You can even command others in this operation. Lin Yu chuckled and put away the short blunderbuss that the fake in his hand had turned into and said, Process. Sea Cucumber looked at Lin Yu with more complicated eyes. Actually, I'm still a little curious, but what I'm curious about is, who in the organization told you that you are a waste? They said that a rookie named Mei came to you and beat you like a fool. He came to Jiangxing to seek revenge and was beaten to death again. Lin Yu shook his head and said, those rumors are actually correct, but that Mei was actually very strong. The guys who ambushed us at that time were all very strong. He walked to the edge of the ring, looked at the already silent ring below, and glanced at the people who originally looked down upon him. At this moment, after witnessing what just happened, no one dared to show that expression anymore. Of course, if I had said this earlier, no one would believe it. When Lin Yu stood proudly on the stage with the posture of heavenly works and received the approval of the sea cucumber, who had not been at a disadvantage in the battle with more than 10 people just now, the way everyone in the audience looked at Lin Yu changed qualitatively. Those members of the Predators finally remembered. Before Tiangong suddenly fell into disrepute some time ago and was defeated by a newcomer named Mei who suddenly appeared. He was once the most popular super newcomer in the Hunan province branch. Just as Lin Yu said, this organization uses strength as the benchmark for everything. No one would believe it when he said that Mei was very strong. But at this moment, Lin Yu said this again. These members of the Predators can't help but think. That Mei, what kind of monster is he? The level that Tiangong showed just now is already rare in the first level, and he would even be rendered unable to fight back by a first-level doctor. Even Au became interested. If you say that, if that guy joins the order, he might become a headache for everyone in the future. It just so happens that the commander-in-chief of Jiangxing is still vacant. Maybe if we look at it in half a year, he might become the commander-in-chief of Jiangxing. Au jumped up from the sofa and took a step forward. It's obviously just one step, but the next moment, Au had already appeared on the ring. Although you are indeed very strong, uncle, but just because you are very strong, that guy might be a very troublesome genius. I admire you very much. Au stretched out his hand to straighten Lin Yu's collar. So, do you want me to help you? When Lin Yu heard Au's words, he secretly thought something was wrong. It is true that he did have the intention to rectify the identity of Tiangong within the Predator, and he did intend to show off the strength of Tiangong in turn to promote himself again. Several other people who defeated Tiangong identity. But who would have thought that this effect seems to be too good? If you were to target him, at least his current self, that wouldn't be a good idea. Fortunately, things are turning around. Faced with Au's enthusiastic offer of help, Lin Yu shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Deputy Minister, but this is my own revenge. They destroyed my home, burned my house, and killed the few friends I cherished in the world. I will always remember the frozen expressions of pain on their corpses. Lin Yu closed his eyes slightly. Red Fuji, Xiao Bing, a calming sigh. I admit that we players are a group of poor people who are precarious. If I die in the game dungeon, I might just regret it. But they died outside, at the hands of those bastards who came here for profit and reputation, and who claim to be righteous. I can't tolerate it. I will definitely take revenge. Lin Yu opened his eyes, and the eyes belonging to Tiangong were filled with angry flames. I will kill them with my own hands. Even if they're geniuses, even if their future is limitless, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill them. With this game, I can become stronger. If I am afraid of these, if I stand still because of fear, I will not join the Predators and stand with you. The extremely contagious voice echoed in the somewhat empty space of the cabin, hit the steel ship wall, and reflected back, making all those who had just laughed at Lin Yu feel deafened, and was greatly moved. That's very well said. Sea Cucumber couldn't help but sigh. That's right, they Predators are such a bloody, loyal, and hard-working group of people. This simply speaks for themselves. A was also very touched. She patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Okay, I won't interfere with your revenge, but I will help you in another way. Au said, taking out a simple iron sign from his arms. There is a word fish written on it. This is a set of tokens that the boss brought out from copy. He engraved them and gave them to our 3 deputy ministers for 9 yuan each. If you get this token, you will be at the same level as the local minister in any branch. Yu said seriously, put the token in Lin Yu's hand, and added, I'm just lending it to you now, but if you perform well in this operation, he will be yours. Lin Yu took the token and held it heavily. Meteorite token fish, a token that represents identity. It is hard in texture and can inject specific forms of energy into it for storage and release when necessary. There are 2 types of release, attack and defense. Note, the charge is currently full. Lin Yu looked at Yu, who blinked and said with a smile, you have to keep its additional effects a secret. Clear. Lin Yu nodded with a grateful expression and asked at the same time, but, Boss Yu, what exactly are we going to do in this operation? I only heard that major organizations are involved, but I don't know exactly what it is going to do. He couldn't help but ask. This question was also what the other Predator members here wanted to ask, so when Lin Yu said this, everyone looked at Yu. Even those in the Yinjing branch were a little curious. Lin Yu noticed this and couldn't help but secretly admire Yu's prestige again. These 4 buddies didn't know anything, so they followed Yu to Jiangcheng. Yu touched his chin when he heard Lin Yu's question. Well, it started out as fluoxetine from the Psychological Society, and I met by chance in the last dungeon. There were 7 people in that dungeon, and they all happened to be core members of a large organization. So she invited us to meet in Jiangcheng. In addition to me, the invited members are also from the Order, the Freedom Alliance, and the Night Watch. Some of you may not know fluoxetine. So, to put it simply, although that guy is not famous, his status in the Psychological Society should be about the same as mine in the Predator. Lin Yu showed a surprised expression. She is such a person? What is her purpose? Yu shook his head. I don't know, but since fluoxetine invited me, and she really helped us all in the last dungeon, I came to the appointment. So, your first priority is to ensure that I can reach the viaduct on time tomorrow night, and be as ready as possible to pick me up from the outside, and don't let the spoilers of Order and Night Watch defeat my interest. They will definitely stop us as much as possible. I'm afraid many hunters in the hunting club will also receive the news and wait for an opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Besides, since everyone is here, the Psychological Society has invited so many forces and attracted so many experts, so dash. A bright smile appeared on Yu's face. If there is no problem with my meeting, you can feel free to use this rare opportunity to cause a scene. Whether it is the Order, or the Night Watch, or other organizations affiliated with them, or even the Psychological Society and the Freedom Alliance, as well as the hyenas and vultures who came smelling the smell of blood. As long as you have the chance, you can kill anyone you want, and everything you steal belongs to you. I guess the Psychological Society would also like to see such chaos. See, Cucumber, Luli, and this Tiangong will be the commanders. As she said this, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He showed an unexpected expression and spoke with some gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, but allow me to refuse. Of course, Lin Yu didn't have the time to lead a team of predators, and his positioning of Tiangong was not someone who was good at leadership or ambitious. Tiangong is a vengeful loner. Perhaps in the future, as Lin Yu's strength improves and Tiangong's strength also increases, he will still have a high status and voice within the predators. However, Lin Yu will never take the initiative to fight for his power among the predators. The role of Tiangong is far from Lin Yu's focus. What's more, Lin Yu also has many other things to do in this operation alone. But fortunately, if you have strength, you can talk easily. I'm not good at working with people. Previous things have proven it. In addition, everyone here is not familiar with me, so it is better for me to act alone. After saying these words, Yu naturally agreed. Even for the other members of the Predator around them, Lin Yu's words made them feel more favorable towards this Tiangong. No one wants to be led by an inexplicable strange player, not to mention that many of them have ridiculed him before. Therefore, when Lin Yu proposed to act alone, the members of the Predators were relieved. At the same time, he also developed a further liking for Lin Yu in his heart. This guy is quite sensible. And Yu also developed an extra fondness for Lin Yu. Combined with Lin Yu's pretended to be sad and full of hatred performance. Au seems to have some strange thoughts and resonance with the past of Tiangong, played by Lin Yu. She sighed. I fully understand you. Having just experienced the annihilation of all your trusted partners, you will indeed be somewhat resistant to cooperation. But you're lucky, at least you have a clear goal of revenge, so go for it. My promise is still valid. This time you act alone. As long as you achieve results, I will still retain the reward for you. Au said seriously, looking very optimistic about Lin Yu. Do it, I believe it. With Au's approval and blessing. In the dark night, Lin Yu left the cargo ship. He strolled slowly, changing into his original appearance in the desolate night. That is, it looks like it belongs to Lin Yu. Then, he took out Mei Mei's cell phone, edited a brief message, and sent it to Gao Shan. Plunder a stronghold. Lin Yu deliberately typed the words very concisely, creating the impression that he was editing the information under extremely inconvenient typing conditions. After this message, Lin Yu sent a positioning. Then, Lin Yu hummed a light tune and left the abandoned port. He had no intention of spending the night on the Predator ship, even if he didn't sell the coordinates of these people. Although Tiangong is from Zhengcheng, but Lin Yu is a native of Jiangcheng, and he has a home in Jiangcheng. Soon, Lin Yu found a shared bicycle on the side of the road, rode it back to the side of the road, took a taxi, and returned home. It's already early morning. Looking downstairs at the bright lights in his window, Lin Yu looked a little solemn. He immediately took out 20,000 yuan in cash from his school bag and held it in his hand to strengthen his courage, and then he dared to go upstairs. After standing at the door, Lin Yu took a deep breath, held the cash in front of him, and slowly opened the door. Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, I heard my sister's angry and dissatisfied voice. You still know you're coming back. It's been too much these days, even if I just gotta make money. The sound stopped suddenly. Lin Zhao behind the door obviously saw the 20,000 yuan in cash and swallowed his saliva. Even if you go out to make money, you still have to take care of your health. What's the point of working so late? Lin Zhao's voice softened a lot, but he was still complaining. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, walked in, stuffed the money into her arms, and said with a smile, Sister, this is a rare opportunity. This time I'm not filming GG, but I have a serious guest role. You have to seize such a good opportunity, right? As he said this, Lin Zhao, who was behind the door, put his hands on his hips and curled his lips. Okay. When the children grow up, the principles will become the same. Let's eat. With that said, Lin Zhao pointed to the hot food on the table. Lin Yu's favorite food was all on the table. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Sister, I don't think I told you in advance that I would come back. Lin Zhao snorted. I just intuitively thought you would come back. The two sat at the dining table. Lin Zhao put away 20,000 yuan and sat opposite Lin Yu. It seemed that after waiting for too long, Lin Zhao was a little hungry, so he also served himself a bowl of porridge. The two siblings sat facing each other. Lin Yu's eyes became softer as he looked at his sister, who looked much better than before. Even though performance is his strongest obsession to survive and join the death game, Lin Zhao's existence. This is also the reason that makes Lin Yu sigh. It's so good to be alive. So Lin Yu ate and spoke vaguely. Sister, actually the 20,000 yuan this time is just an advance payment, and there should be another 70,000 to 80,000 yuan later. With these, you should be able to renovate the store and hire 2 people to help. Or you can just wait for me to make more money. I'm currently learning about stock trading and investing. Maybe I can change your store to a bigger and newer one. Lin Yu said. Lin Zhao's first reaction was to refuse. The store is running well. Why change to a new one? Decoration. There is no rush for this moment. Anyway, I clean it every day. Although the store is small, it is very clean. Lin Yu pursed his lips. It's not a problem of cleanliness. Your store is too old, and the lines and pipes are aging. It is quite a safety risk. Who are you cursing at? Lin Zhao laughed and scolded and hit Lin Yu. You should save this money. Maybe you can use it in the future. Seeing Lin Zhao's insistence, Lin Yu shrugged. Okay. He made up his mind in his heart. Anyway, he has a lot of money now. Maybe he should hide it from Lin Zhao and secretly buy her a new store. As for the origin, There's always a way to explain. You can't really let Lin Zhao squeeze in that shabby old city street shop. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help thinking. It's easy to make money from the death game by killing people and robbing them, but now my identities are no longer suitable for such things. Maybe I should consider creating a new identity to be a bounty hunter, or I can use my original identity, Lin Yu. After all, the current public occupation of this identity is soldier, and his personality is more decisive. And if I really do nothing and don't make any noise, it may arouse the suspicion of those organizations that have been paying attention to my identity. After all, my potential rating is very high, and I should at least show a little difference from ordinary people. In the middle of the night, when Lin Yu was lying on the small single bed in the room, thinking about a new role and script, the dark clouds that had been gloomy outside the window for most of the day finally fell in the middle of the night. The raindrops were hit and smashed on the window by the evening wind, reflecting the dim street lights outside. At the other end of Jiangcheng, which was shrouded by the night rain, in a fast hotel in the south of the city, Gao Shan of Order stood in front of the window, facing the glass window that was also covered with rain, and pressed the answer button on the buzzing mobile phone screen with a heavy heart. Li Hua's voice came from inside. "The news is true. Well done, Gao Shan. I have confirmed. This is indeed the base of the predators. Knowing this news, we will gain a lot of initiative." Gao Shan heard this and exhaled, but he was not happy. "This is not my credit, and it can even be said that it has nothing to do with me. It was the doctor in my team, Mei, who sent back this news." He couldn't help but clench his fists when he said this. Li Hua really heard the clues on the phone. "What's the news sent back by Mei? As the captain of Mei, why don't you seem to know his whereabouts?" Li Hua's voice became serious. Gao Shan's voice was filled with shame, and he said hesitantly, "I." The tone of just this one word made Li Hua make a judgment. "Gao Shan, you don't need to speak. Let me guess. Did Mei encounter any danger? And this danger prevented you from reporting these to us?" Li Hua asked calmly. Gao Shan clenched the phone and did not answer. But silence was already an answer for Li Hua. Li Hua on the phone exhaled. "I understand. Now, as the Haiqing administrator of order and the head of the East China region, I order you to tell me what happened to your team and what happened in May. I will provide the highest level of support and help to your team together with the Jiangsheng administrator and the honorary member of order. No matter what the consequences of your report are, I will bear all the results and responsibilities. You only need to be responsible for executing my orders and answering my questions now," Li Hua said in a firm tone. Gao Shan was stunned for a moment, and then immediately replied, "Understood." Li Hua's words just now were like a reassurance, which made Gao Shan feel much more at ease. Although the situation has not changed much, Gao Shan suddenly reacted. "They are order. The people of the Free Alliance are indeed terrifying, but this is still the territory of order, and they're the strongest organization." Gao Shan immediately adjusted his mood and reported the situation in the afternoon as calmly as possible. His own mistakes, Lin Yu's decisiveness, Gao Shan reported without reservation. Soon, after listening to Gao Shan's report, Li Hua pondered for a few seconds and gave a response. "You mean he was taken away by the people from the Free Alliance who met by chance? But for some reason, he now revealed the base of the predator?" Gao Shan nodded. "Yes, I guess the Free Alliance may have secretly joined forces with the predator, but if that's true, then Mei may be in danger. Maybe the people from the Free Alliance won't kill him for some strange reason, but if he goes to the predator's territory or is handed over to the predator by the people from the Free Alliance, then it's more likely to be dangerous." Gao Shan couldn't help but express his concerns. "I know," Li Hua said quickly. "Daheng and I are now near the base of the predator. Let's sneak in and take a look." Although the Soul Gold Brooch has no induction, it seems to have appeared in this place for the last time. Please help notify other captains and be ready to reinforce at any time," Li Hua said, and then hung up the phone. Gao Shan held the phone in his hand. Although the self-blame and worry in his heart were slightly relieved, they did not completely disappear. "Don't get into trouble, Mei." He looked at the short message with only 3 words and couldn't help but feel worried. Such a brave and righteous young man who could hastily send out information in a dangerous situation. Although the other party is not a member of the order for the time being, in Gao Shan's heart, the other party is already his comrade in arms and colleague. Gao Shan absolutely does not want the other party to have any trouble. He looked out the window. The rain curtain was continuous and dense, and the clouds were dark and low, covering the entire Jiangsheng in dark and humid. The wide river surface passing through the city seemed to be connected to the sky through these rain, full of a sense of solemnity. Although there is no basis, but such a rainy night looks like it is closely related to bloodshed and death. At this moment, Li Hua, standing in front of the old freighter, held up a large transparent umbrella and silently put away his mobile phone. The tycoon standing next to him wore a plastic raincoat and grinned. Infiltration, Brother Li Hua, I'm not good at this. He was standing next to Li Hua just now and heard the entire conversation between Li Hua and Gao Shan. Li Hua smiled. Just to comfort the captain from Hunan province, he exhaled. The person is still alive anyway, and hesitating to sneak and may cause danger. It's not like your character to gamble with other people's lives, the tycoon stretched. Although I intend to follow your command, but you have to convince me. Li Hua pushed his glasses and spoke calmly. You know, Brother He, I never gamble blindly. I just looked at the probability. At this moment, the probability that we will kill Mei Mei by force is infinitely close to 0%. The tycoon laughed. So that's the case? I'm relieved then. Li Hua nodded. Yes, so I plan to go all out next. Please ask Brother He to help me. I know your move will cost a lot, but I owe you a favor. The tycoon smiled and said, Is it the gambler Li Hua who owes me a favor, or the regional administrator of Order Li Hua who owes me a favor, or the third young master of the Li family in Haiqing who owes me a favor? Li Hua answered seriously, All of them. The tycoon raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Oh, you think so highly of that kid. He waved his hand immediately. I'm kidding. Let's not count the favors. At least you call me Brother He. What's more, the Freedom Alliance and the Predators dared to openly form an alliance on my territory and kidnap members of Order. The tycoon raised his hand, and the sound of clattering of metal collision came from the air. Like coins rolling down, a golden light burst out from his fingertips. At the same time, a hint of ferocity appeared in the tycoon's tone. I didn't intend to let them go. Boom! The huge sound rolled and vibrated, like thunder in the rainy night. Countless sleeping Jiangshang citizens were awakened and looked out the window, but did not see the flashing light. Only in the south there seemed to be a golden light falling from the sky. Some people took out their phones to film the scene and posted about it. I'll go. Is there anyone in the south of Jiangsheng who is going through the tribulation? Although many people have seen this strange scene, there seems to be some mysterious power that prompts people to quickly forget about it and return to sleep. But players in Jiangsheng cannot ignore this. Gao Shan, who was in the hotel in the south of the city, instantly understood why Li Hua didn't tell him what the signal was when he needs support. Because it's so obvious. Gao Shan stood up quickly and picked up the soul gold brooch at the same time. Attention all teams. Comrade Gambler is fighting at the former Nangang Pier at number 235 Anlin Road, Jiangxing South District. Reinforcements are needed. Only 2 of the teams are left to guard their respective stations, and the rest are sent out for reinforcements. Gao Shan made his judgment calmly. Then, from the soul gold brooch, there were a few short receipts. Several teams from Order immediately headed in the direction of the abandoned ship. And it wasn't just Order who was the first to take action. In the Jiangantong app, one message after another appeared. Brothers, is this golden light the boss's trick? It's true. And the people from Order took the boss away. Damn it, the boss is fighting someone? Let's go, let's go. Those who are still awake in the organization should hurry up and provide support. The location should be south of the city. Don't come and die if you haven't advanced yet. It's better to be at level 2 or above. Every member of the Zhang and Tang, who was still awake in Jiangxing, quietly rushed out of their homes and ran towards the south of the city. In a barbecue shop, Zhi Geng, wearing a wrinkled mouse gray crewneck shirt and sports shorts, sipped a Coke. Thank you for being willing to accompany me to Jiangsheng, Snow Owl. Sitting opposite her was a girl named Snow Owl, with white hair on her forehead and a round face. The other person was eating crayfish and mutton skewers, scrolling through his phone and waving his hands nonchalantly. Hey, you already said that food and accommodation would be included, so I should be the one thanking you. Huh? Something happened to me, Chow. Snow Owl put down her chopsticks and showed the Night Watch internal group chat on her phone. There were messages posted in the group by a person named Homing Pigeon, and they even specifically circled Snowy Owl and Jigong. You two are in Jiangsheng, right? At. Order and Predators are at full-scale war in Jiang City. It's at a dock in the south of the city. You guys should go and see and help. Jigong also looked surprised. Why is there a fight tonight? Isn't it tomorrow night? Who knows? Snow Owl stood up and took out 2 napkins to wipe his mouth. Does Order and Predator need a reason to fight? Jigong also nodded. That's right. Always go and help. She hurried to the front desk, scanned the QR code to pay for the meal, and then walked into the rain with Snow Owl. Under a bridge in the south of the city, in an old-fashioned marching tent. For people from the Freedom Alliance were crowded in this tent playing cards, and magician Qian Huan couldn't help but complain. Although the star-rated hotel is no longer there, it is too much of a downgrade to directly sleep in Qiaodong. Yin, is there a big difference between your plan A and plan B? The thief Lin Yu looked very excited while holding the playing cards and looking at the swaying camping lantern above his head. Huh, I think it's quite fun. Prisoner Old Joe also nodded and agreed. Indeed, this has a different charm than staying in a hotel, and it reminds me of my past years. Sitting at the door of the tent, Xiao Yun, the incaffiant, calmly looked at the slowly rising water level outside the tent and said calmly, "If the rain stays at this level, we will be submerged in the water in about 6 hours." But luckily, Lao Zhou looked at Xiao Yun and said, "Fortunately, will the rain stop?" "No, the rain will get heavier." A rare smile appeared on Xiao Yun's face. "In about 3 hours, you will be washed away by the rushing water in your sleep. At that time, the best situation, you can get 3 swollen corpses that have been soaked in water. This is a good opportunity to practice your skills, and your abilities are also very useful." Xiao Yun said, and there was a brief silence in the tent, but everyone seemed to be used to it. Qian Huan touched his chin and said, "Then why did you suddenly change your mind and remind us about this?" Xiao Yun looked outside the tent again. "Because we have new excitement to join in. I smell blood and fire," she murmured, accompanying these light words. Golden light exploded from the sky, followed by a thunderous sound. Lao Zhou stood up instantly and spoke excitedly. "Damn, whose ability is this? It looks so fierce." Qian Huan and Xiao Yun looked at Lin Yin. Lin Yin gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, I really know. I'm afraid this movement is from our local gangster tycoon in Jiangsheng. It should be his capitalist professional ability." Hearing Lin Yin's words, the other 3 were a little shocked. As expected of an old 4th-level master, Lao Zhou said eagerly, "We really have to join in the fun. I just don't know who is being beaten." Qian Huan said, touching his chin. Xiao Yun said softly, "No matter who is being beaten, we have to go and see. No one doesn't want to go, right?" "Of course." And when people from all parties rushed into the south of the city like a rushing river, Lin Yu at home yawned, looking at the TMD enemy attack and people everywhere messages in the Predator app on his mobile phone. The go to support, and the Brothers of Order are already in place messages in the Jiang'an Hall app, and the what's the situation in Jiangsheng discussion posts on the Hunting Club and forum. He nodded with some satisfaction. The effect is better than expected. Just a 3-word message, like a butterfly gently flapping its wings, prying all the players in Jiangsheng into rotation, slowly turning the city into a vortex of chaos. And this is what Lin Yu expects to see. Before the agreed time arrives, the water in Jiangsheng should be as turbid as possible. He knows very well that he is just a first level, just an ordinary player without background and strong strength. The situation created by trickery in the last copy is far beyond his control. So, since he can't control it, Let no one control it. Only in this way can he maximize his benefits. The more chaotic the situation, the more information these organizations and masters will reveal. This information is what Lin Yu needs most at the moment. And Lin Yu's purpose of creating chaos is not just this. Anyway, take a nap first. When my sister falls asleep, I'll sneak over to check the situation. He turned off the screen of the mobile phone on the bed. Through the dim light from the window, the dark screens of the mobile phones reflected Lin Yu's face from different angles. No matter which angle Lin Yu was from, he looked cold and murderous at this moment, just like the rainy night outside. The stage has been set. I hope the actors tomorrow will not let me down too much. On the abandoned dock, the rusty freighter had been ignited with blazing flames, and most of it had sunk into the river. The falling raindrops poured on the shore of the pier, where it stood. It's a pink pig nearly as big as 2 buses. And if you take a closer look, you'll find that this chubby little pig is not a living creature, but a super large piggy bank. Yu and more than a dozen members of the Predator climbed ashore wetly from the sea. They were a little surprised when they saw the little pig. What the fuck is this? Yu couldn't help but cursed. The person who answered him was a member of Jiangxing's Predator. Sister Yu, this is the tycoon's Matthew Piggy Bank. It was the boss of Jiang and Tang who took action. Yu spat. A tycoon? No surprise, this man is a good dog of order. You spread out and hide. I'll handle it. Members of Jiangxing and other city branches agreed silently, but those from Yinjing were a little anxious. Sister Yu, do you want to face the tycoon yourself? That loud dang seems to be at the 4th level. How can you put yourself in danger? They were chatting in unison, and Yu clapped his hands. Shut up. You guys know each other's level 4, right? You can get involved in the top 30 things on the rankings. Go to the back of the house and don't cause trouble. If you really want to help, don't let me get distracted by saving you. Yu said harshly. The 4 people from Yinjing were also honest. Spread out. Spread out. They greeted the other members of the Predators, and soon the gang dispersed into the darkness like mice, hiding in the old dock that was already filled with debris. In an instant, only Yu was left on the shore of the pier. She looked up at the pink piggy bank in the distance and stared at the 2 figures on the pig's back. 2 flintlock guns appeared in his hands, and Yu shouted loudly, Hey, Huazai, what do you mean by leading someone to attack me in the middle of the night? And that nouveau riche uncle over there, why are you here to join in the fun? Yu's voice echoed on the dock. But Li Hua and Tycoon on the opposite side actually responded. Are you from Yinjing, right? It's our first time meeting you, and you've known your name for a long time. The Tycoon's hearty and enthusiastic voice sounded. When a big shot like you comes to Jiangsheng, how can I not entertain him myself? Li Hua also said coldly, Don't be verbose. You planned to form an alliance with the people of the Freedom Alliance in advance, and also kidnapped a non-staff member of our order. It was you who declared war on us first. Originally, Yu's expression was somewhat calm after listening to the Tycoon's words. After hearing what Li Hua said, Yu couldn't hold himself any longer. Fuck you, Li Hua. Gua gua. When did I form an alliance with the people of the Freedom Alliance? And when did I kidnap your non-staff members? She said angrily. Li Hua pushed up his glasses and said, Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. How do you think we found this place? Every person involved in our operation has a location on them. He was last seen here. Hand him over, and maybe we can still have room for a peaceful solution. Yu frowned even more after hearing this. Although she was carefree and didn't pay much attention to details, as a high-ranking member of the Predator, she did a lot of things like burning, killing, and looting. But being accused of something he had never done for no reason made Yu still feel a little unhappy and wrong. What nonsense, I've never heard of it. Thoughts were flowing in her mind, and she was thinking about several possibilities in her simple brain circuit. Are Li Hua and Tycoon trying to blame themselves? It shouldn't be. There's no need for a reason for those bastards from order to fight over. Anyway, the Predators are completely hostile to them. Could it be that some of these Predator members kidnapped members of Order before coming? But what happened to the Freedom Alliance? Yu felt that his head was in a mess. But just when she was ready to ignore it and just hit him first and talk later. From the container on the other side of the pier, there was a dull sound of dong. Four figures appeared on the top of the container. Au and Tycoon Li Hua both looked in the direction of the four uninvited guests and recognized their identities. People from the Freedom Alliance. I saw the magician. Li Hua pushed up his glasses and said. The Tycoon also narrowed his eyes. And our master thief from Jiangsheng, that troublesome little girl, is here too. It goes without saying that the other two should also be members of the Freedom Alliance. Li Hua looked at Au again. You still said you didn't join forces with them? Facing Li Hua's questioning, looking at the four people from the Freedom Alliance who arrived in time. Au's head, which was not highly educated, suddenly felt a flash of inspiration. She thought she had figured it out. Damn it, people from the Freedom Alliance framed me. Isn't this called being forced into danger? These four people must have kidnapped members of the Order and put the blame on them. Thinking of this, Au looked at the Freedom Alliance group of people with resentment. Fuck you. You want to force me to join forces with you? Despicable. Shameless. Au turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at the four members of the Freedom Alliance. The four people had just arrived at the scene, and before they could stand still, they were scolded and pointed at by Au. They were all confused. Qian Huan spoke in confusion. It's all such a mess. The two Order people over there, shouldn't we join forces? What you're saying is that we brought order here. Au gritted his teeth and said, aren't you guys? With that said, she fired directly. Boom! This shot was fired and hit the container directly at the feet of the four members of the Freedom Alliance, causing sparks to shine. Holy shit, Au, let's be serious. Lin Yu was so frightened that he jumped on the spot and quickly hid behind Lao Zhou. The brain circuit of Lao Zhou, a strong man, was vaguely connected to Au's. I think we arrived at an unlucky time, which led to a misunderstanding. Then how to resolve this misunderstanding? Xiaoyan tilted his head and looked at Lao Zhou and asked softly. Words are powerless. Lao Zhou shook his head. We must use practical actions to let her see our sincerity. Saying, he bowed slightly and took off like a cannonball. Boom! The huge sound was like a high-power internal combustion engine, and two dents were made in the metal container under his feet. And with such a critical moment, Lao Zhou's figure drew a perfect parabola over the pier, heading straight in the direction of the Tycoon and Li Hua. Seeing Lao Zhou suddenly getting angry, the Tycoon's expression changed slightly. He threw away the transparent umbrella and raised his hands, and then Lao Zhou seemed to hit some invisible barrier. Interesting. Lao Zhou turned around, and then two crosses appeared in his hands. The crutches struck down with flashing electric arcs, and green-white electric light exploded in the rain curtain, outlining the outline of the thing blocking his way. That's a big, transparent hand. This is Hayek's invisible hand, Lin Yu reminded loudly. Be careful, Lao Zhou. This thing is very hard. Li Hua also moved on the piggy bank. He took out a deck of playing cards and was about to provide support. Boom! The explosion of gunshots sounded, and the poker in Li Hua's hand fell away. The huge impact made Li Hua take 3 steps back and almost dropped the piggy bank. Just as Lao Zhou expected, Au finally chose to help. She put down the flintlock gun in her hand with a look of displeasure. I will settle accounts with you in the future from the Freedom Alliance. Comparing the two sides, as expected, Au still hates Order more. At the moment when Au fired, Xiaoyan and Qian Huan also joined the battle. Except for Lin Yu, who looked like he was watching the fun, all the masters on the field have been involved in the battle. Assistant Rabbit appeared quietly, and Qian Huan waved the magic wand in his hand one after another, continuously creating smoke that blocked the line of sight, exploding balloons, and sharp flying knives. Although it was not as great as Au's shooting and Lao Zhou's fight that brought great pressure to Li Hua and to Hong, Qian Huan's continuous harassment undoubtedly involved a lot of energy for the two. As for the ability shown by Xiaoyan, it made De Hong and Li Hua feel hairy all over. This woman held a huge black umbrella, hummed a song with a soft melody and a little coolness, and jumped lightly in the air on the rain in the air. From her skirt and under the umbrella, various broken limbs and organs fell out click-click. Hands and feet covered with sutures, wriggling internal organs, rolling eyeballs, and shrunken heads. The body fragments that were enough to cause physical discomfort to humans finally pieced together a monster-like human figure, as tall as a 3-story building. The sutured monster made of this corpse casually smashed a huge dent in the container next to it. "Come on, Frankenstein, eat them and make them part of you." Then, under the song hummed by Xiaoyan, it also joined the battle and attacked the tycoon and Li Hua fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Li Hua immediately turned the dice so that the direction of the monster's hammering was deviated every time, and the pink piggy bank under the tycoon's feet also burst into golden light. The two of them joined forces to perfectly block the monster's attack. However, every time the golden light flashed, you could hear it making a violent clattering sound of coins. The expression on the tycoon's face always showed extreme pain. Obviously, this defense mode comes at a high price. More importantly, if they continue to waste time like this, the situation will be unfavorable to him and Li Hua. Even though the tycoon is already a 4th-level master, and his strength is a little higher than that of the others present, and Li Hua, the Sea City administrator, is assisting, but at this moment, they are indeed under siege. I can afford to deal with these brats in one go, but it would be too noisy to do so in reality. The tycoon controlled Hayek's invisible hand with one hand and held Unicorn's broken horn with the other hand to continuously attack Ayu and Xianhuan from a distance. "Brotherly, will we have support?" Li Hua kept observing and modifying the probability with dice, roulette, and other props as defense and assistance for the tycoon, with a solemn face. "We will have reinforcements, but the fastest ones from order should be some 2nd-level and 1st-level ones. What about you, Jiang and Hall?" "What a joke, Brotherly. If there was a 3rd-level one in Jiang and Hall, would I have to work so hard?" The tycoon said with a helpless smile. Li Hua exhaled. "Then it seems that we can only count on friends from other organizations?" "Oh, you mean?" Li Hua did not answer the tycoon, but just said loudly, "Friend of the Night Watch, come out and help if you arrive. If this goes on, things will get out of control." After Li Hua finished speaking, both the tycoon, Yu, and the people from the Free Alliance showed surprised expressions. The answer to Li Hua was a pile of geometric cubes that fell from the sky with the rain, and a round-faced girl with white hair and a long knife. Bang! Old Joe used his crutches to block the cubes that hit him, and then barely blocked the knife that was slashing at his face. But the Stitch monster next to him was not so lucky. It was directly submerged and suppressed by the piles of cubes. "There are still masters," Old Joe said unexpectedly, and then used force to throw the person away. The person who chopped Lao Zhou with a knife fell on top of another container, and Ji Geng, who was carrying a drawing board behind her, climbed up clumsily. "Night Watcher Snow Owl, Ji Geng, Mr. Gambler, it's not that I didn't intend to help you. It's just that I just arrived." Snow Owl shook off the rain on the knife and said with a smile, "It's okay. We are very grateful for your willingness to help." Li Hua and Tycoon nodded together. Night Watcher and Order have different purposes. Although this is also a more upright organization with certain strength, they do not have strict rules like Order and try to establish strict rules and regulations among players. This organization focuses on minimizing the impact of players on the world, spontaneously eliminating traces of players' activities, and observing the movements of major organizations and powerful players to ensure that they will not suddenly go crazy and massacre ordinary people or create large-scale actions that destroy the real environment. So compared to the plunderers who like to kill players, the Night Watchers are more opposed to this psychological society that finds ordinary people to kill every day and tries to send them into the game. Of course, the Night Watchers are not completely indifferent to the internal affairs of the players. Although in principle this is not their obligation, there is no rule that they cannot intervene. Most of its members adhere to some simple chivalrous principles in the face of internal struggles among players, and usually have the behavior patterns of drawing swords to help when seeing injustice and helping the weak and innocent. Therefore, although Li Hua and Tycoon can hardly be said to be the weak party, When the Order went to war with the Predators and the Free Alliance, it was not a difficult choice for the Night Watch members to choose which side to help. But after the two appeared again, everyone stopped fighting tacitly, because the two sides reached a delicate balance and confronted each other with swords drawn. None of these masters was sure to completely defeat the other at this moment, or even if they felt that their side could win, they had no confidence that they would usher in a complete victory. Moreover, such a melee can easily drag on. Several people from the Predators and the Free Alliance were worried that the administrators of other cities of the Order could come to support. In terms of background and reinforcements, no one really wanted to touch the biggest behemoth of Order. Several people from Order and Night Watch did not want to see such a hasty large-scale battle breakout in the urban area of Jiangchen. In particular, the ordinary members of Jiangantang and Order also rushed to the periphery as reinforcements, and they could easily become victims of the trapped beast fight that would end in a desperate situation. At this moment, both sides have already begun to retreat. After all, there is still a battle on the Shernan elevated road tomorrow, and the crazy people from this psychological society have not shown up at all. But at this point, everyone is not so much on guard against each other and waiting for an opportunity to attack. It's better to say that they are waiting for a step. At this moment, a clear voice came clearly from the direction of the river. "Oh my, I have already agreed with you on the time and place to meet. Are we going to decide life and death here now?" The top of the cargo ship half sunken in the water and burning fiercely. In the rain, the girl sat on a raised bow with her legs crossed, smiling teasingly and contemptuously. "What a bunch of idiots, my invitation. Is it so unimportant?" The rain gradually got heavier. Fluoxetine suddenly appeared on the dock and interrupted the melee. As a member of the Psychological Society, her initiative to interrupt the chaos at this moment made people a little confused, and even made the two Night Watchers and Li Hua of Order couldn't help but wonder, is this guy planning something bigger tomorrow? But at the moment, Fluoxetine's behavior was in line with everyone's wishes, so no one questioned it. Under the tacit understanding, although the person standing there was obviously a dog-hating guy, everyone seemed to give her face tacitly and really stopped. Fluoxetine, who was sitting on the bow, saw that the atmosphere had eased a lot and smiled. Fortunately, everyone knows how to correct their mistakes. Anyway, the others are fine. Li Hua, Qianhuan, Zhigang. I kept you alive in the dungeon and invited you to come to the appointment, not to let you waste your lives here carelessly. Of course, if you die here, it will only be your loss. As she said this, before everyone could react, she had already stood up. Okay, everyone, that's all. See you tomorrow. The figure of the girl jumped down and fell into the river. But everyone present saw it very clearly with the help of the firelight. Before falling into the water, the figure had completely disappeared. Li Hua on the shore had his pupils shrank. She still has this trick up her sleeve. Across the pier, on the quiet river beach, in the dense and somewhat dry reeds, Lin Yu picked up the little octopus that quickly climbed up from the water and put it on his shoulder. "Well done, Hannah. I didn't expect you to have such a good line. Your performance has successfully fooled everyone." The little pink octopus scratched his head and smiled shyly. "That's all because of the director's teaching. The cards are very detailed." As she spoke, Hannah waved the prompt card Lin Yu had written for her. Not only were there lines and basic emotions on it, but also had brackets with details such as pause for half a second here, chuckle here, and slow down to half the normal speed here, which was very careful. The fluoxetine figure that disappeared on the boat just now was naturally pretended by Hannah's illusion ink. After all, it was almost impossible for Lin Yu to climb so high and not attract attention in the middle. But Hannah, who was only the size of a palm and was very good at swimming, could do it easily. After praising Hannah, Lin Yu raised the telescope in his hand and turned his eyes back to the other side. After the arrival of the Free Alliance, Lin Yu also came here. He did collect a lot of information about several masters. The players who took action this time were even higher than the one Chung witnessed before. With this information, Lin Yu had a further estimate of the strength of high-end players. At the same time, those who had taken action in this battle, Ayu, Daheng, Li Hua, Lao Zhou, Xiaoyan Qinhuan, Zhigang, and even the Snow Owl who only took one move later. When necessary, Lin Yu also felt that it was not impossible to play them, especially the four who had been in contact with them for a while in the last copy. After Lin Yu further mastered their personalities and fighting methods, he was more confident that he could deceive even those who were familiar with them. Of course, Lin Yu also knew that this trick should be used with caution. But no matter what, this chaos brought Lin Yu enough information. Lin Yu is a contented person. He also did not want the four forces here to play all their cards here tonight and beat their brains out. What if they really picked peaches for the psychological society tomorrow? Therefore, Lin Yu immediately decided to arrange Hannah to read a few words to dissuade them. Then he used his mobile phone to report to Captain Gaoshan that he was safe. I'm safe for the time being. Although the situation has developed to this point, the weight of Mei, an extra staff member, seems to be not so heavy. But this is still enough to be the last straw. Across the riverbank, Lin Yu saw the scene on the opposite side. Everything was as he wrote in his script. Gao Shan came forward and said something to Li Hua and Daheng. Then the two sides exchanged a few harsh words and then withdrew in different directions. Sure enough, even if the big organizations have extremely opposing positions, they're actually not willing to start a war so hastily. Lin Yu silently noted this point and left the riverbank. While his sister didn't notice, Lin Yu quietly returned to his bedroom. He lay on the bed, and, as expected, all apps, including the forum, really exploded. The melee at the dock that was caused and promoted by him tonight was indeed a major event that shook the players' circle. There were enough masters present, and they were famous enough. The members of the Predators who were already present, and the members of the Order and Zhang and Hall, who came to reinforce, were enough to spread the news for various circles in an instant. Friends, tonight Jiangxing Tycoon and Li Hua did a big thing. AU from the Predator and 4 people from the Free Alliance versus 2 people from the Night Watch and the Gambler and Tycoon. It was so exciting. More than that, Jiangxing almost triggered a full-scale war tonight. Compared to the last time in Zhengsheng, Zhengsheng was far worse. I know our Hutching administrator, he almost went directly to reinforce. Fortunately, there was no fight in the end. I heard that the fuse seemed to be the same person. This time, it was Mei Mei, that doctor again. Is this true or not? It's just a rumor, but it's said to be reliable. News rolled in, and this discussion was exactly what Lin Yu wanted to see. The effect of this temporary extra performance tonight is really good. This popularity should make tomorrow more eye-catching. Lin Yu said with satisfaction. The popularity of Mei Mei has also increased a lot in disguise. Of course, this is not Lin Yu's main purpose. In addition to the information of tonight's encore, what Lin Yu was most satisfied with was, at the end of the scene, a woman suddenly appeared, and then everyone seemed to stop playing. And it seems that she invited those people at the same time, which means that the puzzle was set by her. What kind of guy is that? I was at the scene at that time. Snow Owl and Gambler looked very serious, and even seemed to be very wary of that person. This is what Lin Yu wanted to see the most. Fluoxetine, who used to be famous only in the high-end player circle and has always been mysterious. Now it has finally entered the field of vision of the general players. May you be seen by the world, dear Miss Fluoxetine, Lin Yu said with a smile. As discussions on forums and various apps intensify, in stark contrast, instead, there was an eerie silence in the entire player circle in Jiangxing. After accepting the mediation of Fluoxetine, neither the Order nor the Predator made any moves. Of course, there may be another important reason. It was a certain behind-the-scenes mastermind who was fueling the flames. In the class on the history of Western drama, Lin Yu, who was sitting in the last row, yawned repeatedly. He's been on leave for 2 days, and it's really time to show up at school. What's more, today is a key day in the history of drama. The teacher of this course is an old man who looks very kind, but he is not lenient at all when he hangs people up. The death game is important, but Lin Yu doesn't want to fail the exam and retake it. So he asked Hannah to lie down on the textbook to help write down the key points that the old professor said. while he dozed off while listening to the chatter of the classmates in the front row. It's raining endlessly. Could it be that a typhoon has landed? Are you kidding me? There can still be typhoons in Jiangxing. Don't tell me. It really happened 10 years ago. That's a rare occurrence in 10 years. Not to mention the weather forecast didn't even say it would happen. Last night, the rain in Jiangxing lasted until dawn, and after a brief pause in the morning, it started raining again at noon. It was raining heavily outside at the moment, and the sky was still gloomy. Soon, the bell rang. Lin Yu put away his notes and was about to leave the classroom to eat something good and get some buffs, but he found a small girl sticking her head out from the door of the classroom. "Yo, Ace." Shun Bingmiao waved her hand carelessly and walked towards Lin Yu against the flow of people after class. Lin Yu watched Shun Bingmiao step forward, quietly put away her school bag and stuffed Hannah into it, and then said, "Senior, what's the matter? Is it from a club, or?" He asked tentatively, and Shun Bingmiao curled her lips. "What can happen to the club? Finals are next week." Lin Yu instantly understood what Shun Bingmiao meant. "Are you in a hurry? It's dinner time now." Shun Bingmiao placed 2 steamed buns on the table. "It's a bit urgent, but I won't let you go hungry," she said with a smile. Lin Yu reluctantly grabbed the bun and followed Shun Bingmiao. The two of them arrived at the club activity building. On the way, Lin Yu held an umbrella and finished the buns. Lin Yu did not ask Shun Bingmiao what happened along the way. With his original identity as Lin Yu, as the player's character, he is a pure newcomer who can't be newer. He has no level up, no background, and his only interactions with players are that he made a splash at a trade fair and briefly came into contact with a tycoon. Although he was labeled by people from the Psychological Society and attracted the attention of many organizations, Lin Yu's subsequent silence and low-key, coupled with the recent emergence of several other very popular players in Jiangxing. Therefore, Lin Yu himself faded out of everyone's sight. That's how it should be. No matter how talented you are, it's just a piece of jade in the end. According to normal players' understanding, Lin Yu should now need to accumulate 6 or 7 copies, go through level ups and accumulate props, and join an organization before he can gradually grow up. And contact is two-way. Although the commotion in Jiangxing last night was loud enough, with Lin Yu's identity and knowledge as a player, it was absolutely impossible to know what was going on. What's more, even after knowing that Shun Bingmiao is a player, Lin Yu can no longer regard him as a trustworthy person. But Lin Yu didn't think Shun Bingmiao would suddenly harm him. Being wary of others does not mean being paranoid and paranoid. Shun Bingmiao brought Lin Yu to the club activity room of the drama club and suddenly showed a mysterious expression. "Hey, you, my dear junior. I'm going to take you to meet a big shot next. Since you have been to the forum, you should have seen the rankings. The person you're going to meet next is someone on the list." Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard Shun Bingmiao's words. A big shot on the list? Lin Yu immediately thought of Tycoon. That guy is number 27 on the list, and he's also a local gangster in Jiangxing, and he has a lot to do with Order. Considering that Shun Bingmiao also claimed to be a non-staff member of the Order before, it is reasonable to invite a tycoon. Of course, Li Hua is also possible. Although gambler, Li Hua's name was not on the list. Lin Yu was convinced that he was just anonymous. After returning from the last dungeon, Lin Yu also read a lot of posts on the forum, and many people generally speculated that Li Hua's position should be around 70 on the list. However, no matter which one of these two it is, if Shun Bingmiao can invite him over, it is enough to show that his president is indeed, as he expected, a big shot with a high status. Lin Yu's thoughts were swirling in his heart, but his expression remained calm, only expressing surprise. A big shot on the list? Then senior sister, you are too awesome. Of course, in short, that person is here to ask you something on behalf of the Order, the largest organization among players. Shun Bingmiao stood at the door and explained to Lin Yu. Ask me something on behalf of Order? What's the matter? Lin Yu showed just the right amount of nervousness and curiosity and asked aloud. Shun Bingmiao waved her hand. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't die of natural causes, right, Ace? Lin Yu was briefly surprised when he heard Shun Bingmiao's question. But he was not surprised. After all, According to the investigation, the Psychology Society generally would not hide it, and might even take the initiative to tell Order and other organizations. So, Lin Yu just sighed. Yes, senior sister. To be honest, I was killed. He touched his chest with lingering fear. According to the investigation, it seems that a group of people called the Psychology Society did it. The guy who did it was actually in the drama club that day. Shunbing Miao was rarely serious when he heard Lin Yu's words. She pursed her lips and sighed. Although I already know roughly, but hearing you say it yourself. I'm sorry, I was obviously in school that night. If I noticed, Lin Yu interrupted her. It's not your fault, senior sister. In the final analysis, everything is still the fault of the guy who killed me. His voice was a little cold, and then he regained his calm. So, what do the people from Order want to ask me? It's probably related to the person who killed you. Well, it should be just a routine inquiry. The Order encountered some difficulties these 2 days, and they are desperate to try any possible means. Shun Bingmiao said, opening the door of the activity room. Afterwards, Lin Yu saw that the person sitting behind the door was not the tycoon or gambler as expected. It was a young woman with a heroic appearance, short hair, and wearing a white Tai Chi suit. She was sitting in the club room, drinking tea slowly. After hearing the door open, the young woman put down the teacup and stood up, looking at Shun Bingmiao and nodded slightly. Please bring the person here, a meow. Shun Bingmiao waved her hand. It's okay, we are so close. Then, she looked at Lin Yu again. When their eyes met, Lin Yu saw that her eyes were clear and bright, and after looking at her for a long time, they seemed like the scorching sun at noon. Just standing there, Lin Yu could feel that the humidity brought by the continuous rain in the room had faded a lot. She nodded to Lin Yu with a smile on her face. What's your name? Just call me Shaolin. Lin Yu also answered, and then subconsciously asked back, What's your name, please? The other party's answer was completely beyond Lin Yu's expectations. You can call me MO or my Forum ID. Master, in Lin Yu's not-too-long life, he, like many ordinary people, has encountered many unexpected situations. But because Lin Yu's psychological quality is pretty good, he rarely has brain overload due to accidents. However, the 2 words uttered by the young woman in front of him caused Lin Yu to crash for a second. What the hell? Grandmaster? The 3rd-ranked master? The 2nd-ranked figure of Order? What is she doing in Jiangxin? And why does this guy know senior Shun Bingmiao? Lin Yu found that he still underestimated Shun Bingmiao's strength and connections. He had guessed as high as possible, guessing whether the senior sister could shake in masters like Li Hua and Tycoon. But he didn't expect it to be a grandmaster. It's like a younger brother in the lower grade was beaten up at school and cried home to find his cousin who played professional games to help him. And the cousin said, wait for me to call someone who can fight. You think that the cousin might at most call in some professional fighters. Then you arrive at the fight location, and you find that it is Tyson who comes. This is such a surprise. Apart from anything else, if this guy comes for fluoxetine, that woman seems to be dead. Master, I have heard of you for a long time. After Lin Yu greeted him, he turned his head and looked at Shun Bingmiao, expressing his doubts with his eyes. Senior sister, who are you, and how do you know such a big shot? Shun Bingmiao looked proud. How about it? Am I awesome? She said with a smile. Are you really level 3? Lin Yu said suspiciously. He now suspected that Shun Bingmiao had reported a low score. Shun Bingmiao laughed dumbly. Look how scared you are. I think you seem to be getting the cause and effect wrong, my dear junior. I don't know this Grandmaster because I'm very strong and have a high status in Order. On the contrary, I have a high status in Order because I know the Grandmaster. Shun Bingmiao walked to the side of the Grandmaster with a smile and poked him with his elbow. Isn't that right, Amo? The other party nodded with a smile. That's about it. I knew her when Amiao was a child. Lin Yu was also suddenly enlightened when he heard the 2 of them say this. So that's how it is. Okay, let's talk about business. Anyway, tell us all your grievances, and this Master Qingtang will make a decision for you. Shun Bingmiao smiled and patted the Grandmaster Mo. The Grandmaster was no longer vague and looked at Lin Yu. Well, time is precious, so I'll ask directly, were you killed by this woman? The Grandmaster took out a photo from his arms and showed it to Lin Yu. The figure in the photo is a girl wearing a loose blue and white striped hospital gown, standing in a corridor, making faces at the camera above, even with her hair loose and looking a little young. But Lin Yu can still confirm instantly that this is the person he thinks about day and night and dreams about. Ah, it's her, Lin Yu said calmly, his fists clenched subconsciously. Can you tell me in detail what happened at that time? AMO said. Lin Yu nodded and told the situation in detail. Confession, gun, nervous words, business card after waking up after the game. Lin Yu told everything. It's fluoxetine, Grandmaster. MO put away the photo, took out her mobile phone, and seemed to record it. You are the 5th known player who entered the death game because she was killed. Hearing this number, Lin Yu was a little surprised. So her name is fluoxetine. And are there only 5? Grandmaster Amo nodded. Yes, there are only 5 confirmed so far. She rarely attacks non-players, and she usually doesn't do things like sending people into the death game. Shen Bingmiao added. Yes, she only attacks very, very important and very, very potential targets. My dear Ace, this means that the Psychology Society organization actually values you very much. Why do they value me so much? Even though Lin Yu already knew it, he still looked puzzled at this moment. Because of potential, the Psychology Society has been using some kind of mass-produced props to evaluate the potential of ordinary people. The Grandmaster also gave Lin Yu another answer, so based on our intelligence in this point, it can be inferred that if you don't die in the dungeon in the death game, you may grow to a very high level in the future. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. Really? I didn't think so. Every dungeon I feel is extremely dangerous, and I have to rack my brains to pass it. This is his true feelings from the bottom of his heart. Then, Lin Yu seemed to realize something and spoke with some hope. Wait, Master. You're asking me these questions. Does that mean you were here for the guy who killed me? Lin Yu said excitedly, as if he suddenly got it. I read the forum today, and it seems that something big happened in Jiangsheng. Is it related to that crazy woman? Can you kill her? He said excitedly. Master pursed his lips. I also hope to catch her, but I can't do it easily. At my point, there are too many restrictions on taking action in reality. But I will still try my best. The Grandmaster said seriously. Looking at Lin Yu, who seemed a little disappointed, he lowered his eyelids slightly, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. Sorry. Lin Yu waved his hand and laughed again. It's okay. I'm very happy that someone is willing to do justice for me. I also hope I can help you. Do you have any other questions? The Grandmaster thought for a moment and then spoke. If possible, I would like to invite you to join the order. Shen Bingmiao also spoke unexpectedly. Oh, is it so special? Amo, he doesn't need to be assessed. I believe in your vision of making friends and the potential judgment of the Psychological Society, the Grandmaster said lightly. In this way, his character and strength are guaranteed, right? What's more, according to the report of the tycoon, he awakened as a soldier, the Grandmaster said, looking at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Although you may not know much about Order, I can assure you that it is definitely the best organization. We will fully support you in your revenge against fluoxetine. As long as you're willing to join, I will give you all the information about her that Order currently has. So, what's your answer? Faced with the 3rd-ranked master in the country personally inviting him to join the most powerful organization, and his words seemed to reveal the intention of making things easy for him. But Lin Yu still refused without any hesitation. No, I don't want to join any organization. I don't like the feeling of being constrained. Even if the conditions are very good, Lin Yu still did not waver at all. Although he loves improvisation, but Lin Yu will never change the biography and script that have been written. To join the Order organization, it is destined to be the identity of Mei Mei. Sir, you're quite good at settling accounts. You will save thousands on this trip. Mosen Nagant was sitting in the driver's seat of a Nissan SUV, looking at Uncle Carrot happily playing with his tablet computer on the passenger seat, and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Carrot raised his head, smiled, and spoke. Oh, young man, you're coming too, aren't you? Just take it as a ride. Besides, it's not like I didn't pay you. The little old man said cheerfully, and Mosen Nagant sighed. To be honest, 30,000 yuan is really a discount to me. The job content is different, Comrade Xiao Mo, Uncle Lu was said still kindly, I didn't hire you to kill people. You just came to protect me. That's true. Although the more I think about it now, the more I feel that this task is not much simpler than killing people. Mosen Nagant smiled helplessly. He drove the car slowly on the road in the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng in the rain. The wipers swung wildly to sweep away the rain that seemed to splash on the front windshield. The heavy rain and the dark sky approaching dusk made the visibility very low. This was an unfinished and long-abandoned section of road, so Mosen Nagant naturally did not dare to drive too fast. Luo Bao contacted him early this morning. For 1.5 hours of bargaining and 30,000 yuan, Mosen Nagant agreed to give him a ride and take care of his safety. If you think about it carefully, we still have to face guys like fluoxetine and IU this time. And they might have brought their own people. Mosen Nagant's side, the difficulty is not that low. Can I add money? Comrade Xiao Mo, doing business must be based on integrity. At that time, the price was already settled at 30,000 yuan. Uncle Luo leaned on the chair and continued to pull the tablet and said, of course, if the situation is really critical, we can add more money afterwards. It's not impossible. Mosen Nagant was still driving slowly, with a touch of sadness on his face. He twisted the steering wheel to bypass several fallen roadblocks in the middle of the road and drove uphill along the side. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Actually, I'm a little curious. Uncle, why did you choose me? Is it just because I want to come too? I'm not a good person. I'm also a bounty hunter with a lot of lives on my hands. Aren't you afraid that I'll secretly kill you in exchange for a reward? Unbelievable! The tablet in Uncle Luobua's hand exclaimed in exclamation English, and he passed the level of happy fun. So, Carrot put down the tablet in his hand and answered Mosen Nagant's question. The quality of a person's performance is largely determined by the environment. As the saying goes, a person knows etiquette with his or her own experience. After joining the death game, it is normal for people to behave in extreme ways. So, even if you're a bounty hunter, I don't think you are bad. When death itself has been normalized in this group, the moral consensus and standards among the death game player group, it's a matter that still needs to be discussed. When Mosen Nagant heard these words, he glanced at the little old man next to him in disbelief. This simple man, like an old farmer, could actually say such thought-provoking words. Furthermore, Uncle Carrot noticed Mosen Nagant's gaze, and a sly smile appeared on his face. It is precisely because you are a bounty hunter that I feel relieved. I have checked the amount of the reward in the hunting club, only 12,000 yuan. The reward I gave you is 30,000. Even if it's only half of the balance, it's still higher than my reward. Uncle Carrot said cheerfully. Mosen Nagant twitched his lips. Is this how the joint remuneration amount comes about? He slowly stopped the car on the side of the road. The elevated section in the south of the city was abandoned without much repair. After exiting the ramp, the road ended abruptly less than a kilometer away, and there are obvious signs of collapse on the road surface. But why not call some members of the Players' Mutual Aid Association? After the car stopped, Mosen Nagant asked the last question. Uncle Carrot didn't answer, and he sighed after a long time. To be honest, I don't like the current Players' Mutual Aid Association very much. Hearing that there seemed to be a hidden meaning in Uncle Carrot's words, Mosen Nagant stopped asking. Okay, we're at the place anyway. Let's come down. It seems like we were the first group to arrive. Mosen Nagant opened the car door, held up a folding umbrella, and walked out. However, the role of holding an umbrella is not very obvious. Some fast winds on the viaduct blew the umbrella around and also carried the rain and hit it directly on Mosen Nagant. The ground is full of small pits filled with stagnant water. The rainwater flows into these small pits and flows down the elevated road. The water flow soaks Mosen Nagant's sneakers like a mountain stream. Rough. He couldn't help but spat. It apparently didn't rain in the city he set out from. On the other side, Uncle Carrot walked down wearing an old-fashioned bamboo hat and a pair of slippers. Unexpectedly, the bamboo hat seemed to have an invisible barrier, blocking out all the rain. Uncle Carrot walked silently to Mosen Nagant and helped him cover part of the rain. Mosen Nagant nodded in greeting. Thanks. The two people started walking around on the viaduct in perfect agreement. Although I don't know why fluoxetine asked them to come here, both of them also have life-saving means and escape props as trump cards. But since we arrived early, it was necessary to examine the terrain. Mose and Nagant even set up several bear traps as traps in the corner. Uncle Carrot also sprinkled some seeds with unknown effects into every corner. While the two of them were busy, soon, Qianhuan also arrived. A white dove grabbed a hat and flew up from the break of the viaduct. Then the pigeon disappeared, and Qianhuan emerged from the hat. Phew, catch up. I don't know if it's because I'm afraid of fluoxetine, or I know that Order has definitely placed a lot of informants nearby. The remaining 3 members of the Freedom Alliance did not show up. Qianhuan smiled, held up his hat, and greeted the 2 people on the viaduct. Good evening, see you again. Facing Qianhuan's enthusiasm, although Mosen Nagant felt uncomfortable, Uncle Carrot smiled and nodded in greeting. You're good too. The person who arrived immediately behind Qianhuan was walking up from the direction of the ramp again. Li Hua and Ji Geng. But these 2 people are not alone. Li Hua took Tycoon, and Ji Geng took Snow Owl. The appearance of the 4 people made Mosen Nagant feel even more uncomfortable. There's so many people. They should not be on the fluoxetine invitation list, right? Mosen Nagant muttered. Li Hua, who was wearing a transparent raincoat, shook his head. As a member of Order, why should I care about the rules set by the lunatics of the psychological society? Qianhuan smiled and said, that makes sense. But he quietly stood at the break in the road. But as soon as Qianhuan stood over, there was a bang at his feet. The metal hooks were nailed to the exposed steel bars on the road. Then, with the sound of the wheel turning and the rope tightening, Yu jumped up. After jumping up, she looked at Li Hua, and the 4 of them cursed loudly and took out a long gun from her arms. Hey, are you guys together again? But seeing that the other party had no intention of fighting with him, Yu didn't take any further action. She just looked around for a while and asked questions. Where's fluoxetine? Amidst the intensifying rain, which was already called a heavy rain, this viaduct, which was originally isolated from the world and independent of the river city, was shrouded in water, and now it looked even more like an isolated island. The 6 invited people and the 2 uninvited guests stood on the shore of this isolated island. While they were suspicious of each other, they all had a common question. That's what Yu asked just now. Where's the fluoxetine guy? As the inviter, fluoxetine, why hasn't it appeared yet? The Tycoon was the first to be unable to bear it any longer. Damn it, Brother Li Hua. That bitch is not a liar, right? I don't know why you trusted that girl so much before, but she is a member of the Psychological Society. Is it possible that she was playing tricks on us? The Tycoon questioned. Li Hua shook his head and expressed his disapproval. The members of the Psychological Society may indeed lie to us, but she will not go to such trouble to save our lives in the copy, and even came out to mediate yesterday, just to lie to us. She must have her purpose. The Snowy Owl nearby also agreed. Well, after all, the Psychological Association is not a Freedom Alliance. They will not do such thankless and stupid things purely for pranks. Hearing Snow Owl's words, Qianhuan said unhappily, Hey, we're not all like that in the Freedom Alliance. The only ones that like to do that kind of thing are the thief and another guy with a bad taste. That's all. However, Qianhuan's protest was not taken to heart by anyone. On the contrary, it was the Tycoon who heard Qianhuan's words and noticed the existence of this member of the Freedom Alliance, as well as Yu, the top executive of the Predator, beside him. The Tycoon's eyes lit up. Hey, but the core members of the Predators and the Freedom Alliance are here again today, so it's not a free trip. When Yu heard this, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Damn, you have to fight us to the death, right? But I'm prepared. You people will try to take advantage of me again. Let's try it if you want. I was also very unhappy because I was interrupted yesterday, she said coldly, raising the muzzle of the gun a little more. Mosen Nagant also immediately took out the crossbow and hid behind his car. Uncle Carrot quickly waved his hand. Oh, fighting is not good. Everyone, please calm down. The real owner hasn't come yet. The atmosphere on the elevated road became more solemn and tense. And just then, some flower petals were suddenly mixed in with the raindrops falling in midair. Pink and white, bright red, blue. Petals of various colors and shapes were wetted by the rain, fluttering in the wind and falling to the ground. Most of them fell to the ground and continued to fall below the elevated structure as the water flow continued. There was also a small part stuck on everyone's body, exuding a faint fragrance. There are more and more petals, and eventually they're almost as tall as the rain, occupying half of the sky. This strange sight made everyone raise their heads, trying to find the source of the petals. Li Hua looked at Carrot. "Mr. Carrot, is this your handiwork?" Carrot was even more confused than Li Hua and shook his head. "I don't know. I don't have any flower seeds." Everyone was a little confused. Qian Huan frowned as if he had guessed something. Could it be? Zhiging picked up a pure white petal that fell on her body, and after gently crushing it, the petals turned into dots of light. She was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "She's here." Although the sound was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. And the she Zhi Geng refers to. In this context, there cannot be anyone else. More and more petals fall down, slowly turning into a rain of flowers all over the sky. And at this moment when the flower rain is at its most grand and beautiful, buzz, the roar of a grand pipe organ sounded and surrounded the entire elevated area. The moment everyone was distracted by the sound, on the viaduct, there was a figure descending from the sky. The girl was wearing a beautiful and gorgeous brown cake skirt, with her hair combed into two buns on the back of her head. She was sitting on a small umbrella hanging upside down, like a paper boat, and landed precariously in the middle of the crowd. Then, she jumped off the small parasol, stepped on the stagnant water with her shiny square-top leather shoes, and broke through the colorful canopy, reflecting the sky. She raised her small umbrella and looked around, looking at the 8 people around her with a sweet smile on her face. After she smiled, the small star sequins stuck to the corners of her eyes shone brightly. Oh, there are more people than I thought." The girl's voice was clear and sweet. The identity of the visitor can be seen by everyone present. "Fluoxetine." Snow Owl called out the other person's name with excitement in his tone. Fluoxetine laughed, showing his beautiful white teeth. "Ah, yes, it's me, the real Fluoxetine. However, I guess this Miss Snow Owl was not invited here, right?" Snow Owl heard this and sneered. "It's true that you didn't invite me, but I'm here, can't you? Of course, you can come if you want." Fluoxetine said, then snapped his fingers. A beautiful bouquet appeared in her hand, which was made up of daisies and sunflowers. Zhigeng's face changed slightly. "Hey, Fluoxetine." But before she could say anything, the bouquet exploded and bloomed. A handful of cold steel appeared from Fluoxetine's hand. Thompson's submachine gun, M1921, known as the Chicago typewriter. The Chinese translation is called Thompson submachine gun. Snow Owl's face changed slightly, and he was ready to draw the knife, but Fluoxetine's smile became even wider. "For things like guns, sometimes you don't have to fire them." As she spoke, she drew a circle in the air with the fingers of her free left hand, and the petals floating in the water on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, knocking the snowy owl off guard and pushing it off the viaduct. "Damn it!" The snowy owl's scolding echoed in the air. Fluoxetine turned the muzzle of the submachine gun. "It's much cleaner now. Then it will be more difficult for you to deal with another uncle who comes uninvited," Fluoxetine said, pointing his gun at the tycoon. "Are you going by yourself? Are you waiting for me to call someone?" The tycoon sneered. "Who are you calling? If someone from your psychological society who can take advantage of me comes here, aren't you afraid to find those at the top of order?" Fluoxetine shook his head. "You're mistaken. I didn't mean to call people here." With that said, Fluoxetine took out his phone with his backhand and turned on the screen. Above is a video call being placed. The content on the screen is the doorway of a certain mansion. "Everyone says you have a bad relationship with your family, Tycoon or Mr. He. But I don't believe it," Fluoxetine said with a smile. The Tycoon's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Li Hua beside him. Brotherly, go, brother, Li Hua whispered. The tycoon nodded and glanced at fluoxetine angrily. Psychological society, well done to you. Then, he turned around and disappeared into the vast rain. On the broken viaduct on the other side, under the disguise of Hannah, Lin Yu also put down the telescope in his hand and sighed. TSK, it has to be genuine. No matter how realistic the fake is, it's still not even half as good as the original. Fluoxetine himself appeared on the viaduct as scheduled, just as written in Lin Yu's script. From the initial invitation in the form of a puzzle in the dungeon to the subsequent operation after returning to reality to make the puzzle spread wider and wider, Lin Yu did it all for. Make sure Fluoxetine himself decides to know about this invitation. From the beginning, Lin Yu had no intention of attending the appointment in person. It is true that Jiangsheng was plunged into chaos. Many experts took action, and Fluoxetine's name appeared in the eyes of most players. These are what Lin Yu expected to see. But the ultimate purpose of issuing an invitation and copy was not originally for these reasons. What Lin Yu wants is for Fluoxetine to appear again. Regarding whether Fluoxetine will appear or not, Lin Yu admitted that he was gambling. He intuitively felt that if Fluoxetine heard the news and learned that he invited 6 masters from other organizations in the last copy, he might choose to go to the appointment. Moreover, she is likely to admit this invitation that does not belong to her. But this is just intuition after all, without any basis. Although there would be no loss for Lin Yu if he made a mistake, it was always a pity that the plan failed. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me, Fluoxetine. You're a little crazier and funnier than I thought. Lin Yu murmured, raising the telescope again and peering behind the rain curtain. Now that Fluoxetine is here, it means that she has accepted the challenge given by Lin Yu. After all, at this moment, Fluoxetine had to give a reason that Lin Yu himself had never thought of, which was enough to make these people come all the way. Lin Yu wants to know, what reasons would Fluoxetine give so that everyone present would not have doubts? Lin Yu soon knew the answer. After the tycoon and the snowy owl were invited to walk out of the viaduct, Fluoxetine took out 3 tickets shaped golden coated paper from his arms. You must have just met me in a dungeon invited by a certain god, right? Everyone survived in the end. I appreciate your performance, so. I have another invitation from the god's invitation here. Fluoxetine's words caused the expressions of the remaining 6 people on the elevated platform to change slightly. Why do you have multiple invitations in your hand? Li Hua asked in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. Aha, maybe I'm being watched by a certain god in particular, Fluoxetine said with a happy smile on his face. What a wonderful feeling. I hope you can experience it too. Qianhuan also narrowed his eyes. Congratulations to Miss Fluoxetine, but may I ask, where is the invitation letter going? Fluoxetine opened the ticket in his hand like a fan and showed it. The golden paper depicts an amusement park scene in intaglio form. These are tickets for the garden party, a garden party leading to the heavenly amusement park. The time to be held is to be determined, and it depends on how long it takes for the tickets to be issued. Anyway, 2 of the 6 of you will get this ticket, Fluoxetine said, flicking his wrist, and the 2 tickets turned into golden light spots and disappeared. Although I personally don't like puzzles, but since this party started with a puzzle, let's end with a puzzle, Fluoxetine said with a smile. I'm not very good at word puzzles, so one of the tickets will be hidden somewhere between poetry and dynasty. The other ticket is hidden under the iron law of equal exchange. After Fluoxetine finished speaking, everyone slowly chewed on these words. Only you scratch his hair in pain. Another crossword puzzle? Are you kidding me? And Sister Nail, what do you mean you showed 3 cards and only gave 2? Did you keep one for yourself? Fluoxetine grinned and shook the last ticket in his hand. No, my ticket is not like this. I don't leave this last one for you 6, but for the person who made this party happen. With that said, Fluoxetine put away her umbrella, and the rain fell on her body. Hello, Fluoxetine shouted in the rain, but did not look at anyone present but looked up at the sky. No matter who you are, no matter how you did it, I am very grateful to you for facilitating this fateful meeting. The 6 people standing here. I am also very satisfied. So, I'm going to give you a ticket in return. You should be watching, right? Whenever. As long as you show up anywhere I can see, I will give you this ticket. Do you understand me? Fluoxetine's sudden behavior of not knowing who he was talking to made the 6 people present a little confused. The person who facilitated this party? Could it be said that her invitation was helped by others? Carrot asked with some murmur. Mosin Nagant touched his chin and said, maybe the invitation to enter the last dungeon was given to her as a gift. Jigung also fell into thinking. Appear wherever I can see. What does this mean? Au sighed deeply. Sister Dingzi is going crazy again. You guys are happy to analyze it. I have to go back and study that poem and dynasty, equivalent exchange. Anyway, Sister Dingzi and Xianhuan, I have a piece of advice for you too, Hu said, taking out his phone and taking a look. According to my understanding of order, if you don't leave, order will come to arrest us. After all, Sister Dingzi, you took the initiative to force Tycoon and Snow Owl to leave after you showed up, and the administrator over there should be able to confirm that there is no ambush. Xianhuan also touched his chin. Oh, don't say it. This bastard can really do such a thing. I have to run, gambler. Li Hua heard this and pushed his glasses. This is a bit slanderous. As he spoke calmly, the sound of a 20-sided dice rolling rang out. Atop Li Hua's head, a rotating dice shadow emerged. The moment she showed up alone, I had already confirmed that there was no ambush. Excuse me, everyone. Although the Tycoon is not here, try to keep these 3 people and the people they brought with them. Li Hua said while tapping the soul gold brooch. Here we go, dash. The rain curtain in the sky seemed to be torn open, and then a canvas appeared out of thin air. 5 figures appeared from the canvas. Qianhuan spat. TSK. 5 administrators, they really risked their lives. Aren't they afraid of problems in their jurisdiction? Ayu's face showed an expression of boredom and excitement. TSK. Fortunately, I prepared a hand. Stand firm, Qianhuan fluoxetine. After saying that, Ayu clapped his hands. Snap! After the crisp sound, a huge roar sounded. Boom! The viaduct shook violently, and a series of explosions and flames lit up below. A series of powerful explosions exploded below the viaduct. After a few violent shakings and tremors, the entire viaduct began to collapse and collapse. Only then did everyone suddenly understand why Au had arrived so late and had climbed up from below just now. In fact, she didn't arrive too late. She just wanted to place explosives on the support part of the viaduct below. Everyone's figure was a little unstable, and Uncle Carrot fell to the ground. Mose and Nagant helped him up and blew the whistle to summon several animals to stand in front of the 2 of them. The falcon and the hound used their bodies to block the flying gravel. Then Uncle Carrot activated the previous seed, and huge plant vines suddenly appeared, with wide leaves protecting the 2 people's figures. And after the chaos caused by the explosion, Au jumped directly without any hesitation, fired 2 consecutive shots from the flintlock gun in his hand, and blasted in the direction of the Order administrators. These 2 shots were extremely powerful. Although they did not hit anyone in their haste, the impact on the ground under their feet caused the road to crack and gravel fly everywhere, which also made these administrators who were already unstable even more shaky. Of course, Au's more important purpose is use the recoil to fly backwards. You didn't expect it. This is my escape route. Ayu cheered in the air. She really had no intention of fighting for her life with the 6 administrators of order. But neither Yu nor Qianhuan, who had silently got into the hat and was carried by the pigeon and flew out, did not escape. It was as if they hit some kind of wall of air and were bounced back hard. During the game, players must not cross the line. A solemn voice sounded, and the bald man in a striped shirt raised the red flag in his hand. Fluoxetine, who had been standing firmly in place during the fall, with his hair and skirt swinging violently, laughed loudly. Both of you, the administrator of Jinsheng Opposite, is a very famous referee. It would be too naive to think of leaving like this. The next moment, Fluoxetine stepped forward with the fragrance of flowers in her hands and petals flying between her fingers. A sharp axe suddenly appeared in the left hand, and an M1911 appeared in the right hand. And she herself instantly appeared among the 5 people of order, behind the referee uncle who was holding the flag high. Codename G-Min Tiger, professional referee, rank 3rd level, potential B+, these two are very good. But it wouldn't be a pity to kill him. Fluoxetine's relaxed words sounded, and his eyes lit up with blood. Careful, Li Hua roared and threw out 2 chips, and the dice above his head rolled out to 11. Success! With a clicking sound, a pair of fingernails appeared in his hands, and they immediately pounced on fluoxetine. However, fluoxetine seems to have been prepared for it. The M1911 gun continuously spits flames and makes a huge noise. Only then did Li Hua realize that the gun was prepared for him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in succession, and at the critical moment, the dice above Li Hua's head rolled again, and the numbers 6, 20, and 17 were rolled out instantly. Fail. Big success. Success. The first shot hit Li Hua's shoulder, causing blood to bloom. He groaned and held on with force. The second shot missed completely, and the bullet even ricocheted off the metal guardrail nearby. The bullet changed direction strangely and hit Qian Huan's calf. The third shot passed by Li Hua's ear. Li Hua, you bastard. The country is peaceful. Qian Huan's yelling came. He just popped out of the hat. Although these 3 shots did not kill Li Hua, they were enough to slow down his movements. And that's enough time. The remaining 4 administrators, because of the fall, did not react as quickly as Li Hua. Fluoxetine's axe has hit the back of the referee, who was trying to turn around. The hand axe cut into the flesh and blood, instantly opening a hideous gash. But before fluoxetine could cut through the axe, a simple figure bull that looked like it came out of Picasso's painting, or a strange thing that looked like a cow made up of lines, rushed over, knocked the fluoxetine away. Fluoxetine continuously threw 2 marshmallow-like white clouds in the air as a buffer, and finally stopped firmly on the clouds, and then looked at the pale Zhigong. Oh, little Zhigong, my dear baby, I almost forgot you. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the referee is already... During the retreat, fluoxetine hit the wall of air again and was slightly bounced back. She looked at the referee named Ji-Min Tiger, lying on the ground in shock. The man's face was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his back was dripping with blood. But he put one hand on the cement road to stabilize his body during the fall, and the other hand was firmly holding the red triangular flag. The game is not over yet. The referee was furious, but said firmly, "As expected of order, it's so interesting." Fluoxetine snapped his fingers. "But, although it can still prevent me from getting out, it shouldn't be difficult for people outside to come in, right?" As she spoke, she put away the M1911 pistol in her hand and sprinkled a handful of flower petals from her arms. Chua! The petals flew in the air, forming an arch. On the other side of the arch, a thin little girl with albinism who was wearing bare pajamas, holding a bowl of instant noodles, slurping noodles, and watching cartoons at home, suddenly turned her head and looked at fluoxetine and the astonished order admins intersect. "Fluoxetine, what is your grandma doing with her legs?" Luo-Yin, the standard-minded young man who smelled like dirt, cursed angrily. Fluoxetine showed a horrified and aggrieved expression. "Help me, Demerol, I'm going to be killed. It's so scary. Get out. Don't be disgusting. I'm telling you. Can't you just run away? You can't run even if you can't beat me. What kind of beast are you? Why is there order on the ground secretly spitting out about 200 sticky bubblegums that stick to the soles of your shoes and make you unable to move? Or are you the one who got hit? There are 10 macho men over there who will perform exclusive pole dances for you, and your pure little soul will be hooked on the spot, and your legs will be so weak that you can't move." Although she cursed like this, the little girl still put down the instant noodle bowl, paused the cartoon, and crossed the arch. Then, she saw the referee on the ground, Qian Huan, who was holding his thigh and howling, and Ayu, who was using a suspension booster in midair to launch long-range attacks with 2 order administrators. There are also leaves wrapped in Mosin and Uncle Carrot, and Ji Gung is drawing in the corner. I'm so stupid. It's really a picture of hell. You're really good, fluoxetine. There aren't many valuables among players. Today you can be regarded as a complete sum. Last time I saw so many messy things, I still have to go back. When I was 6 years old, my grandma took me to visit the reptile house and insect house in Fengxing Zoo. As she spoke, she took out 2 very futuristic-looking grenades in her hand, pulled off the tabs with her mouth, and threw them at her feet. Watch out for the bomb, Li Hua reminded loudly and rolled the dice again. But this time, before the result of the dice appeared, it was interrupted. Buzz! There was a violent explosion and bright light. Everyone reacted. It's a flash bomb. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. Because this flash bomb flashes endlessly. The bright light and buzzing continued to shroud the elevated structure, depriving everyone of their vision and hearing. Even Lin Yu, who was observing secretly on another section of the abandoned elevated highway that had not yet collapsed, and even retreated further away from the fight to prevent it from affecting him, was injured. He dropped the telescope, covered his right eye, and rubbed it hard, tears rolling down like broken beads. Everything I look at has an afterimage. Who are these people from the psychological society? What kind of damaging moves are these? Chevron_left. Before the battle reached a fever pitch, Lin Yu finally hurriedly evacuated the viaduct. Although the only damage he suffered was his right eye, which was flashed by Quanbai, this also reminded Lin Yu. If these masters really started fighting unscrupulously, they might get to the point where one look at them will kill you. Therefore, Lin Yu decided not to read it. Anyway, fluoxetine has arrived. Although Lin Yu was indeed a little concerned about the final outcome of this battle. But he believed that with so many people on and near the elevated highway, the final results would definitely appear in the forum the next day. Therefore, Lin Yu left this accident-prone place and returned home directly. While these experts were fighting, Lin Yu also had his own things to do. He needs to digest, summarize, and sort out the newly observed information, especially regarding fluoxetine. Considering that the amount of information was too large, Lin Yu began to take notes. He happened to have a very, very safe notebook at hand. Ancient notes. Not only can player props and their own bindings be easily stored in the prop space, but the notebook itself also has the property of not being lost or destroyed. It's perfect for a top-secret memo. After Lin Yu simply took a shower and dried his hair, he returned to his desk and spread out a drama history textbook and then began to write furiously in ancient notes. Order, Li Hua, currently has the ability to display the gambler professional ability, manipulate and change probabilities, play cards used as attacks, set up gambling games to seize the opponent's organs, and the dice shadow to enhance one's own actions. He has a serious and responsible personality, is calm and rational, has an extraordinary sense of justice, and can make almost cold judgments. Primary contact identity, Mei Mei. Predator, Yu, is the only professional free agent. His ability seems to be to extract other professional abilities. He has 2 flintlock guns, metal hooks, and can place a large number of explosives. He has a straightforward and heroic personality, is irritable and impulsive, and has poor moral values. But he has responsibility and leadership when dealing with colleagues and subordinates. Main contact identity, Tiangong. The identity information of each one was recorded. All the masters who appeared and met in Jiangxing this time were recorded in Lin Yu's ancient notes. Lin Yu let out a long breath and then stopped writing in front of the last character who was the most important to him. Psychological society, fluoxetine, occupation as killer. He tapped the notebook gently with his fingertips, recalling fluoxetine's abilities and character. Seeing fluoxetine again, he was convinced this woman's head is indeed abnormal. The other party came to the appointment happily, accepted all the invitations sent by her as a fake who had nothing to do with her, and even took out 2 extremely precious props related to the gods to cover up the lies of the person pretending to be her. Even though Lin Yu intuitively felt that she would do this and expected her to do this, when it all happened. Lin Yu could not help but lament that even by the standards of the lunatic organization that the other party was from, the Psychological Society, she was still extremely abnormal. Therefore, the special mention of fluoxetine was obviously a hint of his invitation. Lin Yu actually didn't think the other party was malicious. She may be really curious about who is impersonating her, and she may even have a certain fondness for the guy who can pretend to be her and deceive 6 masters. That's why she would take out the ticket that made all the masters excited and tempt her to show up. And fluoxetine may really hope that the person pretending to be her can enter the dungeon that seems to be related to a certain god. But Lin Yu won't go. You must think that I'm pretending to be you just to have fun. Lin Yu stared at fluoxetine's name and muttered to himself, but before I am absolutely sure to kill you, I will never contact you. He admitted that since the last dungeon, he had been making dangerous moves in order to collect information and race against time. The series of operations performed by Lin Yu were no less dangerous than direct contact with fluoxetine. But it's enough to use the dangerous move once or twice. If you use it every time, sooner or later, I will die here. Lin Yu knew this truth deeply. It's better to continue to get stronger. The current information is enough for a while, and there is no need to take risks to collect more information, especially since this time there is actually additional information. He murmured and took out a brown paper file bag from the drawer. This file bag was a top-secret file given to him by Grandmaster Amo about the internal investigation of fluoxetine within Order. I don't know whether it's because the Grandmaster is really nice, or because my senior sister is too proud, or maybe both. Even though Lin Yu rejected the Grandmaster invitation at the time, she finally gave Lin Yu the news about fluoxetine. After all, you were killed by her, and you're Amiao's friend, so, after thinking about it, I'd better give these information to you. However, I don't mean to encourage you to take revenge. On the contrary, I hope that you will give up this idea after seeing this. And Lin Yu has already read the contents. The Order's investigation into fluoxetine is indeed exhaustive. Not only did Lin Yudong piece together the known basic information, such as member of the S-level executive office of the Psychological Society, occupation as assassin, and rank as 3rd level. There's also some vague history of fluoxetine in achievements, unknown origin, suspected to have been hospitalized in a mental hospital, extremely dangerous, with serious antisocial tendencies. He may have been involved in a murder before joining the game of death. I have been joining the death game for more than a year and have killed more than 19 players in real life, all of whom are advanced players. Among them, 7 are 2nd-level players and 4 are 3rd-level players. Killed players, including 4 official members of the Order. In addition, it is confirmed that 6 non-players have been killed, all of whom are rated B+ or above by the Psychological Society. 5 people have been confirmed to have become players, including Lin Yu. Quickly glanced at the 5 non-players other than himself who were killed by fluoxetine. For people, like him, were confirmed to be players. They are a captain of Order in Sioux City, Hummingbird, a cadre of Night Watch, and the Deep City Minister of Predator, and Young, a board member of the Psychological Society. These 4 are undoubtedly the mainstays of their respective organizations, and they were all super rising stars who grew up extremely quickly at that time, completely worthy of the potential of B+ grade and above in the treatment of fluoxetine himself. However, what really concerned Lin Yu was not these 4 seniors who had grown up. Instead, he died on the same day as him, failed to become a player, and was the only miss record of fluoxetine. No, Lin Yu knew that fluoxetine had not failed. He knew that the last person in the information actually became a player. The reason is that the information of Order does not match the facts I know. It's because the other party didn't get out of her first copy. Name, Xiaoyu. Age, 21 years old. Occupation, student, veterinarian. Education, currently studying as a postgraduate student majoring in veterinary medicine at Huazhong Agricultural University. Working address, AI Beibei Pet Hospital, Beiqiao District, Jiangqing City, part-time job on weekends. Home address, Building 3, Fuqiao Garden, Beiqiao District, Jiangcheng City. Looking at the girl, smiling gently in the 1-inch profile photo, Lin Yu sighed. What a surprise! Long time no see, Xiaoyu. Although it was just a one-time encounter, only 3 weeks had passed since the last time we met. But it really felt like it had been a long time since we last saw each other. Phew, it's not easy to come back alive. The 5 administrators of order are all from big cities. It's really thrilling. In a clean and tidy clinic, fluoxetine is sitting on the edge of the bed in the consulting room. Although she said thrilling, there were no wounds on her body, and there were only a few mud spots on her leather shoes. Du Long Ding, who had his head bandaged and a plaster on his right hand, was grinning in pain. Fluoxetine, next time something like this happens again, I will take your last name whenever I look at you. The young doctor who was applying Demerol to the back of the head and looked like an intern in black shook his head. Teacher Du, please don't talk too harshly. Seeing Du Long Ding's eyes drifting towards him and his mouth slightly open, the young doctor quickly interrupted the spell. But it's true that teacher Fluoxetine is dishonest, he commented while taking the medicine. Are you talking about her doing such a big thing? She didn't even report it to the organization and just kept doing it in Jiangcheng without saying a word. Such a big job. He also solved the crossword puzzle and even gave away 2 tickets. Teacher Feng almost fainted when he found out. Du Long Ding also turned his gun and looked at Fluoxetine. This bullshit is indeed a bit anthropomorphic. His mind was not crushed by the 8-wheeled semi-trailer truck with a load of 25 tons. After 4 rounds, 15 large bulldogs took turns. I really can't think of such a thing as watering it with urine, and I read on the forum that you still played the crossword puzzle with them in the dungeon. When did you participate in such a fierce dungeon? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Fluoxetine stuck out his tongue. Hey, it's just a whim. It would be pointless to tell you and the guys in the organization, she said with a smile, without any intention of defending herself. Isn't it a bit too much to hide this from even my partner? The young doctor protested again. Chlorpromazine, you should just forget about it. It's hard to hide it from others. It's true that I should hide it from you. It's been almost a year, and it's still first level. I don't know how you rated it as A at that time. Level, the whole ninja thing is quite bluffing. Last time Fluoxetine didn't let you go and asked you to evaluate that. That soldier. As soon as you heard that he was a soldier, you threw a smoke bomb and ran away. Do you still have roots? Du Longding said with hatred. It's just over 50 meters away from the tycoon's lair. Am I afraid of a kid who has just become a player? I'm afraid that he and I will try to recruit the tycoon. The doctor, or ninja, named Chlorpromazine protested. And after scolding his colleague, Demerol turned to Fluoxetine. Fluoxetine, what are you planning? When Fluoxetine was asked, he sat on the edge of the bed and leaned back slightly to look at the ceiling of the clinic, his 2 calves shaking slightly. Honestly, I don't know what I am doing. However, I just feel that I have discovered a very, very new and interesting talent, a guy who will definitely be noticed by the gods, but who has not been discovered by anyone else for the time being. She pursed her lips and smiled, the sequins shining in the corners of her eyes. What kind of guy is he? He dares to take advantage of me. So bold, so smart, so mysterious. Fluoxetine stuck out his tongue and licked his wet lips. I really want to see that guy, she said happily, while Demerol and Chlorpromazine beside her side. It's already June, but with this damn peach blossom plague, I'm just saying that your seasons are really a bit reversed. It's hard to write a report now. In Beiqiao District, Jiangcheng City, Lin Yu, carrying a mountaineering bag and a jacket, rode his bicycle to the pet hospital where he saw the address yesterday. After nearly 2 days of heavy rain, it was finally sunny in Jiangcheng. There are still puddles of water on the ground. There's still a few clouds floating in the sky, and the air is filled with the clear and clean breath after the rain. After Lin Yu parked his bicycle, he opened the door of AI Bebe Pet Hospital. Because it had just opened in the morning, there was only a young girl cleaning at the door. Many cats and dogs are lying in cages. When she heard someone pushing the door open, the young girl raised her head. Ah, welcome. Are you here to pick up your little baby? Seeing Lin Yu's empty hands, the other party asked with some confusion. Lin Yu shook his head. He looked around the hospital and quickly spotted the best employees hanging on the wall. The best employees last month and the month before that were both Xiaoyu. Lin Yu spoke softly. I'm Xiaoyu's friend, a netizen. Hearing what Lin Yu said, the young girl was shocked and put down the broom in her hand. You are here to see Xiaoyu? She has. Lin Yu interrupted her. I know. The young girl looked at the melancholy and handsome boy in front of her and seemed to be infected by the sadness on Lin Yu's face again. Then please express your condolences. Lin Yu nodded silently and walked to Xiaoyu's photo. Feeling the girl behind him had been looking at him silently, Lin Yu looked up at Xiaoyu's photo and spoke. Can you tell me what kind of person she is? The young girl didn't know why, but she always felt that the young man in front of her was particularly trustworthy, so she hesitated for a moment and then spoke slowly. Xiaoye is a very good person. She is responsible and patient with the furry children. Although she only works part-time on weekends, customers, the store manager, other colleagues, and the furry children all like her very much. Her family conditions are not very good. She seems to be a single parent and has a younger sister, so she works very hard. I heard that she often gets scholarships at school. But she doesn't just treat this as a part-time job to make money. She is really caring and loves this job. Once a customer brought a puppy with a serious illness, and the other party said it was incurable. It was Xiaoyu who secretly paid for its treatment, and now it is still kept in the store. Look, that's it. Yuan Bao, the girl called softly, and a shaky dachshund walked out of the store, making a huff-huff sound. Seeing this dachshund, the girl seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, and her eyes were slightly red. I'm not really close to her, but she's really... No one would dislike her. I don't know why she encountered that kind of thing. It's too bad. Lin Yu squatted down and touched the dachshund's head. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't answer the next question. I won't force you to recall these. I want to know, what exactly did Xiaoyu encounter? Because Lin Yu's acting skills are excellent and his appearance is also quite good. Therefore, even though it was the first time that Xiaoyu's colleague met Lin Yu, she had an inexplicable sense of trust in him and believed in what Lin Yu said almost unconditionally. She subconsciously told Lin Yu everything she knew about the cause of Xiaoyu's death. Xiaoyu died in an accident. That afternoon, she was alone in the store, and the store manager received a call from a customer and went to pick up the pet. According to the store manager, when she came back, she found Xiaoyu lying in a pool of blood with a terrible wound on her neck. She lost too much blood and fell into a coma. The store manager immediately called and sent her to the hospital. The doctor rescued her for a while, but she was not out of danger, Finally, in the evening, she was declared dead by the hospital. The store manager called the police later, and many police came to the store. For some reason, the surveillance that afternoon was broken. Finally, after investigation, it was found that Xiaoyu probably fainted due to hypoglycemia and her neck was cut by the edge of the iron rack. When Xiaoyu's colleague said this, his expression once again showed complex sadness and fear. Sometimes it feels people are really fragile. She died for such an absurd reason. She was obviously a very good and promising guy. As she said this, Lin Yu also sighed. Yeah, but life cannot be resurrected, so please accept my condolences. Okay, thank you for telling me this. As he said this, Lin Yu stood up and left the pet hospital. He was indeed feeling a little heavy, and it was not entirely because of his acting skills. This was also the first time that Lin Yu directly witnessed the influence of the death game in reality. Although Lin Yu died near midnight and joined the game, not only those who died in the early morning can become players. If you die at any time, you will enter the game at midnight today, and if you win the game, you will be resurrected after 0 o'clock. Even if the body does not exist, you can reverse the cause and effect, correct the reality, and let the person live again, and let everyone around ignore the fact that the player had died before. It's like Lin Yu had clearly jumped off the building before, but returned to the roof. And for Xiaoyu, who only experienced one game, her death will still be ignored by ordinary people who are not players. Lin Yu clearly knew that Xiaoyu died at the hands of fluoxetine. But Xiaoyu's colleague actually believed the reason that she herself thought was a bit absurd. Her neck was scratched when she fell. Lin Yu had reason to suspect that if he really died at the hands of fluoxetine, his body would be found the next day, and the police would not suspect that he was shot, but attributed it to other reasons. From the moment they became players, they became the lingering bodies and the dead souls that should not exist in the world. However, Lin Yu's investigation and excavation of Xiaoyu is still not over. He rode his bicycle to a residential community, picking up a bag of newly bought fruits and a box of milk from the bicycle basket. Lin Yu smiled and greeted the security guard and entered the community with a not very strict access control on the grounds of visiting relatives. This is a community with very high buildings and narrow spacing. In this era when high-rise buildings are no longer a symbol of high-end prosperity, it is enough to show that this community is not a high-end and expensive type. In fact, this is indeed a relocation house. Lin Yu came to one of the buildings, opened the door of the unit, took the elevator, and arrived at the 5th floor. The 6-unit apartment on one floor made the space of the elevator room very narrow. Lin Yu carried fruits and milk and walked to the end of room 506 and knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock. Who is it? I'm here. A clear response came from the house, and then the door of the resettlement house opened. A middle-aged woman who looked a little haggard and wearing a floral blue shirt looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of her with some surprise, and her eyes were a little puzzled. You are? Lin Yu looked at the woman in front of him who was 50% similar to Xiaoyu, but older, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiaoyu's friend. The woman heard Xiaoyu's name, and a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. Xiaoyu's friend? Then come in. What's your name? She quickly opened the door a little wider and beckoned Lin Yu to come in and sit down. Just call me Xiaolin. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Then, Xiaoyu's mother noticed what Lin Yu was holding and quickly spoke again. You can leave the things at the door of the room, and he doesn't need them. Lin Yu walked in, smiled, and shook his head. No, Auntie, Xiaoyu told me that she has a younger sister at home, and these are bought for the child. The fruits are pitaya and blueberries, which are good for the brain. The milk is also imported. It is good for children to drink more milk when they grow up. My heart felt. Auntie, please don't refuse. I feel guilty for waiting until now to come. Lin Yu blocked Xiaoyu's mother's reason to refuse with just a few words. The frail middle-aged woman could only speak awkwardly. I'm sorry to have cost you money. She bent down and took out a pair of slippers for Lin Yu from the shoe cabinet. The style was ladies. Xiaoyu's mother raised her head in embarrassment. This, or don't change it. We don't have many guests at home. Only Xiaoyu used to wear it. Lin Yu looked at the clean tile floor, changed into the pair of pink, not-so-fitting plastic slippers, and walked into the house. It's okay. Annie, the slippers don't have to fit too well. He walked into the house and put the fruit milk on the shelf at the kitchen door. Then, Xiaoyu's mother pointed to the sofa in the living room. Sit down first. I'll get you a glass of water, she said, and hurried to the kitchen. Lin Yu nodded and slowly walked to the living room. There was a small morning hall in the living room, on which were placed 2 sets of black and white photos, a memorial tablet, and an urn. The one on the left was for an adult man, and it looked like it had been there for quite a while. And on the right is a newly placed young girl with a lively and lovely smile and a gentle face. This is naturally Xiaoyu and her father. The spirit tablet, the portrait, and the small table for offerings were all wiped clean, and the incense burner was lit with quietly burning incense sticks. Someone must have cleaned this place carefully every day. Lin Yu sat silently on the sofa opposite, and soon, Xiaoyu's mother came out with a cup of tea. I don't know if you're used to drinking chrysanthemum tea. If you young people don't like it, I'll go to the supermarket downstairs to buy some Coke or something, Xiao's mother said, and Lin Yu waved his hand quickly. No need. Auntie, I'm used to drinking tea. He took the chrysanthemum tea and took a sip. Xiaoyu's mother sat on the sofa on the other side of Lin Yu and noticed that Lin Yu was sitting opposite the spirit tablet and smiled silently. There is limited space at home, so I put it together with her father. Then, Xiao's mother changed the subject. That, Xiaolin, you came this time? Lin Yu nodded slightly. I am planning to come and see you, but I also have a request that may be a bit excessive. Auntie, I want to see Xiaoya's body or ashes. She shouldn't be here, right? There is only one urn in Xiaoyu's home. It is not difficult for Lin Yu to deduce from the where and placement. That urn belonged to Xiaoyu's father. In other words, Xiaoyu's body is not in this home. Although Xiao's mother was a little surprised when she heard Lin Yu's words, she was not particularly offended. Xiaolin, what do you want to see this for? Lin Yu pursed her lips. I have some unfinished words that I want to talk to her about, so I want to know where her body is. I always feel that she might not be able to hear what I say to the sign and photo. Lin Yu's tone was a little low. Although this reason sounded unreliable, combined with his somewhat sad tone, Xiao's mother did not suspect anything. She looked at Lin Yu and said hesitantly, "Do you have a good relationship with Xiaoya?" "We haven't been together for long, but she is almost one of the people I have the closest relationship with," Lin Yu said in a low voice. "I often have an unreal feeling. I don't know if you, Auntie." The good people suddenly disappeared, which made me feel as if I had suddenly entered a world I had never been to before. Lin Yu said, looking down at his hands, opening and closing them. "So, Annie, I want to talk to her, and I also want to confirm for myself that all of this really happened." Then, Lin Yu raised his head and showed an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Auntie. I guess I shouldn't say this in front of you." Mother Xiao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No, it's okay. Xiaoya has indeed not been cremated yet, because she died unexpectedly, and the surveillance camera happened to be broken. Although the comrades from the public security side said that the results of the current preliminary investigation and inspection are indeed accidental, further identification results are still in progress and will take about 20 days. We are not in a hurry to cremate Xiaoya. We thought that if Xiaoya was not an accident, we would not let her be wronged. So we decided not to cremate her for the time being." Xiao's mother said this. Although her tone was calm, the expression on her face was still a little unnatural. When talking about words like remains and cremation, it seems that I still feel the heartache I felt when I just got the news. Her husband and children both passed away unexpectedly. If she hadn't still had a daughter, I'm afraid this mother wouldn't be able to survive. Lin Yu nodded. "I understand. Auntie, I'm sorry for letting you say these things that will make you uncomfortable." It's okay, it's okay." Xiao's mother shook her head. "You feel bad too. Annie knows, kid. You feel bad too. It's already noon. Do you want to stay for a meal? I've almost done it just now." As Xiao's mother said, Lin Yu was about to decline. At this time, there was a sound of opening the door. A little girl wearing a junior high school uniform opened the door and walked in, speaking loudly. "Mom, I'm back." After the junior high school girl walked in, she found Lin Yu sitting in the living room, a little surprised and alert. "Mom, who is he?" Lin Yu stood up and Xiao's mother introduced. "Xia Yang, this is your sister's friend, Brother Lin." After Xiao's mother finished the introduction, Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Hello, Xia Yang. I heard your sister mentioned you." The girl named Xia Yang looked obviously uncomfortable. After she responded calmly, she walked quickly back to her room. Xiao's mother was a little embarrassed. "This child is afraid of birth." Lin Yu shook his head. "It's okay. I am indeed disturbing. Seeing that both you and Xia Yang are doing well, I feel a little relieved. I may not be willing to go out to eat here in Xiaoyang, so I'm leaving first." Before Xiao's mother asked to stay again, Lin Yu added, "I have something to do in the afternoon, and I will come to see you again when I have the opportunity." Xiao's mother could only nod her head. "Okay, Xiaolin, then you should go slower on the road." Lin Yu left Xiaoyu's home and rode his bicycle again. The sun was shining brightly, and there was a gentle breeze at noon. Lin Yu was cycling on the road in Beiqiao district of Jiangcheng, and his gloomy mood was slightly relieved. After coming out of Xiaoyu's house, Lin Yu realized it clearly. "You are really a good person." He sighed sincerely. Just from the reactions of colleagues at work and relatives at home, Lin Yu couldn't tell. Xiaoyu is a very good person. Her death must be a huge sad news for those around her, especially her relatives. But Lin Yu did not feel any guilt or self-blame for this. After all, Xiaoyu also had the idea of killing him at that time. Furthermore, Lin Yu felt that, taking a step back, the person most responsible for Xiaoyu's death should be fluoxetine. It was fluoxetine who personally sent Xia Yu into the game of death, and it was fluoxetine who killed Xia Yu in reality, even if Lin Yu killed her twice in the game of death. But Lin Yu himself was also sent in with fluoxetine. I will avenge you, Xia Yu. After all, we two have the same enemy. So, you don't mind lending me your identity, right? I think your friends and family would love to see that, too. Lin Yu stopped his bicycle in front of a restaurant. However, Lin Yu did not enter the restaurant, but turned into the alley next to the restaurant. Later, Lin Yu patted the napping little octopus on his shoulder. Hannah, wake up. Hannah, who was a little wilted from the sun, became energetic. Guagua, director, please give me your orders. Lin Yu looked at the Jiangqing City Public Security Bureau Beiqiao branch opposite and whispered, if you use stealth camouflage to keep you and I completely invisible during movement, how long will it last? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. Hannah thought for a moment and whispered, I might not be able to do this for too long because I'm not very strong. Hearing Hannah's words, Lin Yu touched his chin. But Hannah's next words made Lin Yu helpless. Gua, it can only last about an hour? Maybe 4 hours if it was just me. That's not too short at all, Hannah. Hannah was shocked when she heard Lin Yu's words. Huh, but Uncle Ka can last for 6 hours with someone else. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. That's because your Uncle Ka is too strong, not because you are too weak. The little octopus was very happy when he heard Lin Yu's words. Hey, so I'm very strong? Director. Thank you for the compliment. She said happily. Do you want to activate your ability now? Director. The little octopus asked excitedly. Lin Yu nodded. Of course, because I might have to sneak into a heavily guarded place now. With Hannah's help, Lin Yu easily got into the Public Security Bureau. Lin Yu had already investigated clearly before entering the Public Security Bureau, and all the temporarily stored corpses were stored in an underground cold storage. The location of the underground cold storage is not difficult to find. You can find it by looking at the map next to the fire escape in the lobby. Although there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the corridor, these surveillance cameras were naturally unable to capture Hannah's disguise. Soon, Lin Yu and Hannah stood in front of the cold storage door. Faced with the closed and locked cold storage door, Lin Yu also had a way. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, and then ordered Hannah. You have enough strength to open the door, right? Quack, of course, Hannah said, and instantly understood Lin Yu's intention. Does the director want me to get inside and open the door? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, it would be best if you could open the door. After all, there is nothing in his hand that can silently open a door. If Hannah couldn't do it, Lin Yu would have to use his more precious, deceitful tongue. Whether it is the teeth of prophecy or the tongue of deception, there are only 2 chances left. The previous 2 uses gave Lin Yu a more intuitive understanding of the power of these 2 props. Lin Yu has no intention of using them until the profit is very high or at an extremely critical moment. And if Hannah can do it, naturally, she must try it first. Guagua, director, please stand close to the door, Hannah said, standing on top of Lin Yu's head, and then spit out phantom ink. After all, concealment and disguise can only be activated when Hannah is there. Since she is leaving, she naturally has to find another way to help Lin Yu disguise. Then, some cool ink poured on the top of Lin Yu's head, transforming into the same shape as the door. Quack, sir, if the phantom ink transforms into the environment, I can't control it, so don't move. If you move, the secret will be revealed. I'm going to try to open the door first. Hannah said, jumped from Lin Yu's shoulder to the wall, and slowly climbed to the ceiling. Then, the tiny octopus took advantage of its mollusk form and squeezed through the air conditioning vent on the ceiling like a stream of water. Hannah's happy voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Hey, I'm moving forward, director. It will probably take more than 10 minutes. Well, come on, Lin Yu responded in his heart. Hannah is very smart, and her estimated time should be correct. Lin Yu stood motionless at the door like a sculpture. Although it was not easy to stay completely still for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu just pretended that he was acting like a tree. And it's also a rare break. Soon, 10 minutes flew by. Guagua, I'm in, Mr. Director, Hannah said again, and then Lin Yu also heard a slight sound coming from behind against the door. Crack. Probably Hannah landed on the door. After a while, there was a click sound from the door lock. The door slowly opened a small crack. Lin Yu quickly stepped in and then gently closed the cold storage door. A cool chill came, and Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Few come in." Hannah jumped back onto his shoulder, and the ink dissipated in the air. There is no surveillance in the cold storage where the remains are stored, and no one usually comes. So after entering here, Lin Yu has more time. Because of the current relatively good public security situation in society, most freezers have not been used. Lin Yu followed the labels in front of the few refrigerator doors that were not in use, and soon found the one where Xia Yu's body was stored. Later, Lin Yu opened the freezer door and opened the body bag, and saw the bluish-white body with slightly frosted skin. There was a deep wound on the body's neck. Lin Yu could imagine that he was probably caught off guard and hit with an axe by fluoxetine. Even with the hideous wounds and discolored skin, Lin Yu still felt that the girl was sleeping when she looked at that beautiful and well-behaved face. This face is so relatable. Lin Yu gently touched her face and sighed. Hannah looked at the corpse in front of her and fell into thinking. "Director, how are you going to take this out? If I take her with me, my stealth disguise will only last 10 minutes. Lin Yu shook his head. "No, we're not taking her." After saying that, Lin Yu thought for a moment, as if he had thought of something. He gently broke one of Xia Yu's fingers and put it away. "We can't let your mother have no ashes to pay homage to." Then, Lin Yu sighed and put the remaining part on the floor. He took out a black torch from his arms and lit the whole body on fire. Pale flames ignited and instantly engulfed the entire corpse. Just a few minutes later, Xia Yu's body disappeared. Then, Lin Yu gently pushed the cabinet door open. After cleaning up all possible traces, he took Hannah and left the Beiqiao District Public Security Bureau again. After eating a bowl of noodles in the restaurant opposite, Lin Yu left here on his bicycle. Hannah, the little octopus lying on Lin Yu's shoulder, whose color had darkened slightly due to fatigue, spoke. "Quack, Director. What are you planning?" "I want to steal her identity," Lin Yu said calmly. "But even if her body disappeared, she has been confirmed dead," Hannah said puzzledly. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Ahaha, those players may not think so." In that report, Order confirmed that Xia Yu died at the hands of fluoxetine because of the list of the Psychological Society and fluoxetine's movements. I think Order probably has not confirmed what Xia Yu's body looks like, and even fluoxetine himself certainly hasn't confirmed it. What they believe is still the reports issued by the non-player police station and the information they have found out. Order has this power. But if a new message comes, the original body is missing, how will these organizations react? It's not long before the cremation time of Xia Yu's body. Probably Order and Night Watch will try to cover this up while making two reasonable guesses. The first is that someone stole Xia Yu's body. The second is they will guess that maybe Xia Yu didn't die at all, especially when they confirm that Xia Yu herself has reappeared. Lin Yu said, exhaling. Of course, if that's all, this plan still has the last two loopholes. But one of these two loopholes has already been filled by me. If everyone was to discover the illusion that Xia Yu is not dead at the first opportunity, Lin Yu could have made the disappearance of Xia Yu's body more sensational. An explosion or the use of mask to deliberately leave the scene of Xia Yu stumbling out of the police station on the surveillance camera, these are enough to resurrect Xia Yu and become a real hammer. But Lin Yu didn't do that, because what he wants is not Xia Yu's resurrection, but he wants everyone to think that Xia Yu is not dead. Because the Order's investigation was not thorough enough, the truth at that time was somewhat vague. In the case where ordinary people are investigating players, and the death game interferes with the thinking of ordinary people, it is entirely possible for players to use some props disguised as their own corpses to achieve suspended animation. There is even precedent for such an approach. However, here is the first loophole about Xia Yu time. Xia Yu was killed by fluoxetine in the afternoon, and her body was found before midnight. The fact that she died in the afternoon has not been erased. If Xia Yu is really a newcomer with full potential, then either she passed the first copy and the fact of her death was directly reversed and disappeared. Either she failed to pass the first novice copy, and the fact of death still exists. According to the judgment of fluoxetine and the Psychological Association, Xia Yu is not a player in the afternoon. Players do have many magical and wonderful methods. They can use some magical props to deceive the police and make them mistake the fake corpse for the real corpse. And the player has every incentive to do so, especially when being killed by another player. Concealing the fact that he is still alive can save his life. But how could a non-player do this? And what reason would there be for doing so? Fortunately, Lin Yu has already filled this loophole in advance. He parked his bicycle at the entrance of a shopping mall, walked into the fire escape in a blind spot where no one cared, put on a set of prepared clothes, and quickly activated mask and fake. After Lin Yu wandered around the mall for a while, he took out another brand new mobile phone and took a taxi to the commercial street in the center of Jiangxing City. Today, in addition to visiting Xia Yu and destroying her body, he also had an invitation to attend. He got out of the online car-hailing service and came to an elegant coffee shop. He walked straight to the bar and sat down. Beside her, there was already sitting an extremely young girl, wearing a peaked cap and sunglasses, sipping a fruity coffee drink filled with foamed cream. Hey, Onion, there was quite a lot of commotion in the past 2 days. Lin Yu, who was crossing his legs, pulled down his sunglasses, glanced at Zhu Ming, who was wearing a floral shirt and jeans, and said, "It seems that you are very well informed, but let's not talk about this for now. You said before that you killed more than 500,000 players in the hunting club bounty. We have confirmed it, and it is correct. The red Fuji of the Predator has been confirmed dead. The time and place are the same, as you said." "That's right, and the photo evidence you submitted is enough to prove it. Although there are rumors that it was done by a new and popular doctor, but you can make him voluntarily give the credit to you, which is also proof of your ability and strength. Anyway, congratulations. You have completed one of the 3 conditions. Next, you only need to complete one more condition." Lin Yu said, and Lin Yu nodded. "Okay, I understand. So which one do you choose? Enter the game with us once, or join another organization?" Lin Yu turned over his hand and pulled out a black card. "If you choose the former, this is the team card. We have already discussed the candidates and Mountaineer, and I will conduct this in-dungeon assessment," Lin Yu said, seemingly certain that Lin Yu would choose the former. After all, Miss Zhu Ming made it very clear when she first came to the door. She offended the Predators and the Psychological Society and did not like order. Although she still doesn't know how this guy offended the Psychological Society, she did have a big grudge against the Predator over what happened on the ferry on the river. Even the Red Fuji, who completed the first mission, is also a core figure of the Predator. Although she came into contact with a guy named Mei Mei a few days ago, she seems to have some contact with a new star who is about to join the Order. But considering the operation and temperament of Zhu Ming, Lin Yu was very sure that she would not join and could not join Order. So, this guy can't join the Psychological Society, right? But unexpectedly, Lin Yu gently picked up the team card, played with it in his hands, and then stuffed it back into Lin Yu's jacket pocket. "I choose 2. It won't be too late for everyone to truly become partners and cooperate in dungeons together," Lin Yu said gently, and looked at the stunned Lin Yu. "Sorry, I'm quite suspicious." Lin Yu came back to his senses and shook his head. "It doesn't matter. This choice is very interesting. But can you tell me which organization you plan to join?" "Psychological Society," Lin Yu said without thinking. "Huh? Those crazy people? Don't you have a grudge against them?" Lin Yu asked subconsciously. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Yes, but recently I discovered it seems to be just a bit of a misunderstanding." He looked at Lin Yu and said softly, "Do you think people from the Psychological Society will make mistakes in their evaluation?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Maybe. For example, these bees are said to have only ordered AC for the Grandmaster, and they also ordered an A for me. How could I only order an A? 6 copies as far as upgrading is concerned. It's an A+. Lin Yu touched his chin and said. Lin Yu smiled lightly. "It's not that the potential given to me was wrong. It's just that this Psychological Society will pull potential non-players into the game through assassination. This is what makes me and them. There are some misunderstandings." What do you mean? Lin Yin frowned even more tightly. Lin Yu did not answer this question directly, but pointed to his face. On Yin, I realized the importance of disguising myself in the first dungeon. So in every dungeon, I cover my face as much as possible and left as few survivors as possible. But later on, I got a prop that can slightly adjust my appearance. Lin Yu gently lifted a thin film from his face. This time the film has no meaning in existence and is transformed from a fake. When uncovering the film formed by the fake, Lin Yu also happened to activate the mask that was stuck in time. Anyway, now that I have confirmed that I will join you, and after several contacts, it seems that it is not very relevant to see you in person. Lin Yu's face has undergone some subtle changes, and his appearance has become closer to the prototype of the original Zhu Ming character. Looking at Lin Yin, who was a little stunned, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Anyway, this can be regarded as the assessment I left for you. Based on my current face and what I just said, let's find out why I suddenly changed my mind and convince myself that I can join this psychological society. I'll give you one more tip, by the way. The codename Zhu Ming comes from Huainanzi Tianwen's son." With that said, Lin Yu stood up and walked towards the door of the coffee shop. It is true that according to the judgment of the psychological society, when fluoxetine killed Xiaoyu, she was just an ordinary person with high potential but had not entered the game of death. But what if the psychological society is wrong? At this moment, Lin Yu's side face was reflected in the glass showcase. With the corpse I saw just a few hours ago and the girl in the black and white photo, unmistakable after bidding farewell to Lin Yin, Lin Yu once again found a corner to change his appearance. It's just that this time his changed appearance is Old Yao. With Lao Yao's face, Lin Yu naturally wanted to find the tycoon. Soon, he came to the tycoon's fixed monster spawning spot, the abandoned restaurant. Lin Yu knew the rules and took out his cell phone first to send a message to the tycoon. "Boss, are you there?" After this period of getting along, the tycoon seemed to have figured out something about Old Yao's temperament. He did not reply to Lao Yao on his mobile phone. Instead, he directly opened the window on the second floor. "Come up." The tycoon waved to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face still showed a flattered and happy expression, and he ran upstairs quickly and came to the tycoon's office. After pushing the door open and entering, the tycoon sat on the sofa and smiled at Old Yao, unable to hide his tiredness on his face. "What's up?" Lin Yu rubbed his hands and showed an embarrassed expression. There are a lot of things going on in Jiangxing these days. All kinds of monsters are coming to our Jiangsheng to run wild. "Boss, as the Dinghai Shenzhen of Jiangsheng, you will have to work day and night even if you're not afraid of the little ones. I just wanted to come and see you." Lin Yu paused as he spoke and then added another sentence. "Your family should be fine, right?" The tycoon looked at Old Yao, a little surprised at first. His eyebrows twitched twice, and then he laughed and cursed. "Damn it, Lao Yao, I know you are well-informed, but you are too well-informed." Lin Yu had a sly smile on his face. "We are a low-class business and a trivial little person. In the past, mixed lance students knew the importance of information. Now if you make a mistake in this game, you will be doomed. My own abilities are limited, so naturally I have to make friends and build good relationships. Of course, holding on tight is the most important thing. It's just because you're the backer now that those people can speak much easier." After saying this, the tycoon nodded, and he was indeed not annoyed. This is also Lin Yu's confidence. Having watched the whole thing from the high street that day, he naturally knew how fluoxetine threatened the tycoon's family. Although it seems that only fluoxetine himself knows about this matter, the tycoon is usually high-profile and upright, and is a big brother-like figure in Jiang City. It is not difficult to know his family background. And that day, the tycoon came down from the elevated bridge and hurried home without hiding it from the many peripheral members of the Order and predators who were squatting by the bridge. This matter is indeed not a secret. And Lin Yu also understands the tycoon. With multidimensional and multi-identity contact, Lin Yu understands the tycoon far better than the tycoon understands Old Yao. Therefore, he knew very well that in his relatively harmless capacity, Lao Yao used this testing and obviously purposeful utilitarian tone to build relationships, expose the fact that it might be embarrassing for the tycoon, and it will not make the tycoon disgusted and alert. On the contrary, he may feel that old Yao is honest in a sense. So, the tycoon leaned back on his chair and directly told Lin Yu the answer. I was put on a video by a little girl from this psychological society. She really deserves to be a psychology person. The tycoon leaned back and said in a tired tone, I rushed home only to find a pure camera on the ground in front of my house. No one at all. He rubbed his face hard, and Lin Yu also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, boss, that's a good thing, but why do you look so lethargic? Sure enough, you're still exhausted mentally and physically, right? The tycoon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shit, the main reason is that I had another quarrel with my old man after I got home. Damn it, I should have known better than to go back. And my eldest brother, too. Forget it. It's really unlucky. The tycoon waved his hands, looking bored. Lin Yu looked at the expression on the face of the tycoon, who was already in his 40s and had reached his 40s. He always felt like he was seeing a rebellious adolescent boy who ran away from home and scolded his father in the internet cafe with his classmates. I don't know if it's because every family has a sutra that's difficult to recite, or if it's because the man will be a teenager until he dies. In short, Lin Yu didn't intend to ask any more questions, so he just made a ha-ha and passed away. It's good that your family is fine. It's just a pity. Without you, those bastards would probably be far away. It's a pity that the Friends of Order didn't stop them, Lin Yu said regretfully. Although he has not yet joined the Order, he has already joined the Freedom Alliance and is a core member of the Predators. The messages on Lin Yin and Tiangong's mobile phones he just met allowed him to roughly piece together what happened after he left that day. Order played the life-saving card of Qian Huan at the cost of 2 administrators being seriously injured, and was rescued by the people of the Freedom Alliance at a huge cost. The members of this psychological society who came to support fluoxetine also suffered injuries. Not a minor injury. As for the Predators, although Yu ran away, he found many core members of the Predators. Those who were not killed on the spot due to fierce resistance have now been locked up in a unified place. These are the news that the tycoon has not yet shared within Jiangantang. The tycoon was somewhat accustomed to Lao Yao being well-informed, so he simply shared his views with him directly. Although many people ran away, we still gained something. Order is still satisfied with this operation. There are so many troublemakers, but in the end, only one bridge collapsed, and not many ordinary people were involved. It is a blessing among misfortunes, the tycoon said with emotion. Then he waved his hand. Let's not talk about these for now. Anyway, it has little to do with our Jiang'an Hall. I've been so busy these days that I forgot to ask you, Lao Yao, how is your upgrading? Which direction should I choose? Lin Yu chuckled. Thanks to you and Senior Wang Shu, I passed the test smoothly. Now, I'm also at the first level. The item I choose is Miraculous Pouch. As Lin Yu spoke, a lot of belief surged through the tycoon. That's right. You've reached the first level. His voice revealed approval. But why did you choose Miraculous Capsule? Do you have enough frontal attacks? Of course Lin Yu is enough. I chose Miraculous Bag because he now has no shortage of attack methods. But Lin Yu couldn't show it. He scratched his head and said, I have no means of frontal combat at all, so I plan to avoid the battle if I can. As the saying goes, make use of strengths and avoid weaknesses. Lin Yu said, and the tycoon nodded. That's one way. Anyway, it's a good thing if the upgrade goes smoothly. In the worst case, I'll help you find a suitable prop. Later, your contribution to solving the puzzle this time is very great. In addition to the reward from Order, I also have to reward you. But let's wait until you have digested all the benefits of upgrading. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. The tycoon's words made him unable to express his expectation and gratitude for the promised reward, props. After digesting all the benefits of upgrading, what does this mean? Isn't professional items all the benefits? The tycoon laughed. You wouldn't know it just by looking at it. Come on, let me, this 4th level, educate you on science, and also save you from taking some detours. In addition to allowing you to gain more abilities, the more important function of upgrading is Deepen your connection with the many worlds of the game of death. Chevanikor left Lin Yu was slightly shocked when he heard the tycoon's words. Similar words were mentioned by his senior student Shun Bingyao before. Upgrading is the process of letting another world remember you firmly. But apparently, at that time, the senior sister probably thought that she was still too early to be promoted, so she did not elaborate on it. From the tycoon, his words, it was not difficult for Lin Yu to deduce. There are other benefits to upgrading, and this benefit is closely related to letting another world remember you. The tycoon looked at Lin Yu, smiled, and said, "You must have noticed that in fact, many dungeon worlds in the game of death are interconnected. Although not all dungeons are a whole, some dungeons are indeed related to each other. I can't go into details. Just like you, as a player, can't mention the game of death to ordinary people. As a high-level player, I can't disclose some information to low-level players." Lin Yu nodded. "There is actually such a saying." The tycoon grinned. "This is why there is so little news about upgrade. In short, in the process of you being gradually remembered by another world, in addition to you will get the upgrade trial itself, the special props, rewards given to you will give you new abilities. More importantly, you will get more permissions. As a player, you have to endure a lot of inconveniences, but even if you put aside the profession, you have almost more superpowers than ordinary people. Superpower. These are what permissions bring to you, such as the prop space that all players have." The tycoon said with a smile, and took out a cigar out of thin air. Obviously, this was a prop cigar. When you enter the death game, the most basic permission you get is the prop space, and as a first-level player, you can also get new permissions. Lin Yu scratched his head. He had already completed a dungeon after being upgraded, so why hadn't he heard of this authority? The tycoon seemed to see Lin Yu's doubts and laughed. "You have to wait until you enter the dungeon again and encounter a suitable opportunity before you can obtain this authority. Anyway, I'll give you a piece of advice. Try to build a good relationship with friendly NPCs and work hard to obtain an identity that can be used repeatedly in another world. By then you will probably understand why we call each other codenames and why the forum enjoys such high prestige among players." The tycoon said that although Lin Yu was a little confused, he had a vague understanding. But he was old Yao, after all, at the moment, so he could only scratch his head. "Okay, I remember the boss, and I will work hard," Lin Yu said, and the tycoon nodded. "Looking forward to your good news, Lao Yao. By the way, let me tell your doctor friend that Order is very optimistic about him, and now I really want to know how he is doing. This is from a little inside information obtained through my connections." As the tycoon said, Lin Yu looked happy. "I'm going. May is going to be a great success." Then, Lin Yu sighed again, but he is not in a very good condition now. You know, he is lucky to be alive. He is also quite stubborn. Before he joined the Order, he was too embarrassed to bother others. So he is currently hiding to recover and wait for the next copy. As Lin Yu spoke, the tycoon couldn't help but sigh. What a good character. No wonder he was attracted by Order. I feel like your friend will have a bright future after joining. Lin Yu nodded, looking fascinated. Yes, then I will have another powerful backer. Then, Lin Yu changed the topic and said something again. But I'm still not as good as you. At least that guy didn't tell me about permissions. Lin Yu said, and the tycoon laughed twice. Haha, I probably think it's unnecessary. Okay, old Yao, when this turmoil subsides completely in a while, I will find you an official position in Jiang'anhalda. The tycoon said with emotion. We at Jiang'antang do not lack the backbone of the force, but compared to a truly large organization, the high-end force is still too lacking. Old Yao, it would be great if you could just jump to the 3rd level. Ahaha, you're just kidding. Lin Yu also laughed. Hey, I think so too. Thank you, boss. I'll go back first. I have to prepare the next copy. Lin Yu said goodbye to the tycoon with a smile and left the abandoned restaurant. Now old Yao's identity is slowly on the right track, and there's an unexpected gain, a very important piece of information. Sure enough, upgrading is not that simple. And what exactly the forum is really makes me a little concerned. It was already afternoon and almost dinner time. A whole day of high-intensity infiltration and performances, changing 3 identities in a row and rushing to 3 venues. made Lin Yu feel exhausted again. The last time I was so tired was when I was setting up a trap to kill the predator gang. Go home and take a rest. Lin Yu breathed out. Although there is still a loophole in his identity on the side of Zhu Ming that has not been filled, he is really a little too tired. What's more, there is a final exam next week, and I have to review on the weekend. Lin Yu rubbed his temple and said painfully, even though the things in the death game are very important, the final exam cannot be left behind. Lin Yu not only wants to live, but also wants to live a stable and happy life. Therefore, things in real life cannot be delayed. After riding a bicycle back home, Sister Lin Zhao was not at home. Sometimes on weekends, her small restaurant business is good, and Lin Zhao will leave work later to earn more. Although Lin Yu has begun to slowly express the message to his sister that I can make a lot of money recently, it is not easy to completely change Lin Zhao's habits at once. After simply stir-frying scallion oil, meat sauce, and egg sauce as toppings, and adding some hand-rolled noodles to deal with 2 bites, Lin Yu returned to the study and started studying. After eating and returning to the room, Hannah spoke in a low voice. Guada, director, although you are good at cooking, why don't you let me help you cook? Lin Yu looked at Hannah, whose 2 tentacles were pointing at him like fingers, and patted his head belatedly. Oh, I forgot you can cook. It's mainly because my sister usually cooks, so you're not needed. Hannah scratched her head. Gua? Is that the director's sister? But she looks younger than you. Hannah said, and Lin Yu laughed dumbly. It's a pity that I can't take you to see my sister. Otherwise, she will be so happy if you say this to her. After reviewing at home for a whole weekend, Lin Yu felt that he should be ready for the final week exam. He usually has a serious temperament when studying, and he loves performing. He completes daily group assignments and attendance checks very well. Although I have inevitably skipped more classes than before due to the death game in the past month, my usual scores are definitely relatively high. In addition, Lin Yu now has a lot of money and no longer needs to study hard and rely on the 3 melons and 2 dates from the scholarship to support his family. The exam goal has become as long as he can pass. Therefore, Lin Yu is relatively confident that he can pass the exam. After completing a weekend of study, Lin Yu also decided to start working on the death game again. He got on his bicycle and was ready to fill in the last hole in the identity of Xiaoyu and Zhu Ming. Not long after, Lin Yu came to Jiangxing No. 6 Middle School, which he had visited once before. After all, if the identities of Zhu Ming and Xiaoyu are to be merged, the last loophole is Chunjua. Unexpectedly, even though a month had passed, the security guard actually recognized Lin Yu. Hey, young man, are you here to give books to your brother again? The guard said happily, and Lin Yu shook his head. No, uncle. He didn't bring his mobile phone. He had guests at home and booked a restaurant out for the evening. His parents asked me to run over and tell him to go directly to the restaurant after school. Lin Yu said with the same smile, casually making up a lie that the guard would not suspect was a lie even if he thought about it 10 times. So the uncle naturally let Lin Yu in. With the experience last time, Lin Yu made sure that there was no physical education class in Chunjua's class on the playground this time, before going to the teaching building. Arriving at the door of Grade 2 and Grade 5, Lin Yu took a look through the rear window and saw that English was being taught inside. Chunjua was sleeping soundly on his stomach in the last row. Lin Yu looked at the time and saw that get out of class would end in less than 10 minutes, so he simply stood at the back door of the classroom and waited. After a while, the get out of class bell rang. After the teacher left, Lin Yu grabbed a student directly at the door. Classmate, please call Chunjua and tell him that his family has something to ask him. The student who was caught naturally would not refuse, so he turned around and ran into the classroom, shaking Chunjua awake. Brother Zhua, wake up. Your family came to school to find you. Lin Yu watched the sleepy Chunjua wake up and thought about it. Judging from the attitude of the boy who reported the news just now, Chunjua should have never been bullied by his classmates since the last time. Moreover, he seems to be doing well in the class. That's right. After all, he has experienced 3 more copies since the last time. His strength must have improved again. Even though he wouldn't use those props to deal with ordinary people, his strong spirit honed through life and death battles was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary students. I just don't know. After he has a deeper understanding of the death game and becomes more mature, will he be able to see through his original lies? After waking up, Chunjua looked around and soon found Lin Yu standing at the door. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and he walked quickly towards Lin Yu. Feeling the trust emerging from the other party, Lin Yu curled his lips. Well, at least for now, this little fat guy still considers himself a game administrator. I saw Chunjua walking quickly in front of Lin Yu, and then spoke excitedly. Administrator, what's the matter? Let's find a quiet place to talk. With that said, Chunjua led Lin Yu quickly towards the storage room at the corner of the corridor. There were already a few arrogant students smoking there. When they saw that Chunjua was coming with someone, they quickly calmed down. Brother Zhua, Chunjua nodded. Make some space, my cousin and I have something to talk about. As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and threw it over, and some gangsters who didn't look like good students spoke with playful smiles. Come on, Brother Zhua. You and our eldest brother have a good chat. With that said, a few gangsters left this relatively quiet space to Chunjua and Lin Yu. Seeing the scene just now, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh even more. Chunjua not only did well, he even did better than he imagined. Have you learned to smoke? Lin Yu looked at Chunjua and asked. Chunjua shook his head, pretending to be profound. I just learned how to control people. Having power alone will only make others fear you. But having power and being willing to benefit others will make people fear you. Chunjua said firmly. Lin Yu laughed dumbly. Which anime or novel is this? Chunjua also succeeded. He scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, I made it up myself. I don't smoke. I just found that after they confirmed that I was better at fighting, I would give them some cigarettes, and I could maintain a pretty good relationship. They bullied you before and didn't come back with the intention of taking revenge? Lin Yu looked at Chunjua and said. Chunjua grinned. I've thought about it, but I've beaten it once before, and then it became boring. I just don't want to bully me, and I don't want to bully others or bully them back. Of course, maybe I'm too kind and weak. Chunjua said mockingly, and then looked at Lin Yu. By the way, Mr. Manager, you came to my door. Could it be that you saw the post I posted online? Post? Lin Yu had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it, just pretending to be profound and nodding noncommittally. Part of the reason, but more importantly, it's because you have great potential, so I've been paying attention to you. Lin Yu said. Chunjua was very excited. Really? I didn't know I had great potential, but the last dungeon was so dangerous and I survived. Maybe you are right, Administrator. Then, as if Chunjua realized something, he said tentatively, Administrator, are you a little dissatisfied with my attempt to hire experts to form a team with me online? Chunjua said carefully, and Lin Yu finally reacted. The post this otaku is talking about is probably a paid escort post he posted on the forum. Many newcomers will seek help from experts at the cost of forum points, excellent props, or even cash to guide them through the dungeon and teach them the precautions usually required for that type of dungeon. And after realizing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized that this seemed to be a God-given opportunity. Because of the existence of Chunjua, there will always be loopholes in the identities of Zhu Ming and Xiaoyu. It is even possible to expose the fact that he and Xiaoyu were once in the same instance. Therefore, Lin Yu had already made the worst plan to get rid of Chunjua, or use a deceitful tongue, to see if he could change his perception. Although he would lose someone who firmly believed that he was an administrator, little fat people may have a lot less convenience. But for Lin Yu, it was also a sacrifice that had to be made. But if Chunjua is looking for a master to take him to participate in a copy, Lin Yu's mind became active. It seems like things are going to turn around. To be fair, Lin Yu still hopes to find a way to make Chunjua realize that Xiaoyu is not dead without killing him. On the one hand, before Lin Yu used the rollback, Chunjua's behavior of dying to protect himself still made Lin Yu remember it a little. Although it is useless, this little fat man is really righteous. On the other hand, mainly because if the identity of administrator can continue to come true, Lin Yu thinks it is always a good thing. Moreover, there are not many players like Chunjua who are so honest and easy to deceive and have established a natural trust relationship with him. Lin Yu still remembers that the first pot of gold he made by using the death game was completed by relying on Chunjua. Without Chunjua, those fake props would not be true. Such a useful tool, man. He did not die in the copy, and it was really a bit unbearable for Lin Yu to kill him himself. It is precisely because Chunjua believes in himself that Lin Yu feels that there may be some room for operation. So, Lin Yu coughed lightly, and the plan in his mind gradually emerged. Ahem, I have no objection to you finding someone. After all, it is within the reasonable scope of the game rules. Of course, this does not mean that I want to take you personally. Lin Yu looked at Chunjua, who was shining in front of him, and waved his hand. If you are willing, I happen to know that there is a player who has completed the upgrade and passed 8 dungeons. He is short of money and is taking some odd jobs recently. Lin Yu paused and said to Chunjua, besides, she's an old acquaintance of yours. Chunjua said curiously, my old acquaintance. Then Lin Yu nodded. Yes, your old acquaintance. Chunjua showed a happy face. That's great. Who is she? Lin Yu patted Chunjua on the shoulder. Then I will call her over when you get out of school at noon. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Then Lin Yu left very casually, leaving Chunjua with an expectant face. And then Lin Yu also wandered around the entrance of Jiangxi No. 6 Middle School and found a fast food hamburger restaurant to sit for a while. By the way, I ordered a set meal from this burger restaurant that seems to be targeting students to fill my stomach. You can buy 3 burgers for 10 yuan. Although the burgers are pitifully small, it is so expensive, Lin Yu does not dislike them, and eats these burgers slowly. And after Lin Yu swallowed the last bite of the burger, he actually got some unexpected gains. Stingy rich. Next, when you use any consumable props, there's a 50% chance that it will not be consumed. Next, when you use any props and abilities with a cooldown time, there is a 50% chance that it will not enter the cooldown. Remaining duration, 24 hours. A buff was actually refreshed. Seeing that there is such a good thing, Lin Yu immediately took out the Elysian Immortal Pot to activate the ability and turn this thing into a fairy wine, although one of the stored gains will be wasted, in Lin Yu's opinion. The usefulness of this gain effect is definitely not inferior to Sweet Luck. If you save Prophecy Teeth or Tongue of Deception once, you'll make a big profit. Or you can greatly shorten the cooling time of Mask and Fake, which is also a good benefit. Looking at this gain, Lin Yu was in a good mood, and he also had a better impression of Chunjua. It is said that fools have good luck. This little fat guy may be a lucky star. He looks pleasing. I feel blessed to be around him. Lin Yu felt that Chunjua was better alive. After storing the gain in the form of Immortal Brew, Lin Yu also began to explain new lines to Hannah. You will say a few simple words later and then leave. Lin Yu said to Hannah using soul communication. After this period of time, this little octopus has become more proficient in how to use illusion ink. Originally, she could not even imitate her uncle with this skill and could only create a bluffing illusion. Now, with Lin Yu's acting class and quick skills for lines, Hannah's illusion is real enough. After hearing Lin Yu's instructions, Hannah looked serious. Quack. Got it, director. I promise to complete the task. Then, Hannah began to recite and practice the lines in a low voice. Time passed quickly. Chunjua, who had been absent-minded for the whole morning, rushed out of the school quickly, and then saw Lin Yu smiling and waving at him under the shade of the tree. Administrator, I'm here. Where's the master you mentioned? Chunjua looked around excitedly. He thought about it for a whole morning and couldn't figure out which of his acquaintances was a master who had completed the advanced. It couldn't be one of his group friends, right? After all, Chunjua had no friends in reality, only some good friends in the two-dimensional group chat. Even though his status in school has improved, Chunjua still feels that he can't talk to those bad guys. Although some of them watch anime and play mobile games, Chunjua despises them. These people just treat the beautiful two-dimensional world as a social item, only know how to chase popular IPs and play bad memes, and don't understand the true beauty of the two-dimensional world. But if there are experts in the group, Chunjua couldn't help imagining that he would hold his thigh tightly and take off, and then the two of them would kill all the enemies together in the dangerous dungeon and establish a deep friendship. By the way, there seemed to be a few people in the group who had never opened the microphone. Maybe it was a very cute girl. Just when Chunjua was daydreaming, Lin Yu in front of him spoke again, interrupting his fantasy. "Okay, the person is here," Lin Yu said softly. Chunjua turned his head and looked, and then he did see a weak girl who could be called beautiful or even moving. It's just that the other party was obviously not his group friend. Although they only met once, Chunjua couldn't help but scream. Why is it you? Didn't you fail the first dungeon?" Although he didn't know the other party's name, it was the first dungeon, after all, and Chunjua remembered almost everyone's appearance clearly. And he had an extra memory point about Xiaoyu. "I know you. The administrator said that you're the one who killed the lone walker." Chunjua looked at Lin Yu on the side. "What's going on, admin? Didn't you say I was the only one who cleared the level?" Lin Yu smiled apologetically. "Sorry, this is also a white lie, because the lady was behind you and covered in blood. She was almost killed with others. I was worried that you would collapse in the settlement space, so I didn't remind you to look back." The weak girl, the girl in the image of veterinarian Xiaoyu, smiled and said, "Yes, Xiaobang. I was behind you at the time. Nice to meet you again." Lin Yu's explanation to Chunjua must be difficult for ordinary people to believe for a while. But, fortunately, Chunjua's trust index for Lin Yu was particularly high. Even though this reason sounds a bit nonsense, Chunjua still nodded convinced. "Wow, brother administrator, you are so kind-hearted. You actually think about my mental health so much." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Okay, I have other things to be busy with, and time is precious. It is up to you to discuss the cooperation between the two of you." After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and left, walking to the other side of the road. Before Chunjua had time to say goodbye, he saw a car passing by. Then, the other party's figure suddenly disappeared. Chunjua showed an expression of admiration. What a powerful ability. You can appear and disappear. You are worthy of being a manager. And the disappeared, Lin Yu. Naturally, it is not Lin Guzin, but an illusion created by Hannah. And Xiaoyu standing there was disguised by Lin Yu himself using the mask. Lin Yu also quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hannah, who had remained invisible, crawling back from the rolling wheels of the road safely and jumping back onto his shoulders. Finally, a perfect exit. But then, she will continue to negotiate with Chunjua as Xiaoyu. Chunjua looked at Lin Yushua's disguise as Xiaoyu and coughed lightly. "Ahem, that means you weren't actually a new player at that time, right?" Hearing Chunjua ask this question straight to the point, Lin Yu nodded with great relief. He was really afraid that Chunjua hadn't noticed this. "Yes, but I'm not much more senior than you. It was just my 5th dungeon. I just entered the game 1 month earlier than you." Chunjua looked a little excited after hearing this. "Oh, does this mean that this situation occurs because my hiding score is very high?" The novice dungeon has already been matched with players who have passed 4 dungeons. Through cross-confirmation by a large number of players, everyone usually knows. Excluding the interference of team cards and other props, each copy has a certain range between the difficulty of the game of death copy and the other players a player can encounter in the copy. Within the range, the difference between the player with the strongest overall strength and the weakest player in this dungeon is generally not very large. Although the novice dungeon is special, under normal circumstances, the entire game will be filled with new players. However, if the potential among the novices is too high and the hidden strength is very strong, and the new players in the same batch cannot collect monsters of the same level, there may be situations where non-novice players will join the new player dungeon. This situation is extremely rare, probably as rare as encountering a high-level NPC that can recognize the player as a player. Therefore, Chunjua became more and more excited. "You and I were the only survivors in that dungeon. Does this mean that among all the newcomers in that dungeon—" "Sorry, maybe you are overthinking." Lin Yu gently interrupted Chunjua in an extremely gentle tone. the one with the most potential in that dungeon, so much so that he even pulled me in to balance it, should be the one soldier and loner. Having said this, Lin Yu showed a very gentle smile and spoke in a joking tone. You should really thank me. If I hadn't dealt with those two guys, you would have faced them. Well, although it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Xiaoyu said. Chanjua didn't say anything harsh and immediately spoke respectfully. Thank you, sister, for saving my life. I hope you can continue to take me flying. What should I call you? Zhu Ming. Lin Yu said his pseudonym skillfully. This is my code name. Where's yours? Chanjua said, Ahem, my forum ID is AI Jiang Yixing. You can call me Xiaozhua. Although it was expected that Chanjua's forum ID would be very abstract, Lin Yu did not expect it to be so abstract. Therefore, Lin Yu could only regard Xiaoyu's character as someone who did not understand the two-dimensional culture at all and showed appropriate doubts. Your forum ID has nothing to do with Xiaozhua, right? Yes, Xiaozhua is my nickname in real life. Chanjua replied honestly. After all, if you go by ID, calling me 5 words is very troublesome and a bit shameful. It's also a bit weird to call me Yisheng or Xiao. Then can I just call you Xiao AI or AI Jiang? Lin Yu blinked and asked curiously and puzzledly. Chanjua's expression changed drastically. That's not okay. This is too blasphemous. You must not call me that. Just call me Xiaozhua. Seeing Chanjua reacting so excitedly, Lin Yu also pursed his lips slightly. Okay, in this case, wouldn't it be better to set the forum ID to Xiaozhua from the beginning? That won't work either. Chanjua's voice remained firm, and his eyes showed an extremely tenacious this is faith. An expression of don't understand but respect appeared on Lin Yu's face. I roughly understand. Let's stop talking about the title first. Let's talk about team formation. Since that is your novice dungeon, the next one you're going to participate in is the 5th dungeon, right? Lin Yu asked. Chanjua nodded. Yes. It's not an upgraded dungeon. Why did you ask a senior player to take you there? Lin Yu asked puzzledly. Is your dungeon very difficult? Whether it's points or props, the best solution is to keep them in your own hands and exchange them for your own strength, right? No, Senior Zhu Ming. Chanjua shook his head. As you said, I was so successful in the 1st dungeon that when I was in the 2nd dungeon, I despised the game and thought I could become the aloof and strong man. So he almost lost his life. I've learned since then that even though I have potential, I'm a better team player. So, for the 3rd and 4th dungeons, I hired some experienced players to help me pass the level. Although there was no leveling up, it did go a lot smoother after someone helped me. Chanjua said seriously. Being able to find others to help you is also a manifestation of strength, isn't it? After hearing Chanjua's words, Lin Yu thought for a moment and spoke again. I don't have any objections to taking you once, but if you continue like this, the points will eventually be spent. After hearing this, Chanjua looked at Lin Yu and said suddenly, Have you not read my post yet? You can search my forum ID and see. Chanjua said, his tone full of confidence. Hearing Chanjua's confident tone, Lin Yu also became interested. He immediately took out the mobile phone belonging to Zhu Ming and opened the forum app on it. Although he is a reserve member of the Freedom Alliance, he is not a formal member after all, so Lin Yu's account as Zhu Ming has not been cleared yet. He searched for the ID AI Jiang Yixing Tue and quickly saw the latest post posted by Chanjua. I sincerely invite 2 people to form a team with me to help me pass the dungeon. I will provide a team card with 300 points for each person. Anyone who is interested can chat privately. Looking at the post sent by Chanjua, Lin Yu looked at him in shock. 300 points? The cash discount is 30,000 yuan. Although it is no longer a particularly large number for Lin Yu now, it is not small either. And Lin Yu knew it very well. Points are much more difficult to obtain than money. With 300 points, you could buy a very useful weapon, which may even have some special effects. Chanjua could actually take out 600 points casually. You've only passed for dungeons, right? Where did you get so many points? Lin Yu asked with some confusion. Then, he added, It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. I respect your secrets. After all, everyone has secrets. I was just subconsciously curious, sorry. Hearing what Lin Yu said, Chunjua hurriedly took the initiative to explain. You were introduced by the administrator brother, and it was indeed because of you that I got through the first dungeon without doing anything. So, it doesn't hurt to tell you. What's more, I feel that you are a trustworthy and good person. My intuition is very accurate. Chunjua said confidently, and then explained directly. However, there is actually nothing special to say. The reason why I have so many points is actually just because maybe I'm lucky. Chunjua scratched his head. Although I almost died in my second dungeon, I accidentally got an item that I couldn't use. Then I sold it at a rally, but a very powerful uncle from our Jiangcheng bought it for 1,000 points. I was a little worried about the second dungeon at the time, so I naturally wanted to play it safe with 1,000 points. Then I inquired about the prices and found that for ordinary experienced players who had not advanced in 10 dungeons and brought newbies to play the dungeon, the average price was it's about 30 to 50 points, or 50 if you pay for it. So I paid a bit higher. I got 120 points and hired 2 people. Then I bought 10 3-person team cards and some potions from a kind uncle. I probably spent another 7 or 800 points. The third copy was relatively smooth, but it was too smooth. I probably consumed about 100 points worth of consumables. But I got some more props. Those props were all minerals, herbs, etc., but I still couldn't use them. After I came out, I showed them to the kind uncle, and he was shocked. He directly gave me another 1,000 points for purchase. So, I thought I would continue to hire people this time. Last week, I spent 150 points and hired 2 veterans who, although not upgraded, had gone through about 15 dungeons. After that, as Chunjua said, Lin, you probably guessed it. Did you find something good again? Yes, I sold 2,000 points this time. Chunjua said very embarrassedly and added, so I increased the reward to 300 points. It's just that for some reason this time, there aren't many people applying. I'm going to pass the dungeon soon, so I filtered it out, and I feel like there aren't many that I can read. No wonder the money is so generous. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. As for why there are no people, I can understand. 300 points is too much. For players who have not advanced, they will guess whether your copy is dangerous because of this point and dare not take risks. Most death game players, especially those who stay in the forum, the group is more disciplined and doesn't take too many risks. And for advanced players, a request without knowing the details and 300 points is not easy to accept, because this kind of work is usually delegated directly to those organizations. Usually a person who has the ability to give out so many points has a wide network of contacts, and he can go directly to his acquaintances. So this is an abnormal commission. It will naturally make people wait and see. Lin Yu said. Chunjua also suddenly realized. I see. That's all thanks to the administrator. Otherwise, I might have to download the dungeon myself this time. Thank you for your willingness to take on this commission. Chunjua said respectfully again. It's okay, I'm just short of money. Lin Yu waved his hand and then asked, by the way, you just said that you hired 2 people in the first 2 copies and used 3-person team. What are your plans this time? Chunjua looked Lin Yu up and down. With you here, it is indeed safer, but if possible, would you mind adding 1 more person? Of course not. I don't worry about having more helpers. Lin Yu shook his head. Now Chunjua has believed in the identity of Xia Yu and his fabricated experience. So Lin Yu is eager to bring another person to pass on some credible information about Xia Yu's identity through Chunjua's mouth. After listening to Xia Yu's words, Chunjua tried to speak again. Then, Senior Zhu Ming, Sister Zhu Ming, I have an unwelcome request. You said that old players usually have their own connections. Do you see if there are any suitable candidates among your friends? It just so happens that this point reward is not cheap for outsiders, right? As Chunjua said, Lin Yu laughed. You want me to introduce you? Chunjua nodded. Yes, if you can bring in a reliable master, I will also give you an additional introduction fee. Lin Yu waved his hand. Forget it, but I do know a master who seems to have a schedule. But, first of all, that guy is not very reliable. Secondly, the other party is not just first level, so the price may be expensive. Finally, the guy can't collect points and may need cash or props to settle. Lin Yu said calmly, and then took out his mobile phone. If you accept, I can call her over to talk. Chunjua looked a little surprised. Of course. He only noticed one sentence Lin Yu said. Not just first level. There are actually masters of higher levels. What is unreliable and can't collect points that could be ignored and overcome. Please call her over to talk. Lin Yu nodded and immediately dialed the contact in the mobile phone. The phone rang twice and then connected. Hello? Hello? I'm getting food in the school cafeteria. What's up? And Yin, I have a job here. I need to lead someone through the game. The other party has given 300 forum points to the first level. I've accepted it. There's still one spot. Are you coming? Lin Yu said, and Lin Yin on the other end of the phone exclaimed. Oh, there is such a good thing. And you're still thinking about me? I'm so touched. Zhu Ming, you are so nice. I only thought you were a murderer who was friendly on the surface. I didn't expect you to have such a kind and considerate side. Zhu Ming, baby, you are such a cute little cake. Lin Yu listened to Lin Yin's increasingly crazy words, and his tone was still gentle. If you can't come, get out. Come on, I'll be right there. In a fast food restaurant. While Chunjua was eating his burger, he couldn't help but secretly glance at the two beautiful girls with different styles in front of him. Needless to say, Zhu Ming is a very gentle and kind big sister. She looks very elegant with her smile. The new girl was wearing a beautiful red and black uniform from a private high school. The exquisite design and texture of the fabric were not comparable to the baggy and pocket-like uniform on his body. Although he is wearing sunglasses on his face, it can still be seen that his face is small and his facial features are exquisite. However, Chunjua didn't feel much enjoyment sitting with the two of them. On the contrary, other students passing by frequently glanced sideways, making Chunjua a little nervous. On the other side, Lin Yu also took his mobile phone and finished explaining Chunjua's commission to Lin Yan. Anyway, that's what happened. This guy just passed 4 dungeons, and he bumped into me in the new dungeon. I feel like there's nothing wrong with him. He just has better luck. This is a post he commissioned. You two can discuss the specific price we can offer you. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he looked at Chunjua. Although Chunjua was sitting opposite the two of them, and he could clearly hear the conversation between the two, he still pretended to have just reacted and put down the hamburger wrapper in his hand. Oh, are you done talking? This is the price, right? Chunjua tried his best to look as professional as possible. How about you introduce yourself? Sister Zhu Ming only told me that you are a second level. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin with interest. He deliberately didn't introduce Lin Yin to Chunjua just now, just to see what kind of false identity Lin Yin would fabricate for him. And Lin Yin also understood Lin Yu's intention. She held her chin with one hand and leaned forward slightly. Well, I have 2 charging methods. One is that you give me cash worth 500 points, which is 50,000 yuan. I will tell you that I am an ordinary second-level thief, with some ordinary props and ordinary levels to ensure that nothing happens to your final copy. The other way, you have to pay me 1,000 points, but instead of giving it to me directly, I will make a list for you with props worth 1,000 points, which are sold in the forum. Only items that are paid with points are accepted. But on the contrary, no matter how difficult the next copy is, I will do my best to ensure that you are safe and sound. And if I have a chance, I will give you a wonderful gift. Lin Yin said. Chunjua couldn't help but swallowed when he heard her meaningful tone. What's the meaning? I'll only give you so much information before you make your choice. Lin Yin said, took a sip of iced Coke, and then frowned. Why is this Coke so flat? $1 and 5 cups. Don't be dissatisfied. Lin Yu said next to him. Chunjua heard Lin Yin's words and eventually fell into a battle between heaven and man. Finally, he made up his mind. I choose the latter. I also hope to take this opportunity to make friends with you. Maybe we can have long-term cooperation in the future. Chunjua said with bright eyes. Lin Yin laughed. I personally think you made a wise choice. Anyway, she pulled down her sunglasses slightly and looked at Chunjua. Let me introduce myself honestly. My name is Yin. You can also call me the thief, she said without introducing herself further. And just this name was enough to make Chunjua exclaim. Are you the master thief? That, Lin Yin nodded slightly. Yes, the newest member of the Freedom Alliance. Well, but this title may soon be replaced by the sister Zhu Ming next to her. Lin Yin chuckled and said, how about a Freedom Alliance and a reserve Freedom Alliance member take you through the dungeon? Is it exciting? Chenju was obviously shocked. This is so exciting, he murmured, a somewhat forced smile on his face. Well, is it too late to regret now? Ha, of course not. Lin Yin smiled and took out a utility knife from his pocket. Generally speaking, transactions involving 1,000 points require a deposit and notary. I didn't charge your deposit and find a notary. Naturally, it's because I am confident that I can recover this debt myself. She pushed out the utility knife blade one by one, and the sharp blade shone coldly. Okay, take out the team card. As Lin Yin said, Lin Yu looked at Chenjua. Don't be too nervous. Although it is true that the Freedom Alliance is a liquidated organization, they're not very chaotic, violent, or full of malice. This Miss Lin Yin will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but is just passionate about just stealing things. Lin Yu said and smiled. Lin Yin also curled his lips. This is true, if I have to say it. In fact, the Miss Zhu Ming who introduced me here is more dangerous. As the two sang together, Chenjua had no choice but to take out the 3-person team card from his arms tremblingly. Those two, let's start forming a team. It is said that there are 2 ways to use team card. One is to use it face-to-face, and you can successfully form a team by pinching the team card at the same time. Another method of use is said to be able to achieve remote team formation, but Lin Yu is not sure how to operate it. In short, the 3 of them reached out and pinched this 3-person team formation card, together, looking like they were playing with the pen fairy. The card holder Chun read out the sentence that could actually be read silently very imposingly. Use the team formation card. As Chunjua's voice fell, the team formation card disappeared instantly, and a line of bloody prompts appeared in front of Lin Yu. Team formation successful. Current team number, 3 people. Team formation status can be maintained until the end of the next dungeon. Lin Yin saw this bloody prompt and patted his butt and stood up. Okay, it's done now. See you on Tuesday night, fatty. Lin Yin stood up carelessly, and Lin Yu stood up with him. The two left Chenjua, who seemed to be still in shock, and walked out of the fast food restaurant. On the way, Lin Yin looked at Lin Yu and laughed. Oh, thank you so much. I actually earned 1,000 points in one go, and there's also a purchasing agent. For those who were kicked out of the forum, if someone is willing to help them buy the 1,000 point props on sale on the forum, it is more valuable than 1,000 points and 100,000 yuan. Lin Yu remained humble. It's nothing. This is the reward you fought for. Let's make money together. Lin Yin smiled and poked Lin Yu with his elbow. No way. If it weren't for your introduction, I wouldn't have this opportunity. And when I scared him just now, you didn't expose me. It's worthy of being able to deceive the psychological society. Chevron_left. The moment Lin Yin said the words psychological society, she could feel that Lin Yu's face suddenly turned cold. But soon, Lin Yu regained his composure. As expected of the Free Alliance, it was right to choose you. The investigation speed was faster than I thought, and the digging was deeper than I thought. Lin Yin laughed. Hey, this has nothing to do with the Free Alliance. It's just that I'm very good. As he said that, Lin Yin took out a list with his backhand. Clang clang. Summary of the internal evaluation list of the Psychological Society, bound volume for the first half of this year. I spent a weekend to steal it. Lin Yin said happily, flipping through the list while walking. Last time you gave me a tip about Zhu Ming, I went back and looked for a long time and finally found your name and information 2 months ago. Name Xiaoyu, location Jiangcheng, rating confidential. In the internal documents of the Psychological Society, ratings are confidential, which means that you are at least A or above. It's really good, Sister Zhu Ming. Lin Yin said with a smile, and Lin Yu's expression remained calm. This is the first time I know that they rated me above, but I want to hear how you came to the conclusion that I deceived them. Lin Yu said calmly, and Lin Yin laughed. I heard that I investigated alone, so I wanted to verify my ability, right? Hey, don't underestimate me. I've already sorted out the whole story. Lin Yin said confidently. According to my understanding of the psychological society, they will send out specialists of the same level as the potential level of ordinary people they kill. You're a non-player ordinary person with potential above A, which means that the one who killed you is A level or S level. And the only guy of this level from the psychological society who has come to Jiangcheng recently, as far as I know, is fluoxetine. Jiangcheng is too special, and it is impossible for the A-level and S-level people from the psychological society to come in and kill people and then leave quietly. And after I continued to investigate, I found out you were actually dead. A month ago, you died at your workplace due to an accident and died after rescue failed after being found. I read the report, and it really looks like fluoxetine did it. But this creates a contradiction because your death has not been erased. Moreover, if you were still an ordinary person at that time, you would not have been able to go through 8 copies and complete the upgrade. Lin Yin said, paused, and said, so, although this possibility is very small, the fact that you are standing here safely and alive as a first-level player is enough to prove one thing. That is, you have done a low-probability event that I didn't even think of. You are a more talented and interesting guy than I thought. A month ago, you deceived fluoxetine, the S-level executive commissioner of the Psychological Society, and made her mistakenly believe that she really killed you. Not only that, you also deceived the entire Psychological Society. You were evaluated 2 months ago, and you actually died unexpectedly and joined the death game. Even the time you were evaluated may have been after you joined the death game. It's just that the guys in this Psychological Society didn't see it at all. But for a whole month, you didn't leak this matter, so the Psychological Society mistakenly thought you were an ordinary person, so they sent fluoxetine to try to kill you. After being attacked by fluoxetine, you didn't know the other party's purpose and didn't know why a master player came to kill you. For some reason, you simply chose to fake your death. This time, you even deceived your relatives, friends, and Jiangcheng police. If I hadn't sneaked into the place where your corpse was stored yesterday and saw that the freezer was empty and your corpse didn't exist at all, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the misunderstanding. Of course, this also explains why you suddenly found my house 3 weeks ago and wanted to join the Freedom Alliance. After a week, you should have found out that the Psychological Society had done something to you, right? But you didn't know at the time that they mistook you for an ordinary person and wanted to send you to the death game. You just thought you were being targeted by them inexplicably, so you were scared and tried to join the organization to seek companions and shelter, right? Speaking of this, Lin Yin was a little proud. Although you gave me a lot of hints, but I finally solved this mystery. How about your assessment? I think you passed it perfectly. Lin Yin said proudly, and Lin Yu nodded. The analysis is basically correct. At least the objective facts are correct. The only loophole is, the day I went to see you, I was not panicking and frightened and looking for a backer. I just realized that my strategy has been wrong all along. Being completely low-key and hiding myself will still make me involved in inexplicable dangers. When I became a player, some mysterious fate had already made it impossible for me to continue to live peacefully. Lin Yu explained calmly. Although he was calm on the surface, with only a little surprise, appreciation, and pride on his face, but in his heart, Lin Yu was already in great joy of the success of his plan. That's right, this is the script he wrote for Zhu Ming, or Xiaoyu. Lin Yin was able to reason in this direction and draw the conclusion he wanted most. That's great. At the same time, he once again sighed that Chun Zhuo was indeed his lucky star. From Lin Yin's tone, Lin Yu could infer that this was not only her own investigation and reasoning, but she also seemed to have not told others about it for the time being. So these reasonings should have been completed completely after just meeting Chun Zhuo. In other words, after meeting Chun Zhuo, through the side confirmation of Chun Zhuo, the witness who had seen Zhu Ming in the copy, he was convinced that his reasoning was correct. This is the real reason why Lin Yu suddenly had an idea and called Lin Yin here. But if Chun Zhuo hadn't happened to recruit people, Lin Yu would not have had the opportunity to take the initiative to let Lin Yin and Chun Zhuo come into contact naturally. It may take longer for this lie to come true. As long as there is the first belief, then the next lie almost becomes the real fact. If he wants to join the Free Alliance, Lin Yu will definitely tell other people in this organization. And the members of the Free Alliance will also become more powerful evidence that Xiaoyu's experience is a real experience. Sure enough, after getting Lin Yu's affirmative answer, Lin Yu excitedly said, "Aha, it's really a treasure. It was the right choice to let you take the test. A genius who can fool this psychological society and fluoxetine and fake the fact of his own death for a month without being discovered. Everyone will be happy to see you join us. And the guy comedian will love you to death. I'm looking forward to the copy tomorrow night and the day you officially join us." Tuesday evening. After reviewing in the library all day, Lin Yu packed up his books and left the school silently after the closing saxophone song played. After transforming into Xiaoyu's appearance in the alley, Lin Yu once again confirmed the reminder about the copy written in blood in front of him. It's less than 24 hours before the latest start time of the next game. Please put yourself in a closed vehicle in motion before midnight tonight to wait to enter the game. Warm reminder, it has been detected that you are in a team. It is recommended that members of the same team enter the game at the same time to obtain the best gaming experience. This is Lin Yu's first time using Team Card to form a team with others, so seeing this prompt is a bit new. However, this is not the first time that Lin Yu and Chen Zhuo have formed a team. The two of them had already decided to gather today before the bloody reminder about the dungeon appeared yesterday. After the blood prompt appeared, Chen Zhuo quickly found the meeting place. "You two, I have arrangements for where to enter the game. You just need to meet at Shengjiang Square subway station around 11 o'clock tonight." Probably because he was wary of the names of the two members of the Freedom Alliance, Chen Zhuo seemed particularly enthusiastic and attentive. Obviously, he was the employer, but Chen Zhuo seemed to be afraid that the two people would be dissatisfied, so he hurriedly made preparations. Of course, another reason is that if Lin Yu and Lin Yu find a place, whether Chen Zhuo dares to go is another matter. Anyway, Lin Yu took the subway according to the location mentioned by Chen Zhuo and arrived at Shangjiang Square subway station. As soon as he got out of the subway station, Lin Yu saw Lin Yu wearing sunglasses and Chen Zhuo standing next to Lin Yu honestly. Lin Yu walked over quite unexpectedly. "Oh, am I the last to arrive?" He walked towards the two of them as he spoke, and Lin Yu spoke with a smile. "I've only been here for 10 minutes. Then, the two people looked at Chen Zhuo together. "So, where's the transportation? It shouldn't be the subway, right?" Lin Yu and Lin Yu were talking, and Chen Zhuo shook his head. "Of course not, come with me." He led the two of them away from the subway station and walked through the alleys and alleys next to Shengjiang Plaza. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a newly built community. It's not far from number 6 middle school, and it looks like it's a school district. Chen Zhuo took out a car key from his trouser pocket and then led the two of them to find a car. The old man is happy. Lin Yu looked at the red, ironclad tricycle and couldn't help but cover his face. Lin Yu sighed slightly. "You might as well let Anian come and find you." Chen Zhuo took the key and opened the car door of the old man low and said with a smile, "I don't have a driver's license, and it's hard to get my parents' car keys. Just make do with it." After saying that, Chen Zhuo got into the driver's seat. Lin Yu and Lin Yu had no choice but to squeeze into the back seat of the old three-wheeler and watch Chen Zhuo start the car. Two, 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 two. The whole Santengzi trembled slightly, and then Chen Zhuo drove the old car slowly out of the community. Lin Yu and Lin Yu, who were sitting in the back seat, were shaking their heads. Lin Yu sighed. "Actually, it's quite touching unexpectedly." "Why? Is this your first time riding in this kind of car, miss?" Lin Yu joked casually. Lin Yu showed an embarrassed look for the first time. This is indeed the first time, because Shangjiang Plaza and Jiangqing No. 6 Middle School are mostly residential areas. There are not many vehicles and pedestrians on the road in the evening and early morning. Chen Zhuo drove the three-wheeled old man happily in the middle of the spacious road, and his speed gradually increased. The howling wind poured in through the crack in Lao Tul's door, causing Lin Yu to have new questions. Is this a closed vehicle? It doesn't feel very closed. Lin Yu was more optimistic. It has a roof and a door, so why isn't it a confined space? Shenhua also nodded and agreed with Lin Yu. I think it counts. As time went by, the tricycle was speeding on the street, and soon it was heading towards the early morning. The word blood appeared in front of Lin Yu and the other two people at the same time. Coming to join the game. Game name, Despair Train Express. Customs clearance conditions. Obtain a ticket / Invisible enemy? Lin Yu looked at the blood flowers exploding in the air and was slightly surprised. Chunju's face became extremely ugly. Invisible enemies. Wouldn't we be in great danger? Lin Yu was very calm. It's not that bad. At least Yin can see it, right? As he spoke, Chunju's expression softened slightly. At the same time, Lin Yu also looked at Anian. How did you see it? Is there a way for us to see it too? Lin Yin pointed to the sunglasses on his face. It depends on this. I will use the team sharing information to show you the function of my prop, and you will know. After using team props, team members not only cannot harm each other, but can also obtain some relatively convenient functions. This is also related to the grade type of the team card. Although Chunju's team card is the most basic style, it still has the function of sharing each other's props information. An item description appeared on Lin Yin's sunglasses. Hell Detective sunglasses. After wearing them, you can see invisible objects or lives such as spiritual bodies and energy bodies. Explanation. As a detective, you need to have sharp eyesight, but if the thing you're chasing is invisible to the naked eye, you also need a very good pair of glasses. Lin Yu was relieved when he saw this. Lin Yu was actually a little nervous after discovering that Lin Yin could see some kind of invisible thing. He was very worried about whether Lin Yin had some way of seeing through the hidden things, so that she would be at risk of seeing the little octopus Hannah. Of course, Lin Yu was also smart. Before seeing Lin Yin, he did not let Hannah lie on his shoulder, but hid it in Lin Yu's pocket. However, Lin Yu felt that there would always be a time when Hannah would be useful. If Hannah crawled out of her pocket and was seen by Lin Yin, the explanation is easy to explain. After all, Mei and Zhu Ming did know each other here in Lin Yin, and it is not impossible for the same pet octopus to appear next to them. Moreover, Hannah once claimed that her disguise skills were very good, and she would almost never be discovered. Even if Lin Yin had the means to see through concealment, he might not be able to see through Hannah's octopus card, concealment disguise. But anyway, Lin Yu still hopes that the existence of Hannah can be kept secret, and there is no possibility of being seen through. It would be much easier now that Lin Yin's glasses were only for spiritual bodies. So these things are all spirits. Lin Yu said, and Lin Yin nodded. Yes, although spirits are generally ghosts, it is not accurate to say that these guys are ghosts, because they're more like created. Lin Yin said, flipping over the first 2 rows of seats lightly, and then picked up the utility knife that had just fallen. Then, Lin Yin stabbed forward slightly to the left. Blood spurted out again. The good news is that these things are actually relatively weak. They don't move very fast, and as long as you have the means to hurt spirits and non-corporeal beings, you can kill them with just 1 blow. Lin Yin took out the utility knife and shook off the blood on it. Lin Yu heard Lin Yin's words and was keenly aware of the implication of Lin Yin's words. So there's still bad news? The bad news is these guys are everywhere. Lin Yin casually drew twice in the air, and blood burst out everywhere. At the same time, Lin Yu felt a cold, tingling sensation on his neck and arms. It was like being instantly frostbitten. Then, even in places covered by clothing, there were bursts of biting cold. There is no doubt that if left unchecked, these things do have the ability to kill them. Even if it doesn't kill you, if you delay it for a long time, it may cause frostbite. Chunju on the side even pawed at him with his hands and screamed, "Ouch! Ouch! They're on me, help!" Lin Yu was very calm. A means of harming non-entities? Although he was not sure, he vaguely felt that the torch in his hand could do it. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't hurt to try. Base. Pale flames emerged, instantly illuminating the entire bodies of Lin Yu and Chunjua. Everywhere on their bodies, there were more than a dozen round, spiky, pufferfish-like things hanging. This is actually a torch, and this thing can also make these things visible. Lin Yin said in surprise. Of course, Lin Yu saw that the torch could illuminate these invisible spirits, and he suddenly felt confident, and these things should be very afraid of it. After all, this thing is originally burning fear. It is fueled by human emotions and invisible things born from the soul. It also ignited the monster formed by the condensed soul. Chat. Lin Yu waved left and right twice, and the small invisible pufferfish-like monsters hanging on his body seemed to feel threatened and clumsily escaped from his body. But this is too slow. Lin Yu easily caught up with them and swept the flames across their bodies. Then, laugh. The puffers were instantly ignited. Engulfed in the pale flames of fear, they were almost easier to ignite than the real thing. Lin Yu had a happy expression on his face. It certainly seems feasible. He waved a torch and came to Chunjua, and also dispersed and ignited the pufferfish on his body. And Lin Yu made no further moves. He didn't need any further moves. As Lin Yin said, these things are everywhere. After being ignited, the pufferfish clumsily collided with each other in the air, quickly igniting more companions. For Fear Flame, these guys are too flammable, and it seems that there is really some restraint between the two. Like a chain reaction, white flames lit up one after another, and the air was instantly filled with large and small pale fireballs. Be careful not to touch it for too long. These things can also ignite entities. Lin Yu reminded him and sat back down safely. Chunjua, who was still in shock, slowly sat down, and then he looked at Lin Yu with eyes filled with admiration. As expected of me, Lin Yu immediately interrupted him and lowered his voice. Ahem, my introducer didn't tell you. Is it best to keep his identity secret? Chunjua was stunned for a moment and then reacted. The little fat man's mind became active. Although he was usually a little slow, Chunjua was a high school student after all, and his brain was at its most active period. He quickly figured out the secret. It seems that although An Yin was introduced by Zhu Ming seems to have a closer relationship with the administrator and is unwilling to let this thief of the Freedom Alliance know about the administrator existence. Therefore, Chunjua immediately changed his tune. This white flame is so powerful. You can easily take out something that can restrain this copy. It seems that you know this copy very well. Lin Yu shook his head when he heard Chunjua's compliment. No, I'm just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. I also want to know where this train came from. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yin again. After Lin Yu used the Torch of Fear to burn all the monsters in this space, Lin Yin also realized that he didn't need to take action anymore. And because the speed at which this wave of monsters was solved was far beyond expectations, there would be no other dangers in the short term. Now it is impossible to refuse to explain the situation with the reason of wrong timing and urgent situation. So Lin Yin walked to Lin Yu and sat down, crossing his hands behind his head. I thought you chose to use this torch because you recognized the origin of this train. Lin Yu heard Lin Yin's words and thought about it. However, in order to maintain the personality of Zhu Ming and ensure the origin of this prop, Lin Yu explained, this is not a prop I got. It is a half-bought and half-given by a friend of mine. Speaking of which, you just met him once recently. I have to thank you for giving me this face, letting him live, and let him owe me a favor in return. Lin Yu said softly, and Lin Yin immediately thought of the Mei he met a few days ago. Then, Lin Yin was a little surprised. Oh, it's that guy. He's quite generous. The little girl pulled down her sunglasses and looked at Lin Yu, her eyes flashing with gossip. So, what is the relationship between you two? Lin Yin asked excitedly. Lin Yu was stunned. He has indeed been committed to exaggerating the inextricable connection between the identities of Zhu Ming, Wu Yu, and Lao Yao, but Lin Yu didn't expect that the relationship between Zhu Ming and Wu Yu seemed a little too close in Lin Yin's eyes. This made even Lin Yu, who usually has a very good mentality, feel a little embarrassed at this moment. I have an affair with myself, right? Even if others really misunderstood that he had an improper relationship with a girl, Lin Yu would just smile and take it lightly. When he was in high school, He was pursued by another girl with a good appearance and a good family background because of his handsome appearance and outstanding performance in a drama at a cultural performance. Both of them are very good-looking. The man is an excellent student, and the woman is a young lady. Such a configuration naturally caused a lot of discussion in high school. There are also some rumors that the two are already together. But Lin Yu has never clarified his thoughts. In Lin Yu's opinion, what does other people's opinions matter? What's more, the woman doesn't care. Until today, Lin Yu knew he was able to deal with it calmly before, or the content of the rumor itself was not too outrageous. Now encountering misunderstandings like Zhu Ming and Wu Yu have an affair, Lin Yu still feels a little uncomfortable. But now as Zhu Ming, Lin Yu is not convenient to explain anything. He can only say helplessly, "This has nothing to do with you." Lin Yin heard the answer of Zhu Ming and was more convinced that there was some hidden relationship between the two. How can this have nothing to do with me? If you want to join the Freedom Alliance, you can't hide this from us. This is part of the assessment for joining the organization. Order requires background checks, and our Freedom Alliance is the same. Lin Yin said seriously, and Lin Yu exposed her without hesitation. No, you just made this up, right? The Freedom Alliance definitely doesn't have such joining rules. Just look at your names, and you can tell. Lin Yin was exposed by Lin Yu and couldn't help but spit. TSK, what a pity, it almost succeeded. I think it's still a long way off. I can also see that it's made up. Chinjuan next to him couldn't help but speak. Don't talk too much. Lin Yin looked at his employer fiercely and threatened him. Otherwise, I will sneak into your house in the middle of the night and twist off all the heads of your wife's figurines and replace them with Kenjiro. By the way, I will copy your browsing history and post it in your class group chat. Chun Zhuo was silent immediately. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin, who couldn't hear the gossip, and drew his sword to vent his anger on the weaker ones, and sighed. We don't have that much time, so let's get back to the point. And Yin, what's going on with this train? Lin Yin was asked the main question again. He looked at the monsters in the carriage and saw that they were almost burned out. So he quickly answered and stopped interrupting. I haven't been to this despair train, but someone in the organization has the honor of entering here. This is an express functional train belonging to the Truth Company. Truth Company? Chinjua showed a blank expression on his face. It is a company famous for alchemy. The core technology is probably to transform the soul and the emotions generated by the soul into entities and energy. Lin Yu answered Chinjua based on his previous experience in Winter Mountains. The way and tone of his answer made him seem as if he knew the company very well and was just explaining it casually. But Lin Yu knew. This was almost all he knew about the Truth Company. However, just as Lin Yu expected, Lin Yin supplemented his answer. That's right. Truth Company is one of the top forces in the 10 known worlds. It believes in and is blessed by the God of wisdom and the God of miracles. You can see their shadows in most copies of the secret world, Lin Yin added, then looked at Chunjua and stretched out her hand. Hey, fatty, give me 200 points. The content just now is all top secret information within the Free Alliance. You are not a member. Give me the points. After that, she looked at Lin Yu again. This is more or less in advance. I won't charge you. You owe me a favor, Sister Zhu Ming. Lin Yu said helplessly. I didn't say I wanted to listen. And how can you be sure that I don't know these? Oh, anyway, just remember me. An Yin looked at Chunjua again and hooked his hand. Hurry up, give it to me. Chunjua was also a little confused. How can I give it to you now? That's right. Then I'll take it myself. After that, Lin Yin turned his hand over, and a hexagonal gray metal block appeared out of thin air in his hand. Oh, honeycomb rechargeable shield. Worth about 140 points. Let's settle it. Chunjua's face changed slightly, and he touched his chest. When did you take this? You can take this too. Lin Yin looked at Chunjua's panic and laughed. Just kidding, I'll give it back to you. As she said that, she threw the metal block back to Chunjua. It was obviously his thing, but Chunjua still subconsciously said thank you after taking it. This made Lin Yin stunned for a moment, and her expression on her face was a little uncomfortable. What are you thanking me for? It's yours. Boring. After Lin Yin finished speaking, He pouted and stood up. At this time, the last invisible pufferfish was also burned to ashes. Okay, get ready for the next wave of tests. The next wave of tests? Does this mean that all kinds of monsters will continue to appear in this carriage? Lin Yu felt a little excited when he heard Lin Yin's words. It's not that bad. According to Lao Zhou, it's probably 3 to 5 rounds, Lin Yin said happily. Then you could go to other carriages. And the ticket mentioned in our clearance conditions also needs to be obtained from a relatively powerful monster after leaving this carriage. After hearing Lin Yin's description, Chanjua couldn't help but complain. This truth company is really crazy. Why did it design such a train? Is this still a means of transportation? Lin Yin shook his head. I don't know. Who knows what these people designed it to mean? Most of the guys in Truth Company are a group of arrogant guys who regard people as consumables and call themselves gods on earth. She commented, and then the car door at the end opened again. What appeared this time was not some invisible existence, but a group of robots whose appearance had already appeared. Just like the T-1000 in the movie Terminator, their shells are all silver with no gaps visible, and red lights flash on their heads. Buzz! 7 robots about the same size as ordinary people rushed into the car. They all held weapons with the same high-tech sense in their hands. Lin Yu was about to stand up and help Lin Yin, but Lin Yin spoke up. Hey, I'll just take action myself this time. You'll be responsible for protecting your employer. I gave you the spotlight just now. If I paddle again this time, this fat man will think I'm not worthy. Lin Yu heard Lin Yin's confident words and had no intention of dampening her interest. Really, don't be brave. He was also happy to save energy and not take action. Lin Yin smiled and replied, There is nothing to show off because just like you defeated the things in the last round, I happen to have the means to restrain them in this round. After saying that, Lin Yin put away the utility knife and took out a pair from his arms. Gloves made of materials as thin as gauze and as white as jade. Lin Yu watched this scene with interest, wondering where Lin Yin's confidence came from. After all, judging from her previous performance, this thief lady is not the type who specializes in frontal combat. During the last observation in Jiangcheng, when several organizations collided and fought in melee, Lin Yin seemed to have no record of taking action and even took the initiative to hide. Of course, among the feast of monster players who were considered to be extremely powerful at the 3rd level, it seemed understandable that Lin Yin, who had just promoted to the 2nd level, avoid the battle. But from the perspective of consequentialism, after the Jiangcheng incident, Lin Yu had a certain understanding of most of the players who participated and were involved in it, except for the master thief and Yin, who he didn't know much about. Therefore, in this dungeon, Lin Yin, as an invited master, received money to do things and lead people through the dungeon. Lin Yu thought it was a good opportunity to evaluate her combat prowess and understand her capabilities. The humanoid robot at the forefront was approaching. It used a seat as a cover and placed its gun on it, aiming at Lin Yin. The other robots also took their places. Call out! The moment they set up their guns, the 7 robots pulled the triggers in unison, and the high-tech rifles in their hands simultaneously emitted dazzling white light. However, these 7 staggered and swift white lights, seemingly inevitable attacks, did not hit Lin Yin. Where Lin Yin was standing before, her person had disappeared. Lin Yin, wearing white gloves, appeared behind the first robot. It's my turn. Lin Yin's cheerful voice echoed in the car, and then the first robot instantly lost its ability to move. As if being forced to shut down, the whole person still maintained the posture of holding the gun. The head that was originally flashing with red light hung low, and the light disappeared instantly. The first one, Lin Yin said, leaning back and falling behind the seat. The remaining robots did not stop because of the fall of their companions. They instantly turned their guns and completed the 2nd round of volley. Crack! The bunker-like seats were shattered and exploded, revealing the consequences of being hit by those gunshots. However, behind the shattered seats, Lin Yin was not seen. Only the first robot was still there. Here it is. Lin Yin's voice sounded again, and she actually appeared like a gopher directly from the seat of another robot. Then, Lin Yin's gloves gently brushed the robot's body surface, and it immediately shut down like the first robot. The second one. Lin Yin retracted his head. Another salvo, but this time, still failed. But this time, she unexpectedly appeared on the luggage rack above a robot's head. Lin Yin leaned back with excellent flexibility, tapped the robot's head lightly on the surface of his gloves. And then, the third robot didn't move either. At the same time, after the luggage rack was shattered by another volley of light, Lin Yin's figure disappeared again. It's really a perfect restraint, Lin Yu said with emotion. Moreover, Lin Yin is indeed proving that she is worth the money. Such an eerie and elusive figure. Such a way to deal with the robot so lightly and easily. This is almost a show-off. At least Lin Yu asked himself, although Lin Yin might be weaker than the monsters that attacked Jiangcheng before. But this rookie who joined the Free Alliance is definitely not an ordinary person. Come to think of it, the name of Thief is notorious in almost the entire player circle, because Lin Yin is keen on pranks and stealing other people's props and not returning them. So that most players talk about her like mentioning an annoying mosquito. But she has offended so many people, including some players who are more experienced and even stronger than her. But this mosquito is still not killed, which is enough to show that she must have her own strengths. At this moment, although half of the robots on the field are still fighting stubbornly, Lin Yu could draw a conclusion. Lin Yin can definitely get rid of them all, because what happens next is just a repetition of the scene just now. As Lin Yu expected, all 7 robots entered the shutdown state. Chunjua sat there in a daze. In terms of visual effects alone, Lin Yin's move is really beautiful. It's really amazing. He got rid of the man in a snap. Is this flying thunder god? The voice that answered them came from the feet of the 2 men. The principle is really similar, but this is my trump card, so I won't reveal it easily. Lin Yin crawled out from under the seat and then threw a handful of scarlet beads on the table. In short, robots, puppets, these things are free to me no matter how many of them come. Do you have a special attack effect on robots? Lin Yu asked curiously as he watched Lin Yin throw out the handful of beads. This is how I feel about things without intelligence in life, Lin Yin said carelessly. Of course, they must have a cord. Truth Company's Hate Sentinel fits this criteria exactly. It is driven by the emotion of hate as its core and fuel. It is indeed very difficult for ordinary people to deal with. But for me, as long as the core is taken out, they will naturally lose their mobility. With that said, Lin Yin pinched the red ball the size of glass marble and showed it to Lin Yu and Chunjua. This is it, Crystal of Revenge. This thing is a very precious material. In short, it is my trophy, so it belongs to me, Lin Yin said with a smile. Lin Yu reacted. You didn't let me take action just now. Was it because you were afraid that I would steal your spoils? Lin Yin shook his head. No, I'm afraid you'll break it. You're a first order. Do you have this function? Lin Yu touched his chin. It seems that the second level permission is to be able to take certain things out of the dungeon. Lin Yin was stunned for a moment and said, Are you trying to trick me? Yes. Otherwise, you're not allowed to charge me 200 points for information about second level authority, Lin Yu said calmly. I'm very short of money on yen, so I will save as much as I can. Lin Yin was a little speechless. Okay, but you even know the authority, which means you are not far away from opening the first level authority, but you probably haven't opened it yet. It's quite powerful. Some people are almost at the second level, and they may not be able to use the first level permissions. So, do you want to avoid detours and listen? Lin Yu interrupted Lin Yin. I don't want to. Lin Yin was a little disappointed, but seemed a little happy. Okay, then I hope you can do your best as soon as possible. Chen Zhuo on the side scratched his head. Ah, what authority, what is that? Lin Yin thought for a while, then took out a small metal top from his arms and handed it to Chen Zhuo. For you. Chen Zhuo picked up the top and was a little confused. What? Is this permission? Lin Yu also showed a curious look, as if he wanted to know what the relationship between this top and authority was. But Lin Yin's next answer was beyond his expectation. It's nothing. I'll give you a gadget. You can go and play with it. Chen Zhuo stared blankly at the top in his hand and said softly, Oh. Lin Yu was helpless. Why are you teasing a child? Lin Yin curled his lips and said, I haven't even been promoted yet. Why are you asking about permissions? Okay, okay. Here comes another thing, she said, and the carriage door opened again. Then, what appeared this time was a tall, thin man wearing a gray uniform and a hood. There was a bright red F6 printed on the chest of his clothes, and he was holding a short black stick in his hand. Seeing Lin Yu and his party, the man raised a short stick in his hand. Come, new exile, and fall into eternal despair. The man shouted words of unknown meaning in a high and passionate tone. He pressed some kind of button on the side of the stick. A cracking blue-white arc flash appeared on the short stick. A tall and thin man, holding an electrobaton, looks much weaker and less threatening than those transparent, invisible blowfish and robots holding guns. But as soon as the other party appeared, Lin Yu felt an extremely dangerous aura. Lin Yin's expression next to him also became much more serious. It's strange to see elites. It seems we are encountering 3 waves. With that said, she took out the utility knife again. Hey, fatty, get to the back of the carriage right now. Chunjua heard that Lin Yin was definitely not joking. So he jumped up from his seat, ran to the back corner of the carriage and curled up, and then activated the weapon hanging on his chest that Lin Yin had just stolen. Hive Charge Shield. A light yellow, transparent hexagon protected in front of him. Lin Yu looked at Chunjua's actions and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sure enough, the death game does accelerate people's growth. Even a waste like Chunjua survived the dungeon by hiring others, but he has matured a lot after going through 4 dungeons. At least, Chunjua's ability to escape is now quite top-notch. However, now is not the time to pay attention to Chunjua's growth, because there is a very dangerous enemy in front of us. Lin Yu slowly exhaled, and Lin Yin stood side by side, extracting all the remaining 3 kinds of immortal brew from the Bliss Immortal pot, and turned them into buffs again and attached them to his body. The 3 buffs currently in the pot are Dance Mastery, which provides physical coordination and sensitivity, Blacksmithing, which can provide blunt damage and strength increase, and the freshly obtained Stingy Rich. Dance Mastery and Blacksmithing both have about an hour left, and the Stingy Rich has almost a whole day left. After opening it, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin. The revolver in my hand only has 6 bullets, and each bullet has a different random effect. Lin Yu said. Lin Yin raised his eyebrows. The Mithril Standard Revolver of the Demon Hunter Guild? No wonder it looks familiar. Lin Yu also showed a surprised expression. You are quite knowledgeable. Of course, the best thieves will also be the best connoisseurs, Lin Yin said proudly. If you have this thing, then I will cover for you. As Lin Yin said this, Lin Yu also nodded slightly. At the same time, feeling the belief coming from Lin Yu also felt that the Mithril Standard Revolver transformed from the fake in his hand became the real thing. When he took out the gun just now, he naturally did not take out the one-shot revolver, because that thing, Lin Yin has seen it, and it was used by Lin Yu as Lin Yu. It is difficult to explain why this thing ended up in Zhu Ming's hands. So the gun that Lin Yu took out at the beginning was transformed from the fake, and choosing the Mithril Standard Revolver was also prepared by Lin Yu, since he was able to access the internal information of various organizations. Lin Yu has consulted a lot of information on various props in order to make better use of the fake. He selected about 10 kinds of multifunctional, widely applicable, strong, and mass-produced common props and memorized their appearance and usage methods. And Mithril Standard Revolver is one of them. This pistol is just suitable for fighting in various situations. Just like what Lin Yu just introduced. It is not just a pistol with 6 bullets. Each bullet has a different magical effect. In the gap between Lin Yin and Lin Yu's conversation, the man holding the electrobaton seemed to think that this was a good time to launch an attack. He suddenly roared forward and rushed in the direction of Lin Yin. At that moment, when the tall and thin man pounced on Lin Yin's figure disappeared again. However, this time Lin Yin did not appear in a strange place, but appeared behind the tall and thin man again, as if he had exchanged positions with the other party. At the same time, something appeared in Lin Yin's hand. It looked like a card. Zhu Ming, I leave it to you, Lin Yin said loudly, and then ran quickly towards the other end of the car. The tall and lanky man seemed to realize that he seemed to have lost something and touched his pocket in confusion. Then he spoke angrily. "Hey, thief, get it back to me." Lin Yu, who was fleeing, turned around and made a face when he heard the other party's roar. "I won't give it to you, just a little bit." The expression on Lin Yu's face was mean, which further aroused the anger of the man in gray uniform. "Stop it." The space inside the carriage is not large, and the door at the end is still closed. Although this man is not as fast as Lin Yu in this closed space, it is only a matter of time before he catches up with Lin Yu. However, that was without interference. The tall and thin man hadn't run very far when Lin Yu's voice sounded behind him. "Hey, idiot, stop it. It's too disrespectful to show your back to me." With that said, Lin Yu pulled the trigger. Pale white flames erupted from the muzzle of the gun, and the sound of the gunfire exploding was more like the sacred chanting of a choir than an explosion. "This is cleaning." A mournful, compassionate, solemn, and majestic female voice came from the muzzle, like a judgment or a declaration. The tall and thin man clearly had his back to Lin Yu, but at this moment his figure was strangely twisted into a C shape, as if someone had kicked him in the side. It was as if he saw the bullet coming straight toward him from behind. This tall and lanky man actually has some ability to dodge bullets, but although the bullet passed by his side, it still did not miss, because the bullet named Dogma exploded on the side of his body, turned into countless blazing white threads, and rushed towards his body. In just an instant, these threads wrapped around his body and tightened, causing him to fall to the ground. This is the ability of one of the 6 random bullets. Dogma, even if it doesn't hit the target and just passes around the target, it can release lines of energy to bind the target. Of course, this trick only works on beings with souls and lives. And obviously, this mysterious tall and thin man in a gray uniform is a living creature that can trigger abilities. "Well done, Zhu Ming." Lin Yu, who was still running away, grabbed the chair next to him and stopped suddenly, then turned 180 degrees. Seeing that the man's movements were restricted and he seemed unable to move, Lin Yu would not let go of the opportunity to add insult to injury. After turning around quickly, she took out the utility knife from her arms and prepared to give the man a severe blow. But before Lin Yu could take action, the man on the ground suddenly stood up like a carp. "Two bastards, why don't you give up your despair?" The man roared, and the white threads on his body were broken. Layers of blood appeared on his body, and his whole person seemed to become more dangerous and crazy. Lin Yu, who was standing in front of this man, had a drastic change in his expression. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. "Help!" Along with Lin Yu's scream, her arms were firmly grasped by a pair of iron-like hands. Lin Yu in the distance saw this scene and raised his gun. "Hold on. By the way, pray, don't randomly choose mercy or blasphemy next." What Lin Yu was talking about was naturally 2 of the 6 bullets in this mithril standard pistol. The effect of mercy is to put all targets in the target area into sleep. This is not bad. It will just make Lin Yu fall asleep. And the effect of blasphemy, it is annihilation. It destroys everything within the hit area. Now, there are 5 bullets left in the gun, and the probability of hitting both types of bullets is 1/5. Lin Yu seemed to know exactly what bullets would be in this pistol, and he immediately calculated the probability of each bullet. Therefore, after hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yu, who was already being tightly strangled by the tall and thin man, as if he was about to be crushed in the next second, spoke quickly. Don't shoot. I can save myself." As he said that, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yu, who couldn't move his hands freely at all, with some curiosity. "How are you going to save yourself? Don't be brave." Lin Yu did not answer. After all, the situation was urgent now, and she could no longer afford to answer Lin Yu's questions. She opened her mouth and rolled out a blade that shone with cold light. Lin Yu spit out the blade towards the tall and thin man who was close at hand, and the shimmering blade went straight to the man's hooded face. The tall and lanky man turned his head slightly and strangely avoided the blade again. The blade shot towards the back and nailed a seat in the car. The tall and lanky man looked at the blade with some vigilance. After finding that there was no clue, he withdrew his gaze again and increased the strength of his hand to crush Lin Yu. Pointless struggle, he declared coldly. However, Lin Yu in his arms lowered his head, staring at the tall and thin man with a fierce look through the gap between the sunglasses and the bangs. I wanted to save this trick for later. You really deserve to die, Lin Yu said, and then exhaled. The tall and thin man was about to say something, but he suddenly felt weak and limp. He subconsciously let go of Lin Yu, leaned on the seat next to him, and slowly sat on the ground, saying in horror, "What did you do?" Lin Yu staggered on the ground and barely stood up. With a grin, he took out a roll of bandage from his arms and symbolically wrapped it around his two arms. The bandage disappeared the moment it was wrapped, but Lin Yu's arm, which seemed to be about to break, was restored to its original state. She took out the hemp rope from her arms, took it out condescendingly, and called Lin Yu. "Hey, Zhu Ming, help me tie this guy up. The time he can't move is limited." Lin Yu listened and waved his hand to signal Lin Yu to stand back. "Take your rope and move away." Then he pulled the trigger in his hand, and the pale gun flame and the aria-like gunshot sounded again. "This is mercy." The bullet hit, but did not cause any substantial damage to the tall and thin man on the ground, but made him fall into a deep sleep. Now, time is more abundant. He will probably sleep for more than an hour, Lin Yu said calmly. Then he looked at Lin Yu. "How did you knock him down with the blade just now? You didn't even hurt him." Lin Yu shook his head. "The blade is just a cover to attract attention, so that he ignores my action of throwing the potion bottle and absorbs the paralysis potion." As he said, Lin Yu kicked a small empty bottle under his feet. Then Lin Yu also asked, "Then how do you know that the next shot is definitely mercy?" "I'm not sure." Lin Yu shook his head and looked at the gun in his hand. "It's just that he was lucky." For Lin Yu, it actually doesn't matter which of the remaining 5 bullets is chosen randomly. Except for dogma and mercy, the remaining 4 types of bullets will definitely kill someone if they are aimed at the vital point. After Lin Yu shoots, there will only be 2 results: an 80% probability that he will die directly and a 20% probability that he will fall into a deep sleep. That's why Lin Yu said that there's a 1/5 chance of mercy happening because the other party is lucky. Because mercy is indeed mercy. Thanks to his good luck, this person should be very useful in the future. It will be beneficial to keep him alive. Lin Yu picked up the hemp rope and tied the people on the ground carefully and said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What good is he?" Lin Yu turned over his hand and took out the card he had just stolen from the other party and spoke with a smile. "Chong Chong." She read the words above. "Truth Company Employee Identity Certificate. Name, Will Valetti. Gender, male. Identity, leader of the Field Delta Team of the Security Department. Authority, Situ." This guy has very high authority, although within Truth Company he's not a big shot, but he's still a middle-level person. Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu was a little surprised. This guy is actually a member of the Truth Company, and he's also a small boss. Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, although I know a little bit about this despair train, it is just second-hand information and superficial hearsay. If we pry out any useful information from his mouth, it may be useful to us. Safe clearance goes a long way. After all, he is not only a member of the Truth Company, but also seems to have been on this train of despair for a while. You can see that his uniform is a little worn." But when Lin Yu heard Lin Yun's idea, he raised new questions. "Judging from the opponent's state and speech during the confrontation just now, I don't think he is in a clear and rational state. It would be fine if he was simply crazy, but if that's his nature, it would be even more difficult to communicate." Lin Yu touched his chin. "This is indeed a difficult problem, but when he wakes up, let me try. I believe there is still a chance that he will cooperate." "Okay, the last level has been passed. It's time for us to go to the next carriage," Lin Yu said, waving to Chen Zhuo at the rear of the carriage. "Hey, fatty, come here to work." Chen Zhuo had long quietly noticed that the battle here seemed to be over, but out of caution, the little fat man still huddled in the corner with his shield before Lin Yu, and Lin Yu personally told him that he was safe. Now Lin Yu greeted him. and he was 100% sure that the situation was safe, so he put away his shield and ran over happily. It's actually been solved. It's worthy of being two masters of the Freedom Alliance. Their origins in the big organizations are indeed different. Even this seemingly extraordinary character was easily subdued by you and still captured alive. Looking at the man in gray uniform sleeping soundly on the ground, Chunjua quickly flattered him. Lin Yu was relatively calm. Lin Yin couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed after being praised by Chunjua. You are very discerning, fatty, but my strength is only average in the Freedom Alliance. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin and tilted his head curiously. Middle and lower, are you sure you're not at the bottom? When acting as Zhu Ming, the face of the woman transformed using the mask is soft and gentle, and her voice is also a bit soft, but it is precisely with this face and tone that the words she speaks are particularly lethal. Lin Yin was driven a little crazy by Lin Yu's words. "Ah, don't tear me down," she screamed, and then looked at Chunjua angrily. "You are responsible for taking him away," Lin Yin said, pointing to the open car door over there. "It's time for us to go to the next car." Behind the car door and the connection between the carriages was dark, and nothing could be seen. Chunjua looked at the deep darkness and couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, after all, Lin Yu and Lin Yin were escorting them, and the strength they showed just now was better than the cheap guys hired twice in the past. Even this is not necessarily the upper limit for the two of them. Therefore, Chunjua quickly overcame his fear. And what he has to overcome next? It's your own laziness. Looking at the tall and thin man on the ground, Chunjua took the two ends of the rope that she had deliberately set aside from Lin Yin's hand and tried to drag them. Although he is tall and thin, the weight of the uniforms and various equipment designed for combat is not too light. Chunjua is an otaku who doesn't exercise for a long time and doesn't run much in physical education classes. He just tried dragging twice, and he was already a little tired and short of breath. Do I really have to delay it? As an employer, Chunjua was ready to exercise his rights against these two terrible guys for the first time. However, before Chunjua could open his mouth to protest against this arrangement, Lin Yin blocked him back with just one word. Otherwise, if Zhu Ming and I take this guy with us, our combat effectiveness will be reduced. If we encounter an encounter, why don't you come and take action yourself? As Lin Yin said, Chunjua suddenly became mute. Lin Yu smiled like Zhu Ming, a gentle elder sister, approached Chunjua, picked up the tall and thin man who was sleeping on the ground and said, "Put on your back. I'll tie it to you. It's more convenient this way. And if something attacks you from behind, he might be able to block it for you." Lin Yu's tone was gentle. For a otaku like Chunjua, Zhu Ming at this moment was something he absolutely could not refuse. He could only nod woodenly and watch Lin Yu tie two pieces of rope around him and fix the tall and thin man behind him. Then Lin Yu patted his shoulder. "Just treat it as exercise. Your physical fitness has always been poor, and it will be more difficult later." This scene reminded Chunjua of the scene when he first went to elementary school as a child and his grandmother helped him carry his school bag. So, Chunjua's eyes became firm. "I understand. I will complete the task." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then, Chunjua took firm steps and followed the two to the door of this carriage. Lin Yin took out a portable flashlight and turned it on, illuminating the connection between the carriages. In the illuminated darkness, the walls on both sides were filled with transparent jars filled with eyeballs. These transparent jars were filled with unknown liquids, and the mouths of the jars were connected with pipes, neatly arranged at the connection between the carriages. Those eyeballs of different sizes and colors soaked in them actually seemed to have their own consciousness turning around. And feeling the light of Lin Yin's flashlight, these eyeballs all looked at the three people who walked into the connection between the carriages. Chevron_left. Being stared at by those big and small canned eyeballs, Chunjua couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even though he had experienced 4 dungeons and had seen many scenes, Chunjua was still frightened and felt terrified. If it weren't for the 2 girls beside him who looked very calm, Chunjua would have screamed. A person's courage will change with the atmosphere around him. Therefore, Although this strange scene was very scary, it still did not scare Chen Zhuo out of his wits. He asked in a trembling voice as he summoned the courage to do so. "What are these?" "I don't know either. Let's do some research anyway." Lin Yu had already taken off her white, jade-like gloves and tapped the jar lightly with her fingers. Then, an eyeball magically disappeared from the jar and appeared in Lin Yu's fingers. The eyeball seemed a little frightened after leaving the tank, and it moved rapidly. But being pinched by Lin Yu's fingers, it was somewhat unable to move. Lin Yu looked at the scene where the eyeballs were struggled and was a little surprised. "It looks really interesting. This thing seems to be some kind of monitored. Truth Company is really an extremely evil company," Lin Yu said and stuffed the eyeball back into the jar. This operation went smoothly without any stagnation. Chen Zhuo looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of reverence, as if he were seeing a warrior catching cockroaches with his bare hands. Lin Yu was very calm. "Is it a monitor? It's not hidden at all. How did you come to this conclusion?" Lin Yu replied casually. "I guess. Well, this is not the point. The point is the door we enter into the next carriage." She shined a flashlight on the door in front of the three of them. The airtightness of the closed compartment door is excellent without any gaps. It seems that there is no problem in serving as the outer hatch of a submarine or spacecraft. The black one-way glass reflects the blurry silhouettes of the three people like a mirror, and the scene inside the other carriage cannot be seen. There is a touch terminal for entering passwords next to the door, and there is an area under the terminal that seems to be used for card reading. But the keyboard for entering passwords is not a traditional 9-key keyboard, but a 4x416-key keyboard. The contents on the 16 keys are printed with emoticons of different emotions. Lin Yu picked up the tall and thin man's ID card that he had seized before and swiped it on it. Drop! The terminal flashed a green light, seemingly signaling passage. But the door didn't open. "Dear C2 staff, Punctor von Valetti, your application for access has been submitted. If you want to enter the area ahead, please enter the current 4-digit dynamic password." A gentle electronic chime sounded. "Oh, it seems that we have reached the puzzle-solving stage. I thought this dungeon was just pure fighting," Lin Yu said with some regret. "Choose 4 of the 16 numbers. How many times would you try if you tried them one by one? This time, if these symbols cannot be chosen repeatedly, there are more than 40,000 possibilities. If they are repeated, it may be close to 70,000 possibilities." Lin Yu did some simple mental calculations and came to a conclusion. Of course, he has actually calculated the specific possibilities. There are 43,680 non-repeatable choices, and factorials are needed. The number of repetitions is 16 raised to the 4th power, 65,536 types. In short, no matter which one, it should not be able to be deceived at will. Even with the blessing of good luck buffs, it is difficult to achieve success directly. Chen Zhuo looked at the password and thought, "I saw in the spy movie that you can use tape to test the fingerprints on it to determine the commonly used keys. The prompt says that this is a dynamic password," Lin Yu reminded. "Although I don't know how long a cycle is, this method probably won't work." Lin Yu looked around and said, "Is there any hint? First, search him to see if there is a receiver or anything like that on him. If not, wake him up and torture him." Lin Yu gave a more practical plan, but Lin Yu still felt that this was not very efficient. Lin Yu had already taken action and began to move his hands up and down the tall and thin man. At times like this, I really miss those guys in the organization who are good at solving puzzles. Unfortunately, forming a team with them will be a complete side effect for this little fat guy who has not upgraded, Lin Yu said with emotion. After all, if a third-level player teams up with Chen Zhuo, who has not upgraded or even experienced an upgraded dungeon, the difficulty of the dungeon will definitely be hellish for Chen Zhuo. It is possible that a passing dog could chew him to death in 2 bites. Chen Zhuo also sighed with emotion. "It's a pity. I also know a guy who is very smart and good at solving puzzles, but he seems to have been subject to many restrictions and cannot form a team with me." Lin Yu nodded. "There are really only a few people who are good at solving puzzles. I met a very interesting newcomer who is very good at solving puzzles. Others are also very interested in him and sent me to evaluate him." Unfortunately, he seems to be interested in joining. We have no interest, and we haven't been able to contact him much recently. Lin Yu listened, faintly sweating. He had a premonition. Maybe the two people Chunjua and Lin Yin were talking about were the same person. Lin Yu, who originally wanted to take advantage of his identity as Zhu Ming, now decided to open the door quickly. Of course, it would be best to consider the personalities of Zhu Ming and Xiaoyu and choose a less abrupt method. Lin Yu thought about it, and soon a light bulb flashed in his mind, and he thought of a certain plan. Although it may not work, but you can try it. I do have a way to try it. The guy who traded me the torch of fear before also gave me a gift. As he said, Lin Yu took out from his arms the ID card belonging to Vil Valetti. Lin Yu swiped the ID card again in the card swiping area below. Ding! Dear B3 independent researcher, Vil Valetti, welcome to the area ahead. 2 green lights came on, and the password door in front of him opened directly. Sure enough, the authority of this card does not require a password. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although Valetai is naive, he is definitely a person with great potential and authority within the Truth Company. The reason why the C2 level of this field team leader needs a password is because he needs to apply for access to enter with his authority. Vil Valetai, who is higher authority, may not need to apply. Of course, the most fortunate thing is Vil Valetai is an independent researcher who has been buried in the snow mountain for many years, and his ID card authority has not been canceled. Does the Truth Company think he is not dead yet? Or is it normal for an independent researcher who has been sent out to the company for 10 years without returning and without any news? Lin Yu doesn't know. At the same time, he also noticed another detail he didn't realize it when Lin Yin picked up the ID card of the tall and thin man just now. But now after hearing the broadcast again, Lin Yu noticed it. Not only him, but Lin Yin and even Chunjua beside him noticed it. Hey, these two people have the same surname. They're both Valetai. Is there any connection between them? After the carriage door opened, Lin Yu and his party also entered the next carriage. Compared with the D13 in the previous carriage, which was full of seats and looked like an ordinary carriage, this carriage marked D12 was a bit special. It looked like a dining car, and a more luxurious one. There were only 3 elegant booths in the entire carriage, and behind the solid wood bar, there were wine cabinets and refrigerators that looked very stylish. The entire carriage was still empty, with no staff. Lin Yu looked around and did not find any danger for the time being. Is it rest time now, or is this a safe zone? He asked cautiously. Lin Yin said carelessly, I don't know. My information is not that detailed. As she said that, she supported the bar with one hand, flipped over gracefully, and landed steadily. Then Lin Yin opened the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of wine that looked extremely expensive. Wow, Kirishima Manor's 370th-year-old wine. Confession. Truth Company is really generous. She took out 2 cups from under the bar and looked at Lin Yu and Chunjua. Zhu Ming and the fat guy over there. Would you two like a drink? Chunjua, who had just put the Ponto Von Valetti on the chair and was sitting on the chair handle to catch his breath, was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin Yin's question and then shook his head. Wine, forget it. I can't drink. He waved his hand to refuse and then added in a low voice, and drinking is not good. We are not adults yet. Lin Yin curled his lips. You don't know what's good. You are already in the dungeon, and you are still pretending to be a good student. Is it possible that the dean will catch you in this car? Then Lin Yin looked at Lin Yu. What about you, Zhuming? This is a rare good thing. Lin Yu also shook his head. Forget it. I know what kind of wine produced by Kirishima Manor is. Although it seems safe for the time being, I don't want both of us to lose our combat effectiveness. Even for a moment. Lin Yin raised his eyebrows. You are unexpectedly a cautious person. And after only 8 dungeons, you already know Kirishima Manor. Lin Yin touched his chin. No wonder he has such high potential that the Psychological Society sent S-Level to hunt him down. Lin Yu smiled modestly. It's just luck that I happened to see him once. Lin Yin stopped talking, filled himself with a glass of wine, and drank it. Then, her eyes were briefly absent-minded. More than 10 seconds later, a line of tears flowed from the corner of Lin Yin's left eye, and then her eyes became clear. Although the vintage is average, the effect is still good. Lin Yin gently wiped away the tears and muttered. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin and asked, "What did you see?" "You cried." "It's just a tear, so it can't be considered crying," Lin Yin said nonchalantly. "What you saw just now was me being arrested for stealing too many things, and I was writing a confession in the detention center. So it's tears behind bars," Lin Yu said jokingly, not believing a word of Lin Yin's explanation. Obviously, this thief lady concealed something, but it made sense. She looked like the type who would hide things. It was impossible for her to tell Chen Zhua and Zhu Ming about the grief in her heart caused by the Kirishima Manor wine. She was not familiar with these two people to the point where she could open her heart. Sure enough, Lin Yin also changed the topic after Lin Yu's teasing. "Okay, since it is relatively safe now, let's rest and don't waste time. Let's continue to investigate this guy," Lin Yin said as he walked out of the bar, came to the thin and tall man placed on the chair by Chen Zhua, and grabbed his headgear mask. Then, Lin Yin took off the mask, revealing a decadent uncle's face with deep eye sockets, prominent cheekbones, and unshaven beard. The light golden hair was messy and looked like it had not been washed for a long time. This look looks like a former Special Forces soldier or agent in a Hollywood blockbuster who divorced his wife and lived a life of alcoholism, quietly waiting for someone to kidnap his daughter or plan a famous world-destroying plan to reactivate him into a hell god of war that ghosts fear. "Oh my, foreigner," Chen Zhua exclaimed. Hearing Chen Zhua's sigh, Lin Yin couldn't help rolling his eyes. "He's called Puncto von Valetti. Do you still expect him to be our fellow Jiangshan?" Lin Yu, who was standing aside, looked at this face and made an additional comparison that Chen Zhua and Lin Yin could not do. He compared this face with the image of Will Valetti that he had seen. The conclusion is, putting aside the fat and thin, if you only look at the bone structure, the two do have some similarities. But this 4 or 5 points of similarity is not enough to prove that the two are related. What's more, the Will Valetti that Lin Yu saw was a soul body, which is always a bit distorted. Maybe Valetti is a big surname, just like Smith. But if the two are really relatives, even if this guy is crazy and is now in a state of being subdued, maybe you can try to communicate with him through the identity of Will Valetti. Thinking of this, Lin Yu was a little entangled. He was thinking about whether to wake up this NPC. But before Lin Yu could think of the answer in his heart, Lin Yin had already taken action. "I'm idle anyway. I woke him up," Lin Yin said casually. And before Chen Zhua and Lin Yu expressed their opinions, he took out a spray bottle from his arms. Lin Yu saw from Lin Yin's actions that the spray bottle should be full of water. She directly aimed the spout of the spray bottle at the sleeping Puncto von Valetti and pressed the metal rod on the handle. Puff! Some liquid sprayed out of the shower, instantly waking up Puncto von Valetti, who was originally sleeping soundly, tied up and carried by Chen Zhua all the way without waking up. He opened his eyes wide and tried to get up, but soon found that he was tied tightly and struggled hard like a fish flapping. "What did you do? Who are you? Let me go." Puncto von Valetti growled and looked at Lin Yu and the other two in front of him with caution. After hearing what Puncto von Valetti said, Lin Yu and Lin Yin realized that something was wrong. They looked at each other with surprise. Lin Yin spoke first. "Hey, you attacked us, and you are questioning us?" Sure enough, after being asked by Lin Yin, Puncto von Valetti showed a confused look on his face, just as Lin Yu and Lin Yin expected. Although his tone was fierce just now, it was not as crazy as in the previous carriage, but a little panicked. So in other words, Puncto von Valetti is now communicable, and the attack and fight just now may not be his original intention. Hearing Lin Yin's voice, Lin Yu's first reaction was that it was not good. But soon he calmed down again. Although the face of Mei Mei is somewhat similar to Lin Yu, after the fine-tuning of mask, people will feel that they don't look like the same person if they take a closer look. If Lin Yin really saw it, he would probably only think about, are these cousins? Coupled with the completely different clothing styles and temperaments, they may even look a bit alike at first glance. As long as you don't get exposed, it's all good. The main thing to worry about now is it's the captain of Order, Gao Shan, and the rest of the team. Will they recognize these people as being from the Freedom Alliance? He calmly glanced at the reflection of the mobile phone screen on the table. There were 4 people coming in at the door. The thief, Lin Yu, walked in the front, and the little girl was still wearing sunglasses and looking casual as always. Behind him was a very fashionable, fair-skinned man wearing a cardigan shirt, a trendy crewneck shirt, and a silver necklace. He was the magician Qian Huan whom he had seen in the dungeon before. As for the other 2, one is a thin girl wearing a black plain dress and black gloves, with long black hair hanging around her waist and a somewhat cold temperament. The other one was a strong man about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black vest and gray sweatpants, with bulging chest muscles that almost burst the tight vest. Although Lin Yu didn't know who they were, but based on the previous information about Zhu Ming's identity, Lin Yu could know. These 2 people should be the prisoner and the incafiant. The thief is confirmed to be the 2nd level, and the magician is the 3rd level. These 2 people are probably 2nd level or above. But our own configuration, except for the Captain Gao Shan, who is at the 2nd level. The rest are all at the 1st level. If it were to be a head-on fight, even if they had a slight numerical advantage, Lin Yu would feel the Freedom Alliance side will definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Although even if the 2 sides really fight, Lin Yu can still make countless arrangements to survive. But it would be best if that situation didn't happen. Lin Yu could only hope that the 2 sides would not recognize each other at all. But the moment the foursome from the Freedom Alliance entered the noodle shop and Lin Yu greeted them to sit down, Lin Yu felt Gao Shan and Lu Wei raise their heads. This somewhat unusual combination, with a dangerous-looking strong man among them, will naturally make the 2 police officers pay more attention to their professional habits. Lu Wei couldn't help but slow down when eating noodles, and Gao Shan put down the chopsticks in his hand. The sight of the 2 people also caused several other people in the team to turn their heads sideways. The way the 5 or 6 people here looked at each other together made the people from the Freedom Alliance over there couldn't help but notice. Although Lin Yu didn't want to see such a scene, but their eyes did meet. It's really ruined. Lin Yu sighed silently in his heart, but still lowered his voice and asked Gao Shan, "Brother Shan, what's wrong? Are there any players over there?" "It's okay. I just feel that the strong man in black clothes over there looks like a trainer, and he also has an evil aura about him," Gao Shan said in a low voice. "The player may not be that, but I always feel that he is not someone to be trifled with." Lu Wei also nodded in agreement. And this combination is a bit strange. When Lin Yu heard the 2 people's words, he was thinking about how to make things right. The social animal Big Bird on the other side swallowed the noodles in his mouth and said vaguely, "Hey, it's okay. I know that girl in sunglasses over there. She's also a regular customer of this store, and she seems to be the eldest daughter of a wealthy local family in our area. That one over there might be her bodyguard." With the Big Bird's interruption, although Reed and Gao Shan still had some doubts, most of them dissipated. The security guard, who had been silent until now, the guy codenamed Jiaozhou Big Mantu, spoke up. "Let's eat first. We still have a mission." After hearing this, Gao Shan finally made up his mind. That's right. It's better not to cause trouble. Even if there are really wanted criminals on the run over there, that is still within the scope of the Jiangxing police's responsibilities. And in Gao Shan's view, the social danger of those players who disobey order is much greater than ordinary criminals. What's more, they might not even be criminals. Therefore, it is better to follow Li Hua's arrangement and go to the designated location to squat and keep an eye on him. A group of people also continued to eat noodles with their heads down. And behind, the conversation between Lin Yu and his party also floated into Lin Yu's ears. Why were those people looking at us just now? The tall, muscular man in a vest asked in a low voice. Lin Yin's voice sounded, "It feels like a plainclothes policeman over there is on a mission. Brother Zhou, you look like the Tianyu tyrant Fuisher in The Curse Return. Xiaoyun, even more so. It's normal for people to look twice at the combination of Enma AI and Ichihara Yuko." The man in the vest scratched his head. "What is Fuisher?" Qian Huan said with a smile. "If you tell him such a new work, he won't understand." Anyway, he is a very exaggerated, muscular man, similar to Taguro Ludi. The man in the vest said happily, "Oh, Taguro Ludi, I know this. Am I practicing so well?" Xiaoyun's voice sounded softly. "It's almost the same, but your muscles are a little more symmetrical." The conversation between the four people floated around, which made Gao Shan and others relax their vigilance even more. Lu Wei even sighed. It turns out it's a table of two-dimensional things, so that's okay. Soon, when the four of them were ordering, Lin Yu and others also finished their noodles and walked out. As the captain, Gao Shan, and the self-proclaimed local snake, Oshiro, got into an argument when they were paying the bill. During this period, Mantu from Hakilu province took advantage of the chaos and secretly settled the bill. Gao Shan said he was sorry. Under the influence of the gun and the blade, Punk Duo finally calmed down. The broken suppressor behind him turned blue again, and he sat on the chair with a depressed expression. After confirming that the other party was indeed no threat, Lin Yu even took the initiative to untie the rope from the other party. "So, have I lost my memory for several years?" Punk Duo scratched his hair in pain and said to himself, "First I was promoted to team leader, then I became a consumable and was exiled to this damn train. What happened to me?" Looking at Punk Duo in pain, Lin Yin comforted him. "Oh, don't get too hung up on the past. The most important thing is to grasp the present moment, but it seems that this present moment isn't all that important." Lin Yu also curiously asked, "Since you are an insider of Zhenli Company, you should know more about this train. I don't know what is going on with this train. What do you mean by consumables? What is this train for?" When Punk Duo heard Lin Yu's question, he reluctantly cheered up and explained to Lin Yu, "I have only heard of this. Originally, the Despair train was designed and built as a convenient transportation project. Its orbit surrounds the entire outer ring of the Evernight City. It originally had 6 stations. It claims to be able to get from one end of the Evernight City to the other in 3 minutes. It uses the Despair furnace, which has been proven to be extremely functional at the time. A single core furnace that can simultaneously absorb emotional energy, such as sadness, pain, anger, etc., and has already demonstrated its upper limit when used as an orbital strike weapon. Specially designed train lines can share the energy pressure of the entire city that never sleeps. However, after actual operation, everyone discovered a design flaw in this furnace. It was difficult to stop. In other words, once the train starts, there is no such thing as a stop. If you want it to stop, it can still run for at least 1 year after breaking and turning off the energy supply to the furnace. So, the project failed, but not completely, because the energy supply that was originally just a byproduct of it was found to far exceed the energy being used by all the cities that never sleep at the time. Originally, it was only expected to share energy pressure, but after it is actually put into operation, it can almost become the mainstay of daily energy supply. So, the company's top management decided to transform it into a ring-shaped energy supplier. They used high-resistant materials to reinforce the exterior of the carriage and the track, and, at the same time, demolished all the stations. But if you want to output energy at a high frequency, there must be passengers inside the carriage, and a large number of passengers with desperate emotions. So, the company decided to slightly adjust its original function of transportation into a prison. Those who have made big mistakes within the company and have been caught trying to invade the company. In short, any enemies of the company who can have similar emotions will be thrown into this never-ending train to drain them dry. Despair. As far as I can remember, this train has been running and has been supplying energy to the city that never sleeps for 10 years. Of course, in reality, it may have been many more years. In short, this train has gathered a large number of scum, traitors, and dangerous elements, and it has also become a testing ground for the company to test various new and old weapons. At this point, Punk Duo hit his face in pain. "Damn it, why did I end up here? What on earth happened?" he said again with some excitement. Lin Yu nodded understandingly. "I see. So even though it's called train, it's actually a prison built on a train, and it's the kind that tortures prisoners." He completely ignored Punk Duo's pain and analyzed it calmly. Lin Yin also touched his chin. So that's what happened. Both masters were very indifferent and allowed Puncto to collapse on his own. Only Chunjua couldn't help but stepped forward to comfort him with a few words. It's okay, uncle. Even though I lost my memory and was left in a place like this, it's not like I can't leave here. Chunjua's words also reminded Lin Yu. That's true. Lin Yu took over the conversation and asked about the new content. I heard that you only need to get a ticket to leave, right? What's that thing? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Punk Duo raised his head, his expression a little confused again. Ticket? I don't know. I haven't heard of any way to leave this train. Maybe it's because I'm not at a high level. Maybe it's something the company created during the time when I lost my memory. In short, if I can get back the memory of me as the team leader, I'm afraid it will be possible to give you the answer. Punk Duo said apologetically. Lin Yu waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Although we don't know the principle, at least we know where to find the thing. After saying that, Lin Yu paused and looked at Lin Yin, as if asking for Lin Yin's opinion. Lin Yin saw Lin Yu's expression and roughly understood what Lin Yu wanted to do. So he said directly, although this guy is not very stable, but he's a local with good skills after all, I second my opinion. She said nonchalantly. Chunjua was a little confused. What do you mean? Lin Yu did not answer Chunjua's question, but chose to explain to him with actions. He extended his hand directly to Punk Duo. Well, Mr. Puncto, although we just knocked you unconscious and you almost killed one of us, it was all caused by your crazy state. Now, do you want to cooperate sincerely with us? Together we can find a way off this train. Lin Yu extended an invitation to Punk Duo. Faced with the invitation, Punk Duo was a little hesitant. Sorry, I haven't figured out what happened yet, and I don't know your identities either. I still need some time to myself, Punk Duo said, politely rejecting Lin Yu. But Lin Yu did not take back his hand, but instead threw out new information again. Okay, Mr. Puncto, I originally planned to wait until your mood has stabilized a bit before telling you this, but now in order to gain your trust, I'm afraid I can only give you a little more shock. Lin Yu said, taking another ID and a black book from his arms with his other hand. Do you know Valetti? He and our friends who fought side by side. He gave me this ID card and notebook. Just as Lin Yu expected, Punk Duo's pupils suddenly tightened when he saw the card in Lin Yu's hand. However, the title that popped out of Punk Duo's mouth next was completely beyond Lin Yu's expectations. Oh my god, how do you have my great-uncle's ID card and notebook? Chevron_left. With the relationship with Vil Valetai, Puncto naturally changed his mind and accepted Lin Yu's invitation to join the team, so that the three-person team gained an NPC thug. Lin Yu couldn't help but thank Vil Valetai again in his heart. He didn't expect that this guy could send him a teammate across the dungeon. And the previous permission card also saved him the trouble of solving the puzzle. However, thank you. Lin Yu couldn't help but curse about the granduncle. Vil Valetai, you don't know how old you've been in the snowy mountains, right? Your nephew has already had a midlife crisis. Because he had the notebook and permission card in hand, Puncto didn't suspect anything, and Lin Yu also got a lot of personal information about him and Vil Valetai. According to Puncto, his grandfathers, Pearly Valetai and Vil Valetai, were a pair of brothers from the city that never sleeps. The elder brother Pearly is physically strong, and the younger brother Vil is smart. The elder brother, Pearly Valetti, worked as a boxer and thug in the underground gangs of the never-sleeping city, earning some money to support his younger brother, Will, to study. Will was very motivated and joined the Truth Company, which had just joined the ranks of giant oligarchs in the never-sleeping city at that time, and became an independent researcher of the company, and was appreciated by his mentor. With the help of his younger brother, the elder brother, Pearly Valetti, also joined the company and became a security guard. But the good times did not last long. Just 2 years later, Will disappeared during an assignment. Pearly Valetti was extremely sad and found the management of the Truth Company hoping to do their best to search and rescue his brother, at least to see him alive or dead. But because he was just a small security guard, he was completely powerless. He could only work hard to climb up. After Pearly Valetti's continuous efforts, He finally reached the pinnacle that an ordinary person could almost achieve in the Truth Company, the deputy director of the security department. The elderly Pearly had no hope that Will was alive, but he still hoped to get the truth. The authority of the subdirector has reached the B2 level, but he still has no right to view the files of the last mission of Will, an independent research institute at the B3 level. Therefore, after retiring, Pearly still arranged for his son to enter the Truth Company. On the one hand, this is a good job. On the other hand, Pearly hopes that his son will continue to investigate the truth about Will. And Pearly's son has not made any new progress in the investigation of his uncle Will Valetai. He has not even reached the level of his father. When he was only the head of the security department, he suffered from a rare disease and died unfortunately. And the only son of Pearly Valetai who died young is also the father of Ponkoto von Valetai. He also passed on his father's will to his son. So, although Ponkoto von Valetai has never even met his great-uncle, he knows everything about him. Therefore, after Lin Yu had finished asking questions, he simply did a favor and simply told the story of what Will Valetai had encountered in the form of "I heard from a friend." Thank you for sharing. I think my grandfather and father will be comforted if they know this. I will tell them all this when I visit the graves. Ponkoto von Valetai thanked Lin Yu solemnly, and then became a little pessimistic. But I hope I can still go out to visit their graves. As he said, Lin Yin waved his hand with a bulging backpack on his back. Don't be so discouraged. Follow us, it will be fine. The three-person team brought Ponkoto to the other end of the dining car. After Ponkoto joined the team, they naturally had no reason to stay in the dining car. If you want to get a ticket, you must fight with some things on this car. At present, there is no living thing in the dining car, not to mention any moving objects, so it is obviously impossible to get a ticket. Arriving at the other end of the dining car, the doors here have 4 doors side by side. The 4 doors are marked D3, D6, D9, and roll respectively. Chun Shua scratched his head. What does this mean? Shouldn't the trains be arranged in sequence? And why are there 3 doors at the same time? Lin Yin looked at Chunjua. Although you may not know what the Truth Company is before, but you can probably tell from our conversation just now that this company can transform people's emotions and souls into actual energy and even matter. Do you think it's difficult to install some kind of transmission device on the trains of such a company? Lin Yin said, and Ponkoto nodded. Yes, the company does have this technology. Although there are many restrictions on distance and location, it is still possible to create a fixed point-to-point transmission door in a closed building or inside a vehicle by using the characteristics of confusion to distort reality. Ponkoto explained, and Chunj was suddenly understood. I know the Truth Company is so awesome. I should have bought some of their products earlier. Someone tried to sell me weapons made by their company at the last rally, but I didn't buy them because they were too expensive. Chun was said regretfully. But let's not talk about that. Which door should we choose? Lin Yu touched his chin and thought. Well, I personally tend to choose between 3 and 6. Why did you exclude 9 and the roll door? Chinchua asked curiously. Because these 2 doors have a high probability of encountering other players. Remember the hint. The carriages with new passengers in addition to our D13 are D4 and D5. Lin Yin analyzed. Of course, the 2 carriages that are more likely to encounter players should be number 3, because according to our experience with number 12 and number 13, the dining car should have a normal door leading to a large number and a space door leading to a small number. But if I have to choose, I would choose roll. It's more interesting to have more randomness. After Lin Yin finished explaining, he smiled and added his opinion. Ponkoto didn't say anything on the side, looking like he was following orders. Only then did Lin Yu realize that everyone seemed to have given him the right to make the decision. But this is reasonable. After all, the card with the highest authority and the one that can definitely open the door is in Lin Yu's hand. Okay, that's still carriage 3. Lin Yu took out Vil Valetti's card and swiped it next to the door marked D3. The door opened again, revealing a deep space with a blue light on the floor. Lin Yu walked in with a few people. The door behind him closed automatically. After a slight dizziness, a door in front of him suddenly opened. A strong smell of blood came, and corpses were piled everywhere in the spacious carriage with almost the same layout as D12. On the bar, on the dining table, on the floor, about a dozen lives, which should have just disappeared a few minutes ago. And the initiator of all this is probably the only one still standing in this carriage at this moment. The man who was leisurely cooking Italian noodles with a stove behind the bar. Before Lin Yu and Puncto took a vigilant posture, and before Chunjua hid behind everyone, Lin Yin spoke first. "Oh my God, Brother Wang, why is it you?" The man cooking pasta also raised his head and saw Lin Yin wearing sunglasses, and was also a little surprised. "Oh, Onion, you are also in this copy." Afterwards, Lin Yin sighed. "It's so sweet and loving, so outrageous. I hate meeting couples in dungeons, mostly because Brother Wang is so hateful. A rat like me lives in a dark sewer and is a shady thief by profession. I will be happy when I see others happy." When Lin Yu heard Lin Yin's words, he felt that although the little girl was mostly joking, she might also be partly sincere. He remembered the first time he met Lin Yin in a dungeon. It was in the dungeon of the God of Change, Deadly Questions and Answers. At that time, Lin Yin was very active in causing the young couple in the dungeon to kill each other. Although the main reason was that there was already a gap between them, and the direct reason was the problem caused by the crow, Lin Yin could be regarded as an accomplice who added fuel to the flames. However, Wang Yiyang was somewhat accustomed to Lin Yin's resentful words. "Although most of it is happiness, I also have worries. Yu Chang's status is quite special. It's not like you don't know this," Wang Yiyang said calmly, and Lin Yin sighed. "That's true." Then, she suddenly realized something and looked at Lin Yu with a very sneaky smile on her face. "Hey, dear Miss Zhu Ming, Brother Wang's girlfriend is from the Psychological Association." Lin Yuding was stunned for a moment when he heard the words Psychological Society. "What? Originally, I was just watching Lin Yin and Wang Yiyang chatting and observing the internal relationship model of the Freedom Alliance. But who would have thought that a member of the Psychological Society would suddenly appear? The Freedom Alliance is too liberal, and some of its members are actually dating people from the Psychological Society. And even if the Freedom Alliance is relatively loose, is this kind of thing allowed by the Psychological Association?" But before Lin Yu could react, Wang Yuyang spoke in surprise. "Oh, you also have some connection with the Psychological Society. It's more than just origins," Lin Yu said with a fake smile. "It's simply deep-rooted and disconnected." He said softly. Wang Yuyang nodded and spoke again. "Oh, that's it. But Yu Chang is an independent executive of the Enforcement Office. She has no deep connection with the headquarters of the Psychological Society, and she has relatively large autonomy." Seemingly noticing that Lin Yu had some trouble with the Psychological Society, Wang Yuyang gave an explanation. Listening to this introduction, Lin Yu felt even more familiar. "Well, what is your girlfriend's occupation?" Before Wang Yuyang could answer, Lin Yin laughed and spoke. "Zhu Ming, you've got the point right. His girlfriend is a killer. Psychological Society, Executive Office, killer, gender woman." With all these factors added up, Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he was ready to turn around and run away. Although now he is using the two-in-one false identities of Xia Yu and Zhu Ming. But seeing that nervous woman in the dungeon in her current capacity might not be a good option. But before Lin Yu could execute the instruction to escape, Wang Yuyang's voice rang out. "Yu Chang, the noodles are ready," he said, and a response immediately came from the middle of the carriage. "Come on." A lively female voice sounded, and then from behind the booth of the dining car, a sweet-looking girl emerged from the pile of dead people. She showed a few scraps of paper in her hand and said with some regret, "I only found about 5 pieces of ticket, and I can't even put half of it together." With that said, she walked briskly across half of the carriage to Wang Yuyang, and at the same time looked at the newly arrived Lin Yu and his party. "I probably heard what you just said. We meet again, Yin. Also, Zhu Ming and the employer's brother, right?" The girl smiled and nodded in greeting, and her words were so kind and friendly that it felt like spring breeze. Lin Yu looked at the other party and let out a long, undisguised sigh of relief. Although I knew it was impossible, but after actually seeing that it was not that guy, it was really great. The girl was a little confused. Why did you say that? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid this guy was a little worried that what appeared was fluoxetine, because she was almost killed by fluoxetine before. The girl was a little embarrassed when she heard this. Ah, that's it. Senior fluoxetine is really too much. If I have a chance, I will scold her for you. But I am indeed not fluoxetine. My code name in the Psychological Society is citalopram, and my grade in Enforcement Office is only grade B. Of course, since you're Yu Yang's friend, you can also just call me by my name, Pan Yu-chan. Lin Yu nodded. Although the other party was not fluoxetine himself, he was relieved. But facing the members of the Psychological Society, he did not dare to neglect them. But Wang Yuyang spoke again. You were almost killed by fluoxetine? If you can let that guy take action himself, I guess you must be something special. Yin, why didn't you mention it before? Lin Yin shrugged. To be honest, I only found out about it a few days ago, and I haven't had time to tell you yet. And Pan Yu-chung seemed to have thought of something. Hey, wait a minute. I seem to have seen you in the internal documents of the execution office. You seem to be the S-class potential newcomer who failed to become a player. S-level? Your potential is S-level. Wang Yuyang and Lin Yin looked at Lin Yu at the same time, both with disbelief on their faces. Although Lin Yin had stolen the list of the Psychological Society before and confirmed that Xia Yu's rating should be above A, she only thought that Xia Yu should be A or A+. Who would have thought it was S-level? Lin Yu himself was shocked. What the hell? Xia Yu's potential is S-level. Is the monster that this Psychological Society has such high hopes for the monster he encountered in the first copy? No, considering that his rating seems to be only high, Lin Yu still thinks that there is some loophole in the rating standard of this organization. Although he was thinking a lot in his heart, he was very calm on the surface. It's so high, but I don't trust your organization's standards. After all, you just said that I failed to become a player. This means that your organization's information is wrong. I am here as a player. This is the copy of the death game, Lin Yu said calmly. Pan Yu-chang looked at Lin Yu and fell into thought. Oh yes, could it be that fluoxetine's report was wrong? But she has clearly confirmed your death. Even the news from Order is the same. Lin Yu sighed. Then I can proudly say that I really deceived two powerful organizations by myself. At this time, Lin Yu has gradually realized that although it was an accident to meet Wang Yuyang and Pan Yu-chang here, but the identities of these two people, one is a member of the Free Alliance, and the other is a member of this Psychological Society. This is certainly a great challenge for him to use the identity of Xia Yu to carry out activities, but it is also an opportunity. As long as he puts on a proper performance, the game he set up not long ago about the identities of Zhu Ming and Xia Yu will be more credible in this copy. Even it can really and thoroughly deceive fluoxetine himself and even the entire death game player circle. The opportunity is the two people in front of him. So, Lin Yu appropriately showed some anger. But to be honest, I could have chosen not to do that. I won't criticize your Psychology Society for being keen on finding ordinary people with potential and trying to pull them into the death game. After all, it is your purpose of action. His tone is still soft, but at this moment there's a bit of a needle hidden in the cotton. But please ask Miss Citalopram to propose rectification suggestions to your organization after returning. Before executing this operation, can you confirm whether I have become a player? Lin Yu pretended to have a headache and spoke in a half-helpless and half-complaining tone. Can you understand how I felt when I was suddenly attacked by the Level 3 Master of the Psychology Society that day? Although fake death can deceive that fluoxetine, you may be proud of it in the past, but it was just a helpless act of me trying to survive at that time. I consumed at least 3 precious props and deceived my relatives and friends. Now I can't go home. My mother and sister think I'm really dead. My sister is about to take the high school entrance examination, which is a big blow to her. What if she fails the exam? As a result, I only know now, this is just a misunderstanding. Damn it, I was unlucky enough to enter this game 2 months ago. Who knew that there would be even more unlucky things a month ago? Death is an unlucky thing that most people will experience once in their lifetime, but I've already died twice. Lin Yu's tone became more and more excited. He showed a moderate, out of control, that matched Xia Yu's personality. The emotional tension was enough to make Pan Yuqiang and the other people present believe her words and fall in her logic that was not completely credible but very reasonable. Of course, Lin Yu knew it very well. Whether Wang Yuyang, Pan Yuqiang, or Lin Yan, they are not ordinary characters. Even if they are subconsciously infected by emotions now, they're likely to react later. Therefore, in order to make Xia Yu's identity a fait accompli, Lin Yu used prophecy tooth without any hesitation. He chose to let the three of them believe his last sentence just now. Death is an unfortunate thing that most people will experience once in their lifetime, but I have died twice. For Lin Yu, whether it refers to himself or Xia Yu, it is a very accurate and unquestionable truth. Of course, for Xia Yu, she can also be regarded as having died 3 times, depending on the different algorithms. It's just that there is absolutely no one in the world except Lin Yu who knows what the truth represented by this sentence means. Therefore, the unconditional belief brought by prophecy tooth is enough to make the 4 players present no longer have any doubts about the background of Xia Yu designed by Lin Yu and completely believe his carefully woven story. And among the 4 players present, there are 2 members of the Free Alliance and 1 member of the Psychological Society. They all have enough influence to influence other members of their organization's judgment on the identity of Zhu Ming. Although the remaining Chenhua is a newcomer, if you think about it carefully, he has experienced a novice copy with me after all, so he is likely to doubt Xia Yu's identity. Therefore, even though Teeth of Prophecy only has 1 use left after this use, Lin Yu feels it's worth it. For a moment, the remaining 4 players looked at Lin Yu, whose eyes were slightly red, and comforted her under the completely logical belief. It doesn't matter, as long as the person is still alive. This matter is indeed not handled well by the Psychological Association. Wang Yuyang said dryly, logically speaking, this matter has nothing to do with him, but this member of the Freedom Alliance seems to have a sense of responsibility. He seems to have a sense of belonging to the Psychological Society, because his girlfriend Pan Yuqiang is from the Psychological Society. As for Pan Yuqiang, she was even more apologetic. I will definitely go back and report the truth. Although I'm only B-level, I do still have a say in the organization. Lin Yan scratched his hair and said, Hey, Zhu Ming, I didn't expect you to have such a side. But after joining the Freedom Alliance and meeting fluoxetine again, I can help you fuck her. You're a zebra. That bitch is really not that good. At this moment, Punk Duo's voice interrupted the somewhat awkward atmosphere among the players. Hey guys, I found something good. When I entered the D3 carriage just now, I saw that Lin Yan seemed to have met an acquaintance and reminisced about old times. Punk Duo wisely went to check the corpses in the carriage. At this moment, Punk Duo seemed to have found some useful objects that Pan Yuqiang had not found. He held something that looked like a black pager and waved it in front of everyone. This is the dedicated communicator for the directors, ministers, and directors of the Truth Company. It seems that there are people with very high authority on this train of despair. Truth Company's special communicator? Lin Yu asked curiously. Punkdo nodded. Yes, this thing is the highest level confidential communicator. It is only used to transmit the highest level instructions from the company's headquarters board of directors to various managers. The holder's authority within the company is at least B1 class. After ordinary people get it, it is impossible to open it. Only certified users can use it normally. Not only that, even if you kidnap an executive, you can't even threaten him to open this box because this thing can even detect whether the user is in a threatened state. So powerful, Lin Yu felt a little incredible and even subconsciously couldn't believe Punk Duo's words. But after taking over the inconspicuous black box he captured from Punk Duo, the description of the props he saw corroborated Punk Duo's statement. Confidential communicator. Note, a communicator that can automatically identify the user's soul state. Only certified users who are fully awake and emotionally stable and calm can turn on and use the encrypted communication function. Lin Yu shared the prop description with Lin Yin and Chen Zhua, and then threw it to Wang Yuyang. Lin Yin raised his eyebrows. The design of this thing is quite thoughtful. It just makes it feel like your own executives will not die after being kidnapped. Even if the management and the company's interests are put above their lives, Pan Yuqiang commented, it is very true to the company style, but it is also really uncomfortable. Lin Yu's expression was somewhat strange when he heard such a speech that respected life and had a normal outlook on life from a member of the Psychological Society. It seems that this Miss Pan Yuqiang should be regarded as an outlier in the twisted organization of the Psychological Society. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't help but become more curious. How did this person come up with the idea of joining the Psychological Society, and how did he awaken the killer? However, now is not a good time to inquire. At the moment, Lin Yu is more concerned about the content of the current copy. So, among the pile of dead people, is the director of Truth Company? Punk Duo pondered and shook his head. I don't think so. The person I found the communicator just now seems to be just a criminal in the city that never sleeps. He has tattoos and looks ferocious, and he is dressed in cheap, worn-out ordinary clothes. The emotions remaining on the body are mixed and muddy. Not like a company executive at all. Punk Duo walked to the middle of the dining car and picked up the body that he had just found the communicator on. It indeed looked like a vicious and dangerous gang member who had been hanging around at the bottom of society all year round. But he may be the squad leader or leader of this group of gangsters. This communicator was probably snatched by him or rewarded by some big shot. After all, if that big shot appears inside the despair train, he is probably exiled here like me. This communicator has lost its core role and can only be reduced to a signal with better signal and resistance. A communicator with stronger interference. Punk Duo analyzed it calmly and rationally, but his expression turned slightly gloomy when he mentioned being exiled. Lin Yin showed an expression of appreciation. Okay, Mr. Puncto, I didn't expect that you, a combatant, have a bright mind. Wang Yuyang also spoke to support Pang Kadwa's remarks. Indeed, that guy does have some authority in this dining car. If I had known that the involvement was so deep, I wouldn't have killed him directly. Speaking of this, Wang Yuyang's tone couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Pan Yuqiang smiled and added, fortunately, I used the psychic ring to ask a few questions just now when I was collecting tickets not long after they died. Wang Yuyang looked at Pan Yuqiang, and a sweet smile appeared on the girl's face. I know you don't think too much when dealing with these scum, so naturally I will help you check for the flaws. Anyway, there's a high probability that I won't need to take action in the battle. Pan Yuqiang said. Wang Yuyang touched Pan Yuqiang's head. You did a great job. You're truly worthy of Yuqiang. Lin Yin couldn't help but spat. Zhua, can you be serious? Pan Yuqiang looked at Lin Yin with a normal expression. Of course, above these people there's indeed a big shot with a higher status who is also trapped on the train and leads them. Not only that, I also have a certain understanding of the general layout of the entire train of despair. Yu Yang and I came from car number 4. The last car was attacked by a 2-wheeled robot. After getting rid of the robot, we met 3 people from car number 3 who claimed to be the airport gang. Before Yu Yang killed them, he got the message through torture on the despair train. If you hurt other beings with souls and emotions, you can get rewards in the dining car. Good food, cigarettes, clean clothes, weapons, even ticket scraps. After collecting enough ticket fragments, a complete ticket can be assembled. The ticket is the proof of leaving the despair train. Although the despair train will not stop, if the Truth Company has a way to put people in, it will naturally have a way to get people to leave. After getting this news, Yu Yang and I came to car number 3. This is the dining car and the base of the airport gang, with 13 members. Originally, I wanted to negotiate with the airport gang, but the members of this gang seemed to be criminals who were thrown in because they violated the Truth Company. They spoke rudely to me when they saw me. Wang Yuyang sighed. I hate guys who can't control their desires the most. Living like a beast is really a waste of the innate humanity of being a human being. Pan Yuqiang shrugged. So Yu Yang killed them all? But fortunately, I have a psychic ring. Pan Yuqiang shook the beautiful silver and green ring on her right middle finger. These dead people are more honest than the living. So I figured out the details of the train of despair situation. Because the rules of the entire train encourage people trapped on the train to kill each other. Once there's an announcement that new people are boarding the entire train will be hunted by the nearby seniors. Veterans usually come out after 2 to 4 rounds of weapons testing that comes with the train. Once these newcomers show enough strength, the seniors will turn to draw them into their own forces. After all, it is not just the newcomers who have to face the danger of weapons from the Truth Company. Every 24 hours, random weapons will be released, and the passengers in random carriages will start a hunt down. The duration is only 1 hour. As long as you run away, it is not a big problem. But about every 72 hours, the entire train will undergo a cleaning that lasts for 3 hours. It is not a situation that can be dealt with by hiding and running away. Chevron under score left. After hearing Pan Yuqiang's explanation, Lin Yu instantly understood why there would be such an organization as gangs on the despair train, a train that encourages trapped people to kill each other and even develop to a size of more than 10 people. Because there are greater external threats. This mechanism made Lin Yu have to admire the senior management of Truth Company. No matter who designed the internal mechanism of the despair train, it is indeed a set that will continue to make the passengers inside continue to have negative emotions. It is even the best solution. On the one hand, it encourages killing each other and arouses hatred and anger between each other. On the other hand, the Big Purge every 3 days forces them to keep warm together, maintain a certain organizational structure, keep their daily suspicion and fear, and even betrayal events that can generate a huge amount of negative emotions may occur. It is really too inhumane, but it is indeed too efficient for the despair train to harvest negative emotions. The passengers on this train live more miserably than the players of the death game. Moreover, if Lin Yu guessed correctly, every time new people are deployed, it is after the Big Purge, right? Lin Yu said calmly, and Pan Yuqiang nodded. Yes, the thing that Never Sleep City lacks the most is the consumable material called people. Every 3 days, it is enough for Zhenli Company to gather a dozen unlucky people who could be thrown into the car. This time we only have 6 people on the car. It is a special situation, Pan Yuqiang said, and Lin Yin touched his chin. Well, but apart from the relatively fragile airport gang that you just destroyed, are there any other forces on this train? Most forces are very fragile. Those that can survive for more than a month without being wiped out or banned are considered to have a long history. At present, in addition to the airport gang that has just been completely wiped out, there's also a new group that has survived 5 major purges and occupied the number 6 dining car, the Lion Gang. The 2 old groups that jointly occupied the number 9 dining car, the Blue Blood Team and the Iron Thorn Gang. I didn't ask about the situation of these groups, but behind them is a big man called Baron. The communicator of the airport gang is likely to come from the Baron. That's what I know. Pan Yuqiang said the last information she knew. Chunjue sighed immediately. It's a small train with only 100 people, and they were all caught and imprisoned as human batteries. It turned out to be so factional and complicated. And the mastermind behind the scenes is called Baron, which makes it a bit epic. Hearing Chunjue's sigh, Lin Yin shook his finger. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Fatty, you are still too young. You are also in school. Don't you have any factional small groups in your class of more than 20 people? Chunjue was stunned for a moment. There are indeed various small groups in our class, but there are more than 50 people in a class. Then Lin Yin reacted. Oh yes, you go to a public school. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yin, sighed, and said half-jokingly, You are not a rat who can't bear to see others happy. I will fight with you, a lady who goes to an aristocratic middle school. She knocked her head and stuck out her tongue, making a face like a unique family to get away with it. That's what I mean. Wang Yang was thinking about other issues. Well, are there 3 more similar gangs? If we kill them all, can we get enough tickets? He casually mentioned a very extreme plan. Lin Yu, Lin Yin, and Chunjue stopped joking instantly and looked at Wang Yang together with Puncto. I don't think it's possible, Yang. Before others could think of the words to persuade, Pan Yuqiang spoke first. Wang Yuyang listened to the advice and accepted the fact that his proposal was rejected by his girlfriend without even asking why. Okay, he nodded in response. In order to prevent Wang Yuyang from proposing any more unfeasible plans, Lin Yu coughed lightly. In short, most of these gangs have occupied the dining car. It should be for the consideration of convenient transportation and communication. This shows that there is a certain superficial peace between the gangs. The gangs occupying other dining cars have not come to the territory of the airport gang, so they may not know what happened here for the time being. Perhaps we can use their identities and negotiate with other gang members as new members of the airport gang to obtain information about the Baron. Regarding the ticket, the Baron may know more. Lin Yu said seriously, and Lin Yin raised his hand instantly. I seconded. The others had no objection. The group prepared to set off and went to the number 9 dining car to inquire about the gangs entrenched there. However, before setting off, Chunjua seemed to realize something and suddenly spoke. But speaking of it, the carriage we 3 got on was number 13, and why was there no one in the number 12 dining car? Chunjua asked a question. Hearing Chunjua's question, Lin Yu and Lin Yin sighed together. They had already realized this, but Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang didn't ask, so they just glossed over it. After all, both Lin Yu and Lin Yin had guessed the possibility that the situation of the number 12 dining car near them was special. Sure enough, after being reminded by Chunjua, Pan Yuqiang spoke in a strange voice. I thought you already understood what was going on. According to the people from the airport gang, the newcomers from number 13 and number 14 should be ignored and try not to approach the number 12 dining car. Because there is a madman with extraordinary strength in the number 12 dining car. Almost one person is equivalent to an entire force and will hunt everyone indiscriminately. Didn't you get rid of him? Wang Yang reacted and looked at Puncto von Valetti. I thought this guy was a newcomer who got on the car like you and was rescued by you. Lin Yu sighed. Yes, he is the madman, but please rest assured, he is not sick now and is quite safe. Wang Yuyang looked at Lin Yin, and the little girl raised her hand instantly. Brother Wang, I have no intention of concealing anything. I just think it's better to have less trouble than more. With your temper, I'm afraid you will have to kill him. Wang Yuyang nodded. You're right. I'm not very comfortable putting such a time bomb in the team. Although he knows some of the internal situation of the Truth Company, I still think the risks of this move far outweigh the benefits. Puncto felt Wang Yuyang's hostility and became alert. I really can't guarantee that I can stay awake all the time. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. But if you insist on not acting with me, I can't accept it. Puncto said, looking at Lin Yu with a firm look. This woman has what I want, and she took the initiative to invite me to act together. Unless she asks, I won't leave this team. Lin Yu felt a little headache after hearing Punctuo's speech. He knew things would turn out like this. Just move out Will Valetti in front of Lin Yin and Chunjua. Now, he still has to show his connection with the Truth Company in front of the people of the Psychological Society. This is not what Lin Yu wants to see. But now that things have happened, Lin Yu can only accept it. He looked at Wang Yuyang with an indifferent expression. I can vouch for him for the time being, and Anian and I have subdued him once before. If Puncto gets into trouble again, I will be responsible for solving him. Lin Yu said calmly. Seeing Lin Yu's resolute attitude, Wang Yuyang had no choice but to give up. He just lowered his voice and said in a voice that Lin Yu could hear, as if to persuade, don't trust the NPCs in the dungeon too much. Truth Company is not a serious company in the first place. This man is a former employee of Truth Company and was thrown here after falling into madness. It shows that there are many things involved in him. You are still First Order, and you don't have to be too deeply bound to a specific force in the dungeon. Lin Yu knew Wang Yuyang had good intentions and nodded. I see. After this small interlude, the 6 people finally set off despite Wang Yuyang's slightly wary attitude. After all, although there are hidden risks with Punk Multi, it is also equivalent to having an extra helper after all. What's more, Punk Duo's identity on this train also has other wonderful uses. They arrived in car number 3 and then opened the door to car number 9. After walking out of the door, noisy sounds filled the space, as well as a smell similar to fermentation. This carriage is obviously very futuristic, but at this moment, Lin Yu seems to be in a green train. Compared with car number 3, which was just stacked with some boxes and a few mats on the floor, car number 9 had been remodeled more obviously. The carriage was divided into left and right halves by a long curtain. The seats were put on shelves and transformed into beds, and various old buckets were used for water and storage. It seems that these people have indeed lived in this carriage for a long time. 7 or 8 sloppy men who looked like tramps and had messy hair occupied one side. A dozen young men who looked young occupied the other side. Seeing Lin Yu and his group walking out of gate number 3, the tallest of the young men stood up vigilantly and picked up the iron rod with 2 polished ends in his hand. Car number 3? People from the airport gang. Why are you here uninvited? This is our Blue Bloods territory. In this number 9 carriage, there is even a barbed wire fence on the corridor between the door and the carriage. Lin Yu stepped forward through the barbed wire fence. We are new members of the airport gang and wanted to understand ecology inside the despair train. So the boss said we could come and see for ourselves. The tall young man holding the iron rod was a little suspicious after hearing this. When did the boss of the airport gang become so unrestrained to his subordinates? He turned to look at the homeless-like men. Hey, Ironthorn, what's going on? The homeless people who were sitting together like playing cards turned around and said nonchalantly, "Oh, their boss is originally a gangster. It is normal for team management to be loose and tight. That guy has no brains at all." Through this simple interaction, Lin Yu made a judgment in his mind. The 2 organizations entrenched in car number 9 should have some kind of subtle, symbiotic relationship. The Blue Bloods are stronger and more dominant. But these Iron Thorn people have probably been on this train of despair for a long time, so the Blue Bloods didn't kill them, but kept them as their consultants and encyclopedias. Thinking of this, Lin Yu already had a sense of how to negotiate next. Everyone from Iron Thorns, although I have just joined, it seems inappropriate to slander our boss like this, right? He passed over the boy from the Blue Blood team and spoke directly to the Iron Thorn man in a provocative tone. Although Zhu Ming's voice was soft, Lin Yu's tone at this moment was very fierce. The tall boy from the Blue Blood team frowned and tapped the floor with his iron pole. Hey, new guy, didn't your boss warn you not to act wild here before he asked you to come? For a moment, the members of the Blue Blood team who were resting lazily stood up one after another, looking at Lin Yu with unkind expressions. Lin Yu stood there without changing his expression. Seeing Lin Yu's calm look, a slovenly uncle in Iron Thorns realized something. Tang, don't get excited yet. This guy is deliberately irritating you. He looked at Lin Yu, a glimmer of light flashing under his dirty eyelids. Although this train is full of stupid people and stupid things, but you don't seem to be a stupid person. What exactly is your purpose here? Lin Yu didn't seem surprised to be asked so vigilantly. He scratched the gaps between the barbed wire fences with his hands and spoke softly. You guessed it right. I came here to inquire about someone from you. Baron, as Lin Yu said this, the people in the Blue Blood team became restless again. You want to see His Excellency the Baron? If the airport gang wants to find the Baron, why would they come to us instead of your own boss? What on earth do you mean? The sloppy uncle of Iron Thorn smiled. This girl is not a new member of the airport gang. She should have just got on the train, but just getting on the train for a while is enough. How are the people from the airport gang? Lin Yu was not surprised that his lie was exposed. It would be strange if such a crude plan of pretending to be the airport gang could really succeed. Even if the despair train was filled with pigs by the Truth Company, it should have produced a few wild boar spirits to survive the purges and cannibalism again and again. But why did he still choose to propose this plan? And Lin Yan and Wang Yuyang also expressed their agreement. Because when this lie was exposed, the truth revealed at that time would make the negotiation smoother. Lin Yu looked at the sloppy tramp and grinned. We were found by you. Oh, those guys didn't cooperate very well, so they were dealt with. I hope you can cooperate a little. I'm not interested in you. I just want to find the Baron now. Lin Yu said calmly, with a threatening tone. This is more effective than telling them directly we killed the entire airport gang. Fuck, are you threatening us? Do you think we're the trash of the airport gang? Before they were thrown here, they were just a group of scum and trash, low-level thugs who only knew how to steal and intimidate civilians. They were thrown here just because they offended people. We are not those idiots. We are from the great wilderness and have robbed the Truth Company's convoy. Sure enough, although the leader of the Blue Blood team looked a little unhappy and pretended to be fierce and cursed a few times. But judging from the actions of him and his younger brothers behind him, they were still scared. As long as there is a reason to convince them or a reason that makes them convince themselves, which would become a step for them to take a step back, I'm afraid they will give in. And this reason is not difficult to find. Lin Yu looked behind him. The other 5 people were still hiding in the shadows for the time being. Only vague outlines could be seen from the outside. Put on your hood and walk out for a few steps, he said to Puncto, and Puncto nodded. Then, the well-known madman in the Truth train showed his figure. The iconic uniform and the spray paint on his chest made the whole car silent in an instant. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Everyone, I really have something serious to do with the Baron. How about asking everyone to give me a favor?" After Puncto appeared, everything Lin Yu said became extremely convincing. From the perspective of the 2 gang members in the number 9 dining car, this new woman can make this madman stand quietly behind her. She is definitely not simple. Is she another big shot who was sent down because of the failure of the power factional struggle within the Truth Company? Or is she a core member of other forces in the never-sleeping city? It is even hard to say whether this woman was sent down. Maybe she planned to enter on her own initiative. From the moment Puncto appeared, the other NPCs in the number 9 car clearly realized one thing. The current situation and the woman's plan are completely different from those who are still thinking about how to survive the next purge and stay on the train in a daze. The airport gang's annihilation can't scare them. It's normal for the group that huddles together for warmth in the train to be overturned. But, combined with the appearance of Puncto and the woman's absolutely not fake speech, they belatedly realized that they had some fear about the destruction of the airport gang. Because the airport gang was likely to be crushed to death, like a person crushing an ant. This was not a situation they could get involved in or intervene in. Therefore, even the flamboyant and young Blue Blood team could not help but shut down. The senior Iron Thorn spoke again. "You want to see His Excellency the Baron, right? Please forgive me. I can only help you contact the Baron. I don't have a way to see him directly." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. It was expected that the Iron Thorn and the Blue Blood team were frightened by the appearance of Puncto. It is better to say that Lin Yu had prepared for the appearance of Puncto from the beginning. Therefore, he also knew that the Iron Thorn and the Blue Blood team should have been scared and regarded him as some kind of superior who could not afford to offend. But even so, the Iron Thorn people still have to ask the Baron. In other words, even if Lin Yu is now terrible and inviolable in their eyes, but is he still on an equal footing with the Baron? This guy definitely doesn't look like an ordinary prisoner. Lin Yu pondered. Then, the current performance may fool these senior prisoners, but it may not be able to calm the Baron hiding in the dark. Lin Yu came to a conclusion in his heart. More bets. As for how to increase the bet, Lin Yu chose to take a gamble. He looked at the old man in Iron Thorn and whispered, "Since you have a way to contact him, just tell him directly. I don't need you to tell me how to find him. I'm passing the message through you just out of courtesy and respect for the Baron." Lin Yu paused for a moment and spoke in the doubtful eyes of many NPCs in the carriage. "Because I know where he is. He is in front of carriage number 3, and no portal can reach him directly. But through the random door, there's a probability of entering the carriage where he is. It just requires a little bit of probabilistic changes. But I've always had good luck." Lin Yu calmly told his analysis of the Baron's hiding place. Moreover, he did not say that he was reasoning and analyzing, but spoke in a certain, firm tone, as if he knew some inside information. The people of the Blue Blood team looked at each other. A young man couldn't help but speak. "It feels like I heard something extraordinary." The man from Iron Thorn was even more frightened by Lin Yu, and did not dare to neglect it for a moment, and hurriedly took out a communicator from his arms. "Baron, I met a very powerful woman here. The man from Iron Thorn told the Baron on the other end of the communicator everything that happened in car number 9 and what Lin Yu wanted him to convey in a volume that Lin Yu could hear without any exaggeration. The communicator flashed a low-frequency green light, and, after a long time, a distorted sound with a sizzling sound and an electric current came out from it. You can hear it, right? The voice echoed in the quiet car. Although he did not specify the object, Lin Yu knew. The Baron was talking directly to him. Lin Yu raised his voice a little. Yes, I can hear you. Respected Baron. Very good. I understand your request. The distorted voice of the Baron sounded again. I am willing to meet you too. After all, you can make the out-of-control leader of the Delta Group regain consciousness and carry a B3-level authority card. I'm also very curious about who you are. The Baron gave a direct affirmative answer to Lin Yu's request for a meeting. Lin Yin, who witnessed Lin Yu's entire operation behind him, gave a thumbs up. Sister Zhu Ming is so powerful that she actually scared the existence that might be the boss of this copy. Wang Yang also nodded slightly. She does have the capital to join us. As for Chen Zhua, he felt that he had earned something. Is this a master that he can invite with a few hundred points? In a few words, he got the opportunity to meet the boss without bloodshed. This is really a master among masters. However, the next move by Lin Yu was beyond everyone's expectations again. Well, let me refuse for now. After saying this, not to mention the other players and NPCs in the car, even the Baron in the communicator was obviously caught off guard. What? Didn't you ask to meet me? The Baron's voice was still distorted and no fluctuations in his tone could be heard. But even so, everyone could hear that the voice coming from the communicator was obviously confused and even angry. Lin Yu remained calm. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. I didn't plan to meet you right away. Because before the meeting, I had other things to do. I'm sorry to underestimate your decisiveness. He said softly, responding to the Baron in a tone and words that made people completely unable to get angry. The Baron was silent. If the light on the communicator was not still flashing, the Iron Thorn members holding the communicator would almost think that the Baron had angrily cut off the communication. After a long silence of a full minute, the communicator sounded again. Okay, but I want to know what you were going to prepare. Lin Yu laughed cheerfully. Oh, it's okay to tell you this. I want to find the guy who came up with me in the D5 carriage. In car number 3. Looking at Lin Yu, who looked calm, Wang Yuyang lowered his voice and asked again. You want to test the Baron's control over the train of despair while stalling for time and bluffing? Certainly. Hearing Wang Yuyang's question, Lin Yu felt emotional in his heart. Sure enough, this designer was very smart. He was the first among several players to realize his intentions. Seeing Lin Yin coming over to listen, Lin Yu also followed Wang Yuyang's words and explained. Although this may expose our inability to find the last player in the first time, but it is also a benefit. Anyway, the designer destroyed the airport gang, and I restored Puncto's consciousness and revealed his location, which has already demonstrated enough ability. But if we want to talk about cooperation, we not only need to let him know what we can do, but also let him know what we can't do. What do we think of the Baron? He has not touched the realm of gods, so he cannot think of the possibility of players. The world will prevent him from having such a recognition, Lin Yu said softly. So, it is nothing more than the city that never sleeps, including the Truth Company. A member of any force. And he is most likely an executive from the Truth Company. Whether he has been given up or has been dispatched, he is trapped on this train like these prisoners. It is impossible for us to win his trust through identity, so if we want him to be willing to cooperate with us, we must make the Baron believe that we really need him. Lin Yu said, Lin Yin suddenly realized. And his biggest advantage on this train is that he is familiar with and may even control the train itself to a certain extent. Yes, I have realized something since I used Puncto's permission card just now, Lin Yu said calmly. Those employees who were exiled here, their permissions have probably not been canceled. Here it's still valid on the train. In other words, the Baron will also rely on his authority being higher than ours, and still maintain his sense of superiority that he is at home. If we also need his authority, then he will feel more comfortable sitting at the negotiating table. Wang Yang looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help but sigh. One link after another, what a good plan. Pan Yuqiang was even more surprised. It's worthy of being S-level. She added, as if to remind her boyfriend, you didn't even know the existence of the Baron before. In other words, these calculations were revealed almost instantly just now. The plan itself is not too clever, but you even finalized the strategy while negotiating with the Baron. It's really surprising. Of course, improvisation is my strong point. Lin Yu thought so in his mind, but he couldn't say this line that was obviously not in line with Zhu Ming's character. He could only smile gently and speak modestly. My profession does not have a decisive advantage in frontal combat or life-saving, and I am not particularly smart, so I can only rely on some quick wits. To put it bluntly, it's just some clever tricks. And I had some thoughts at the beginning that I really wanted to find the remaining player. Why? Lin Yin asked subconsciously. Because the level specifications of this dungeon are not low. Putting aside the background of the Truth Company and so on, just looking at the players who entered, we are second level and first level people. Although we have not entered the level, we have many. Chanjua's team has less props. The designer and his friends are too second order. Lin Yu said, and Wang Yuyang nodded. The remaining person who walks alone will most likely be a master. For such masters in a cooperative dungeon like this, it would be great if they could form a temporary team. If they can't cooperate, it would be better to get in touch early and see the clues so as to avoid dangers in the dungeon. The characters were caught off guard when they fought. Pan Yuqiang also agreed. It is indeed a good idea. Lin Yu nodded. Yes. Unless that guy is very unlucky or uses some special props, his strength should match the current copy. Then the question is, Lin Yin asked, where should we find someone? Lin Yu continued to analyze. He got on the train from car number 5, but did not appear in car number 3, and number 9 and number 12 were also missing. Although in theory it is difficult for number 5 to go directly to number 6. After all, the two carriages are next to each other. So maybe we could go to number 6 to have a look? This analysis was recognized by the others. Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang arrived at dining car number 3 very early, but they never saw the players who were supposed to be in the same zone as them. Therefore, Lin Yin waved and called back Chinjua, who was responsible for finding topics to distract Punk Duo. The little fat man came back happily with Punk Duo. Are you leaving? Yes, go to dining car number 6. Lin Yin looked Chinjue up and down and found that he seemed to have a good chat with Punk Duo unexpectedly. Chinjue was cheerful and not surprising, but Pang Kidwa, an amnesiac employee of the Truth Company and a middle-aged uncle with a bitter and resentful face, also had a relaxed expression at this time. So Lin Yin couldn't help but ask more questions. What were you two talking about just now? Punk Duo looked at Chinjue and was very moved. He enlightened me with a few simple fables and warnings and solved my confusion. Lin Yu was frightened by these words. He gave you an explanation? A fable. As someone who knew Chanjue relatively well, Lin Yu only felt that it was a bit fanciful. Is this little fat guy hiding his clumsiness? Even Lin Yin, Wang Yuyang, and Pan Yuqiang, who didn't know Chanjue that well, couldn't help but look at Chanjue with surprised expressions like, did I make a mistake? Chanjue couldn't help but laugh when he looked at everyone's confused looks. It's said to be a fable, but actually I just told this uncle a few stories about anime characters whose temperaments I felt were similar to his, and then told him some famous anime lines along the way. For example, Fate/Shuro, Death Note, Devilman, Ghost in the Shell, Legend of Sword and Wind, Hellsing, EVA, and so on. Chanjue said it, as if announcing the name of the dish. Lin Yin couldn't help but raise his forehead. I'm an animation master. It's okay if you don't tell me the names of these works. But if you tell me, I feel more and more. Which of the films you mentioned are suitable for enlightening people? There's nothing royal about it. Chanjue scratched his head. I don't know either. You asked me to chat with him about anything. So I chatted with him, and then the uncle suddenly said that he was very interested in this and felt that it was very helpful to him. I usually have no one to talk to me about these things in my class. He has already said this. How can I still hold it in? Regardless of what Chanjue tells the amnesiac punk, whether it will shake the three views of the uncle who happens to have lost his memory, and what kind of chain reaction it will have on this copy world in the future. At least for now, it's business as usual. For Lin Yu, the question worth thinking about is, there isn't one in car number 6 either. Lin Yu sighed as he looked at the burly and majestic men in car number 6 who were tied up in a row and being searched one by Punk to see if there was anything good. The Lion Gang in Trent here is aptly named. They are a group of strong men. Their strength seemed to be far stronger than other gangs, so their tempers seemed to be a little more violent. When they saw someone entering the number 6 carriage, they just cursed a few simple Tibetan words and started to fight. Even when they saw Punk Duo, they didn't seem to be very afraid. Then, perhaps this Lion Gang has some strength. If ordinary players encountered it, they would probably become angry on the spot. But now there are 3 second-level players in this copy. These NPCs have struggled to survive several cleanings on this train of despair, but the conditions for players participating in the copy to pass the level are how to leave this train. Therefore, during the whole process, not to mention Xinzhua who hired someone, even Lin Yu, Pan Yuqiang, and Pankadwa did not even take action. Even Lin Yin took action just because she had itchy hands and knocked down 2 people for fun. Wang Yang basically got things done by himself. It was also the first time for Lin Yu to see how the designer, Wang Yuyang, acted. Although his speed in resolving the battle was a bit too fast, Lin Yu couldn't see it very clearly. But Lin Yu still saw the rough means. Wang Yuyang is creating things out of thin air. He only needs to stretch out his hand, and a certain weapon will appear in the air through a process similar to 3D printing. Just now, he changed to 3 weapons, short stick, flail, and finger tiger, each of which did not last long. Unlike a painter, Wang Yuyang's process does not even require any medium or pre-shake. This does not belong to any professional ability known to Lin Yu. If it's a prop, it should be a very rare and precious type, probably the kind with remarks and instructions. But Lin Yu still preferred that Wang Yuyang was using his professional ability at this time. When he introduced himself just now, and when Lin Yin introduced him, he didn't mention his occupation, and his code name is designer. There is no such profession among the known ordinary professions. Most of the code names they use in the Freedom Alliance seem to be related to their professions. So, is it possible that it is the only profession again? No wonder the Free Alliance has a small number of people, but is so valued by the Order and the Forum. Lin Yu came to a conclusion. Of course, no matter what Wang Yuyang's occupation is, the most important thing right now is the whereabouts of the last player. He is not in car number 6, which means that he either happened to go to a different dining car at the same time as us, or he did not go to the dining car at all. Wang Yuyang said in deep thought, and Pan Yuqiang understood what her boyfriend was thinking. Could he be avoiding us on purpose? Most likely. Wang Yuyang nodded and said. Lin Yin touched his chin. Is he a lone wolf type guy? I really can't let him go alone. Don't you have any means to find someone? Lin Yu asked curiously. Wang Yuyang and Lin Yin shook their heads at the same time. I don't. Lin Yin scratched his head. I do have a way of finding people, but it's not very useful in this kind of space separated by carriages. If it doesn't work, you can contact the Baron and ask him to help. Although it is a bit too much to show weakness further, if you really want to find him, you can also try. Pan Yuqiang also analyzed and said. Xinzhua also sighed in annoyance. Oh, it's true that props only last when you use them. Someone sold me a life detection radar before. I didn't think it was useful and even sold me 300 points each, so I didn't buy it. At this time, an unexpected voice spoke. One of the lions on the ground spoke weakly. Are you looking for someone new to get on the bus? The one who got on the train in car number 5? Although he was limited by cognitive interference, he basically couldn't understand what the experts in front of him were saying. But he didn't find it strange, given his background as a low-level thug in the Evernight City, who was basically half illiterate. It was normal for a master to say something he didn't understand when he met him. Before Lin Yu could signal, Punk Duo stopped searching and walked up to the man from the Lion Gang. Do you have a clue? Yes, the man nodded. We saw new people getting on the bus before. Although there were no people on the 7th and 8th, according to the previous agreement with the airport gang, When there are people on the fourth and fifth, the fifth, it can be ours. So we were just gearing up and waiting for the newcomers in car number 5 to pass the first 2 rounds of challenges and then go find help from the airport gang. Once the newcomer passes the first few rounds, the dining car screen will prompt which car can now go in and compete with the newcomer. The lion raised his chin for the man and gestured to the screen. Punk Duo bared his teeth and rubbed his temples. When you said that, I have a vague impression that it seems to be such a process. Yes, but when we waited for you to arrive, we didn't wait for the prompt from carriage 5. On the contrary, carriages 4 and 13 were finished soon. The Lion Gang man said carefully, obviously realizing that these people were newcomers from carriages 4 and 13. Lin Yu also came back to his senses. So, that person might still be in car number 5? Are you deliberately controlling time? Wang Yiyang also frowned. He is really a bit unpredictable. Yu Chong, what do you think? Pan Yuqiang shrugged. I don't have a clue. There is too little information. However, it does sound like a very confident master type. After all, even at this stage, the first reaction when entering the dungeon is to grab time and explore information. Wang Yiyang nodded. Then you still have to meet him in person. Let's go, I'm also interested in this last player. He stood up and a long knife was taking shape in his hand. There is no need to kill these people. Pan Yuqiang gently patted Wang Yiyang's right hand. Wang Yiyang said softly, "Oh," and then most of the long sword condensed in his hand dissipated. When Lin Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This scene is really strange. The killer of this psychological society is trying to persuade others not to kill indiscriminately. Leaving the already dejected Lion Gang in the dining car, they returned to dining car number 3. After passing the number 4 dining car, Lin Yu and his party stood in front of the door of the number 5 car. Perhaps because the test in car number 5 is not over yet, the door connecting the car is closed at this moment. But this did not trouble Lin Yu. He took out Punk Duo's permission card and swiped it. Beep! Sure enough, just the authority of C2 was enough to open the carriage door that was temporarily closed due to the test. As soon as the car door opened, everyone was on alert and prepared to see the last master inside. Real screams came from it. Don't be crazy. Brother Robot, why don't you let me buy you a battery? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yu put down his guard with a strange look on his face. He looked inside and saw an acquaintance again. Fullo, who looked like a foreigner in a straw hat, was jumping up and down in the carriage when he was kicked around by a boxing robot less than half a meter tall. Although Lin Yu was probably the only player present who knew Fullo, the others still dropped their guard after seeing Fullo's performance. Rather, anyone who sees Fu Luo being chased like a dog by a small robot will not feel that this person is threatening. Lin Yin sighed. Yes, everyone has thought otherwise. This guy is a real talent. Shenhua couldn't help but feel happy. You can't even catch up with me, with this robot. I can't survive without spending some consumables. Wang Yang looked at Fu Luo and asked a more practical question. Are we still taking him with us? Before Lin Yu could speak, Pan Yuqiang spoke. Straw hat, light-colored hair, looks like a foreigner with an accent from Hunan province. The executive member of the psychological society seemed to have thought of something and looked at his boyfriend. Yu Yang, save him first. Wang Yang heard Pan Yuqiang's words and stepped directly into the carriage without questioning. Friend, let me help you. He spoke loudly, clasping his hands. What emerged from Wang Yiyang's hand this time were 2 thin metal darts. He shook his wrist with his right hand, and the darts shot out quickly. Ding! Crack! 2 darts came back and forth, and the first dart was inserted in front of the rotating wheel onto the robot, causing the robot to lose balance with a clever force. The second dart is aimed at the chassis of the robot. This dart has no head, and the top is a magnetic magnet. Crack! The dart stuck to the bottom of the robot, and then erupted with a blue-white arc of light. Crack! This small robot fell to the ground with a crash and stopped moving for an instant. In just a moment, Wang Yuyang solved the robot that had troubled Fu Luo for a long time. Fu Luo, who was easily rescued by Wang Yuyang, stopped escaping and slumped down on the chair as if he was relieved. Save. Then, he looked in the direction of his savior. When Lin Yu saw Fu Luo pushing up his straw hat, his eyes swept over everyone. Then, the detective stood up again. Thank you to the experts who came to the rescue. My code name is Below, and my profession is detective. I don't know what they call me. Pan Yuqiang heard Fu Luo's self-introduction and stepped forward. It is indeed the unranked detective. When Lin Yu heard Pan Yuqiang's words, he understood in his heart. Sure enough, she also recognized Fu Luo, but she didn't know how she met him. It stands to reason that although Fu Luo is famous, he is not known to everyone. What's more, judging from Pan Yuqiang's reaction just now, she must have heard about and known Fu Luo, but she has never actually met him in person. After hearing Fu Luo's self-introduction, one person seemed even more excited. Chunjua looked at the other party and said in surprise, "Ai Chao, you are the lucky dog." When Fu Luo heard Chun Zhuo's exclamation, he flicked the brim of his hat, put away his straw hat, and replaced it with an ordinary peaked cap. "You little fat guy is so rude. You just call me a bad name offline, right?" Chunjua was a little annoyed when he heard Fu Liyu's words with a strong accent and a condescending tone. "What's wrong with calling you Fu Go? You talk nonsense on the forum every day. I just can't stand you." After saying that, he leaned closer to Lin Yu and Lin Yin, feeling a little more imposing. When Fu Luo saw Chunjua like this, he began to ponder and touched his chin. "Have you had a quarrel with me on the forum recently?" "Of course. You sprayed me all night for no reason," Chunjua said angrily, while glancing at Lin Yu from the corner of his eye. Fu Luo suddenly realized. "Oh, I know who you are. They Ai-chan, right?" He slapped his thigh and sighed. "You are so narrow-minded. Didn't I just say a few words that Conan is a pseudo-reasoning, and there are many the case is a little bit clever? Don't you care?" Chunjua blushed. "Why not? Don't make such an understatement. I admit that most of Conan's reasoning part is actually average, but your original words are this kind of mentally retarded unit drama is full of logical loopholes in the name of reasoning. Those who can hold their noses and watch 800 episodes are all gods among gods. There is nothing wrong with pursuing the role. But what I like about Hybera AI is that I have never seen a woman in my life. You still make copper in a private studio." I said it directly under my post. "Why are you making such a fool of me even though I'm so cute?" Fu Luo couldn't stand it anymore. "I really copied it. Is that what you call enclosure and cuteness? Even if the forum has a water area, you can't build a true love building for Hyuan AI in the Game of Death theme forum, right? I thought this was a post bar." The administrator didn't delete it either. Chunjua was even more eloquent. As the two people go back and forth, their online grievances gradually become clear. Of the remaining people, Punk Duo, a non-player, is naturally completely incomprehensible. And among the 4 players, 3 are not allowed to go to the forum. Lin Yu, the only one who can go to the forum, doesn't visit the water area much. So these 4 people were shocked by the 2 people's operations. Both sides are the most idiotic of idiots. Lin Yin sighed with a smile. Pan Yuqiang was even more lost in thought. The potential rating of 4 below within our organization is quite high. Although he is not advanced, many people are also observing him. Is there something wrong? Lin Yu couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the scene of the 2 arguing. But she still looked at Lin Yin. "Don't just watch the show, deal with it. At least one side is our employer, and it's not a problem to continue making trouble like this." Lin Yu said softly, and Lin Yin curled his lips. "Why don't you go? I'm not good at this. I'm good at bluffing and intimidating, but not so good at mediating, especially for players," Lin Yu said calmly. Lin Yin seemed to shudder as he remembered the result of the last time he asked Lin Yu to negotiate with Tiangong. "Indeed, I'll do it." With that said, Lin Yin stepped forward and patted Chunjua. "Although it is not part of our business to support you in a scolding battle, it is all considered as a gift. Please remember to give me a 5-star review." Lin Yin lowered his voice and then looked at Fu Luo. "Hey, for Polo, you introduce yourself, and you also know the identity of this little fat guy. But we haven't introduced the rest of us yet. Let me tell you, the short-haired girl in white behind me and I were hired by this fat guy, and the other 2 are also my friends. My code name is the Thief, The short-haired girl's code name is Zhu Ming, and the man of that young couple is Designer. It doesn't matter if you have heard of me. The three of us are from the Freedom Alliance. By the way, the woman in the young couple who just spoke to you is codenamed Citalopram and is a cadre of the Psychological Association. So I advise you to know, before Lin Yin finished speaking, he felt a figure in front of him flicker. Plop. Fu Luo knelt down on the ground with thunderous force, holding Chunju's hand with a serious expression. Brother, Haihara AI is the most perfect woman in the world. All my previous slanders against AI Jiang came from my jealousy and incompetence. Only people with erroneous views would think that a tough and smart woman like Shirley is not worthy of being liked. I did it all to show off my unique talents, deliberately belittling AI Jiang. Furthermore, Conan is also a very deep work. It has been serialized and produced in large quantities for so many years. Some episodes have a few flaws, but they are just flaws. Mr. Gasho Aoyama is the real god of Japanese reasoning. Shimada Shoji and Matsumoto Kiyoshi Zhang is overly deified by everyone. They are just ordinary people who were lucky enough to be born before Mr. Qin Shan. With Fu Luo's flexible character, he and Chunj were reconciled on the spot. Brother, you have the ability to connect with the big guys of the Free Alliance, but you didn't tell them earlier. We are like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. After all, I'm also half a Conan fan, but the TV version has been too bad recently, and the theater version is not as good as the previous one, so I can't help but blame him more. Although Chunjua was worried about Lin Yin and Zhu Ming as identities at the beginning, he couldn't help but straighten his back now. After all, it's on the forum. Isn't it picking a fight to mention the relationship of the Free Alliance? What's more, I'm a low-key person. I haven't told you that I know someone who is even more awesome. Chunjua waved his hand, looking humble. Lin Yin was also happy to see this little fat man showing off his name. Lin Yu stepped forward and coughed lightly, then looked at Fu Luo. Anyway, we have revealed our details to you. Full below, I have also heard of your name. Although you were beaten up by a robot just now, I know that you were just not good at fighting. This train looks like a copy of Survival and Fighting, but in fact it still has some mysteries. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Wang Yuyang added before Fu Luo could speak. I've heard of you too. You do a lot for order. If you don't want to act with us after hearing the name of our organization, I personally understand. Fu Luo coughed lightly. How can that be, designer brother? Look at how fast I knelt just now. Do I look like such a person of integrity? This dungeon is not for players to fight against each other. We can work together to pass the level and have fun together. What's wrong with that? Will someone else go out and report me to order? At this point, Fu Luo patted his chest and made a promise. Don't worry, everyone, leave the next puzzle to me. It just so happens that this train probably belongs to Truth Company, and I happen to have a lot of dealings with this company. Lin Yu also nodded. Very good, let's go. As she said this, Fu Luo was a little confused. Where to? Lin Yin smiled and answered, while you were fighting wits and courage with that useless robot just now, we did a lot of things. Anyway, now we have to find the person who is most likely to be the mastermind on this train. A guy called Baron. Fu Luo was stunned for a moment, then said, Baron? Could it be the Baron Coleman who failed to assassinate the president of the Truth Company and should have been executed? This statement shocked everyone around. You really know it? Lin Yin was shocked. Fuck, it turns out that what the people on the forum said is right. Fuzi, you really have something. Chunjua also exclaimed. Pan Yuqiang proudly poked Wang Yuyang with his elbow. How about it? I was right to ask you to save him. Of course, you rarely make mistakes. Only Lin Yu was not surprised that Fu Luo knew this train very well. Previously in the snowy mountains, Fu Luo had revealed that this was not the first time he had dealt with the Truth Company. Moreover, if we only look at the number of copies and not the rank, Fu Luo is indeed more senior than Lin Yan. He might even have lived longer than Wang Yuyang and Pan Yuqiang. But what surprised Lin Yu was, Puncto actually showed a surprised expression. Baron Coleman, I have a new friend. No, I should say my friend when I just joined the company. There's a man named Jerry Coleman. Fu Luo noticed the NPC in the crowd early in the morning, saw the F6 and the outfit on the other party, frowned and asked, "Where are you from?" "I met him in carriage number 13. He was in a crazy state before, but now he has woken up and lost his memory. He is a former field staff of the Truth Company." Lin Yu briefly introduced Puncto. Puncto nodded. "Yes, just call me Puncto." Fu Luo was silent for a while, then said, "Isn't it the Delta Group?" Puncto was surprised. "How do you know?" Lin Yu added, although he may not remember, but according to the ID card, this guy is the leader of the Delta Group. Fu Luo's expression became more and more ugly when he heard it. He took off his hat and grabbed his hair, and then a painful expression appeared on his face. Fuck, 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 it's over. I should have thought that the three people from the Free Alliance were gathered together, and this copy was really not a little easier. No, my upgrade copy is always so bad. Looking at Fu Luo's somewhat collapsed look, Lin Yu stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. "Are you upgrading the copy?" "Forget it. It's not important. You should tell me first. What's the matter with Puncto and Baron Coleman?" Fu Luo raised his head and cried, "Xinxiu, I just said it. Baron Coleman's crime is to assassinate the current president of Truth Company, and his accomplice is the leader of the Delta Group of the Security Department's field team. These two guys are in the files of Truth Company, and they should have died 7 years ago. This involves a struggle at the top of Truth Company. This is a factional struggle between the highest authorities. When you reach a level authority, you either have a combat power comparable to the third level, or you can mobilize combat power of a similar level. For example, the leader of the Delta team you brought with you, although his authority is C, he is one of the few successful works that has gone through the 8 ways of transformation and the disaster series of the Truth Company. The same person from this series once killed a branch director of the Predators." Lin Yu was very calm. "What's going on? Isn't he on our side now?" Punk Duo nodded. "That's right. Although assassinating the president sounds a bit outrageous, I am not a madman. And I believe Coleman is not either. Not to mention you said that we are accomplices. Maybe he will give me some face." Fu Luo cowered even more. No, no, no. This will definitely not go smoothly." As he spoke, he avoided Punk Duo, pulled Lin Yu and Lin Yin to him, and continued to whisper with a grimace. "My current upgrade trial is to investigate the truth about the 3 unjust cases on the despair train. Believe me, when it comes to upgrade, it's definitely not that simple." "What are you afraid of? Do you think we haven't been promoted?" Lin Yin said carelessly. "Even if it's a bit difficult, can we not be promoted?" "You are really worried. So why don't you investigate?" Lin Yu said calmly. "We want to find the Baron because we just wanted to find out how to get the ticket as soon as possible. There's a variable called a big purge on this train every 72 hours. It may not be dangerous to just wait." Fullo was shocked when he heard the word big purge, but still hesitated. Forget it, mother-in-law," Lin Yin cursed, then turned to look at Pan Yuqiang. "Hey, sister, let me lend you a hand." Pan Yuqiang nodded slightly, and Wang Yuyang walked over slowly. "What do you want me to do?" Lin Yin pointed at Wang Yuyang and said fiercely again. "The introduction just now was rather hasty. Let me introduce you again to this designer, who can fall in love with the executive of the Psychological Society. He just killed a dozen people at dining car number 3 because he was in a bad mood. The reward placed on him at the hunting club was enough to buy a house in Haicheng. You were frightened to your knees when you heard the name of our Freedom Alliance just now. Why are you still thinking about it now? It means that compared with the Truth Company, we are not as scary as they are." After Lin Yu grabbed Fu Luo's collar and dragged him to carriage number 3, the corpses piled up in the entire car once again confirmed that what Lin Yin said was not a bluff. Fu Luo couldn't help but feel lucky that he made the right choice. After the team was reorganized, Lin Yu also decided to meet Baron Coleman formally. Through the door, representing randomness, and marked with the word roll. Perhaps because this group of people were lucky, just once Lin Yu and his team came to a brand new car. Different from any car they had seen before, even the style was a little different. Instead, it was the connection between the cars, those dark and narrow spaces filled with canned eyeballs. This car was also dim, and only the bright red D2 car number logo could be seen flashing in the darkness. In addition to this light source, there was a faint white light on the base of the large can stacked on both sides. But these cans were no longer filled with eyeballs. The jars in the front row contained some internal organs. Some were hearts, stomachs, and brains, but none of them looked human in size or shape. In the rows behind these organ jars were some sleeping, pale human bodies. Men, women, young and old, with different body shapes, curled up in the invisible liquid, as if in a cradle. This number 2 carriage is really weird. Lin Yu sighed. Chunjua felt even more terrified and shrank in the middle of the crowd. This time he became the most cowardly one among the few. Because Fu Luo was very calm, it seemed that these things could not scare him. Sure enough, this is the modified core part of the despair train. Fu Luo stepped forward and knocked on the can, watching the liquid inside emit a series of fluorescent bubbles. These organ cans are emotion amplification devices. Add to that the eyeball cans as emotion detection devices. This train is indeed a very standard energy supply unit design. Fu Luo's words stunned everyone. Lin Yu subconsciously asked, "What about those people in the back?" "You hit the point. They're spare material cans." Fu Luo answered with a look of disgust. After hearing Fu Luo's answer, Puncto, a former employee of the Truth Company, couldn't help but speak. "May I ask who you are? Are you also a senior official of the company?" Even he didn't know much about these contents. Fu Luo just smiled. "Brother, you first lost your memory and then were locked up here for a long time, so you definitely don't know who I am. If you were still working as a team leader outside, you would know who I am." "Oh," he pretended. Lin Yin sighed. But I have to admit that Fu Luo really knows a lot. Even Pan Yuqiang put away his previous contempt. It seems that the organization's evaluation of him is indeed correct. Lin Yu also looked at Fu Luo. "Since you said this carriage is very important, do you have any suggestions?" He knew Fu Luo's ability very well. This guy went through 18 copies without upgrading or dying, which is enough to show that this guy who can't even beat a robot must have some outstanding aspects. The same is true for Chunjua's safe survival through 4 copies. This little fat guy is not only lucky and wealthy, but also naturally friendly. Although he is a standard otaku, if you meet such a guy in the death game copy, I'm afraid most people won't really have the intention to harm him. The same goes for Fu Luo. Having actually seen Fu Luo's full-strength reasoning in the Snow Mountain dungeon, Lin Yu believed in Fu Luo's judgment in this mysterious dungeon, especially since he was also facing the mess left by the Truth Company that time. Sure enough, Fu Luo hesitated for a moment and spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, Lord Coleman, you should have been watching us. It's better to say that you're not in carriage number 1. Right here, right?" Fu Luo said, opening his hands. "Come out, Baron. There's no point in hiding in the dark." The carriage was silent. Wang Yang looked at Fu Luo. "Four below, what's going on?" Lin Yu reacted. "He is trying to trick the Baron." Fu Luo calmly took back his hand, his expression calm. "Unfortunately, he is not here, so I didn't scare him. I thought it must be hidden somewhere because the light was so dim. After all, although we came to the number 2 carriage randomly, there are many tanks here. Although I don't know what is in the number 1 carriage, if it were me, I would definitely hide here." Chunjua couldn't help but look at Fu Luo with some admiration. "Fuzi, you are really amazing. I would be embarrassed to death if it were me." Fu Luo smiled slightly. "I am indeed embarrassed to death, and I am just holding on now. Damn Baron Coleman made me lose face." Lin Yin laughed dumbly. "Aha! You're quite interesting, Four below. It's just that your business ability is not good enough." Four below's face turned redder. "I just tried it casually. Analysis is supposed to be trial and error." But Lin Yu suddenly spoke. "No, Four below's analysis is not wrong." After saying that, he walked toward the tank. The tank was mixed in with the material tanks, and a tall and well-proportioned man was soaked in it, floating in it with his knees hugged. Lin Yu knocked on the tank. "Dear Baron, the time for pretending to be dead is over." The tank was still motionless. "Don't admit it? That's right. After all, my companion just tried to bluff and you should have some way to see other people's emotions. It seems that I still have to tell you a convincing reasoning process. However, I am simply looking for differences. Lin Yu looked at the other tanks calmly. All the remaining tanks have men, women, young and old, but they all have one thing in common. They are so thin that they are unhealthy. They should be the bottom of the city that never sleeps, selling their bodies to the Truth Company or the missing population. In short, your body shape is too healthy, sir. This is not a consumable. At least it should not be used to be made into these consumables soaked in tanks. Lin Yu said, and then he spoke calmly. Of course, after noticing this and observing carefully, you will find that your posture also seems to be able to cover your face and vital parts. In your liquid, the polarization is also different from other liquids, probably because yours needs to survive while others only need to keep fresh. The man in the tank opened his eyes and stretched out his body. Unlike other completely naked bodies, he was wearing extremely tight shorts and a very high-tech mask on his curled-up face. Through the transparent shell of the tank, he looked at Lin Yu. Then, a voice that was a little clearer than before, but still a little noisy, rang out in the car. Very smart. It's a pleasure to meet you, dear lady. There is no doubt that the man in the jar in front of him is the most prestigious baron on this despair train. And when he revealed half of his face, Punk Duo, who stepped forward in a few steps, also confirmed that he was indeed Coleman. Oh my God, Jerry Coleman, it's you? You're so much more mature than I remember. If you want to say you are old, you could just say that. Baron Coleman in the tank turned slightly and looked at Punk Duo. Do you think you're still very young? Oh, you are awake now, but your memory is incomplete. You should really think that you are very young. The noisy sound of electricity was heard again through the broadcasting device in the carriage. Lin Yu listened to Coleman's words and immediately came to a conclusion. The relationship between Baron Coleman and Punk Duo is definitely close. Although Punk Duo has now lost that memory, his attitude towards Coleman is just like that of a familiar colleague. But the ridicule in Coleman's words just now made Lin Yu feel that his attitude towards Punk Duo was at least close to him. Okay, buddy, you haven't thought of anything, and I can't reminisce with you. Now, is not a good occasion to reminisce. Let me talk to this lady more, Baron Coleman said, and looked at Lin Yu again. Okay, lady, what should I call you? Just call me Zhu Ming, Lin Yu said calmly. Ms. Zhu Ming, Baron Coleman said, I want to know why you are here. Ticket, Lin Yin said concisely. I need to know how to get the ticket, a quick and effective way that can really get it. Baron Coleman heard this and smiled in a low voice. You are really smart, realizing that the ticket fragments that everyone on this train is fighting for are the least efficient method. After all, the purpose is to collect the despair type of emotion. Wouldn't it be a pity if they could get it just by asking them to work hard? Lin Yu said calmly. And I'm not that smart either. Why do you say that? Coleman looked at Lin Yu and asked. Lin Yu gave the reply. Because I thought the ticket fragments method was a complete scam. Coleman, who was soaked in liquid in the tank, was obviously stunned for a moment, and then laughter rang out in the car. Ha, ha, ha. That's an interesting idea. Thankfully, you're not a senior executive of Truth Company. Then Coleman looked at Lin Yu up and down and spoke again. No wonder I can't see through your soul. I thought it was God's cover or something. Now it seems that it's just because you can't be seen through. But a deal is a deal. You want answers about ticket? What can you give me in exchange? Lin Yu looked at Baron Coleman and pointed at Punk Duo beside him. Isn't it enough to save your friend from madness? Baron Coleman in the jar looked deeply. I did not entrust this. Lin Yu didn't intend to get the answer to the question for free. He just gave it a try. Therefore, after Baron Coleman refused, he was very calm. Well, Your Excellency, Baron, since you think I am a smart person, and you have seen the strength of my companions, you might as well entrust me with it. I want the ticket to get off this train. You know the way to get out of here, but you never leave. It means you can't get out of here. But you must still have something you want to do, right? At least you haven't finished the thing that brought you and Puncto to this point. When Lin Yu said this, Baron Coleman understood what he meant. The value of that thing is far greater than how to get the ticket, replied Baron Coleman. Then you can make up for something else, Lin Yu said easily. Of course I don't mind making the transaction fairer. I think you misunderstood me, or you wanted me to make my words clear on purpose, Coleman said. You should know what I did back then. I wanted to kill the current president of Truth Company. That Paris has become a monster. In the 10 years I've been stuck on the train, he's become more terrifying. If you can make such a promise so easily, I can only suspect that you don't understand the horror of him at all. Coleman said. Lin Yu stared at him. Yes, I don't know President Paris. To be honest, although I know something about Truth Company, I don't know enough. But, my dear Baron, I don't think you know me well enough either. With that said, Lin Yu took out the identity card belonging to Vel Valetti with his left hand. Coleman glanced at it, and then sighed. No wonder you can temporarily restore Puncto to normal. You actually have that person's ID card. Have you inherited his inheritance? In a sense, it's me, Lin Yu said calmly, and I've dealt with the mess that he didn't even clean up. Coleman breathed out. Okay, I admit that you have a few moments, but even so, Paris is to you. Look carefully. Lin Yu brought the card a little closer, almost sticking to the outside of the jar, and his sleeves slipped slightly, revealing his slender white arms at the moment. Coleman glanced at the ID card and found nothing unusual. But soon, this Baron, who was definitely a smart man, noticed what Lin Yu really wanted him to see. The gray mark that slowly appeared on the other's wrist. His pupils contracted, and a string of bubbles emerged from under the mask. The next moment, the Baron put his index finger against his temple, and there was a muffled sound from under the tank. Then, the transparent liquid began to drop rapidly. In just a moment, the liquid in the tank was emptied. After emptying, Baron Coleman stood flat on the ground, and then the transparent barrier slowly descended below. The wet Baron took off his mask and lowered his voice. This was the first time he spoke in his original voice. It seemed that because he hadn't spoken for too long, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Ms. Zhu Ming, I believe in your ability now. He understood Lin Yu's intention. This mark was something that even his companions behind him could not show. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy really knows what he is talking about. From the beginning, he didn't think that the relationship with Vil Valetai could impress the Baron. Although the past of Puncto gradually surfaced, Lin Yu vaguely felt that although Vil Valetai might only have B-level authority, his status within the Truth Company might be quite high for some reason. But in the final analysis, it is still B-level. The strength of chat is indeed high, but that is after all caused by an accident in the right time and place. And if you want to convince the Baron who may have a level authority, you must have a more convincing identity. So, Lin Yu remembered Vil Valetai, who recognized his identity in the Snow Mountain copy. Therefore, Lin Yu guessed, perhaps Baron Coleman can do it. And it turned out that his guess was right. Coleman really recognized that the mark on his hand was given by God. However, there is also a bad news. That is, Coleman is a little too knowledgeable. Although I no longer doubt your ability, I now have some doubts. Will you really fulfill your promise? Although, because of the mark of the God of Change, Baron Coleman was a little more wary of Lin Yu's character. But he finally chose to trust Lin Yu. The reason is also very simple. I would be hard-pressed to meet a more suitable candidate than you. After leaving the tank, Baron Coleman touched the back of his neck, as if turning on some kind of switch. A layer of dark, tight clothing slowly appeared on his body out of nowhere. It's been a long time since I've been out. I'm actually a little uncomfortable with it, Baron Coleman said with emotion. Lin Yu looked at the Baron, who was moving his limbs and seemed to be adjusting to controlling his body again, and asked, How long have you been in that jar? 6 years exactly, Coleman said calmly. About the same time I came on this train. It took a long time. Is it to better control the train? Coleman nodded. Yes, although my authority has been retained. After all, this project is not my responsibility. I still have to use some means to bypass the security of the system. What are your permissions? I'm pretty sure you can't monitor every part of this train. After all, I've already swiped the card I showed you once before. Lin Yu said. Coleman sighed helplessly. I can only see the text version of this summary report in each carriage and give simple instructions to the automatic sentry-type mobile machinery. Otherwise, I would not give the people in the carriage various props to use their influence. This train is in trouble. Of course, after staying on the train for so long, my knowledge and understanding are still enough. Although I can't leave the train, I know the way to leave the train. Coleman said, it turns out that your control over this train comes entirely from your personal ability. I initially thought that you really had the highest authority over this train. Lin Yu said regretfully, it seems that the person who wants to protect you, the negotiation with the person you assassinated, didn't go very well. In other words, it's good to be able to save you and punk over there. Baron Coleman opened his eyes slightly and looked surprised. You actually know these inside stories? I don't know, I just guessed it. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. This may be a secret for your truth company, but there is nothing new under the sun, dear Baron. The senior leader of another faction who led the assassination of a certain faction leader was not actually dead. He was imprisoned and sent to a certain prison. Of course, there were other people running the operation. And Fu Luo mentioned that Coleman is dead in the file, which is enough to support this point. It seems that you still have something in your hand that is enough to make the top executives of Truth Company reluctant to kill you. Lin Yu said softly. Baron Coleman looked appreciative. Except for the fact that your faith still makes me have some doubts about your credibility, I'm becoming more and more satisfied with you as a person. Then why don't you be more honest? Anyway, you don't think your offer is fair enough. Lin Yu looked at Baron Coleman and said with a smile. Baron Coleman understood what Lin Yu meant. The other party wanted to know the reason why he could be spared. It's the secret he hides that makes even the top people at the Truth Company excited. It's okay to tell you, but the time hasn't come yet, Baron Coleman said, waving his hand. Okay, after I leave the tank, this is not a place where I can stay for a long time. Everyone, come with me. His last few words suddenly became louder. What was originally a private meeting with Lin Yu and Punk Duo now turned into an announcement to everyone else. The deal is done. Now I'll show you the most convenient way to get your tickets, Baron Coleman said, turning and walking to the other end of the carriage. Hearing Baron Coleman's words, Chunjua scratched his head. Let me go, Zhu Ming is so awesome. Jaligula talked for a long time, and then he directly pulled this boss-like character into his camp. Besides, the Baron said he would take us to find the tickets. Does that mean we will pass the customs easily? Lin Yin looked at Wang Yiyang. How about it, Brother Wang? You have 2 brushes. Wang Yiyang looked at Pan Yuqiang again. What do you think? Just because she has shown control over the dungeon and layout ability, I think she is already a well-deserved S-class. Pan Yuqiang said softly. I see, Wang Yiyang said, and then thought about it. But I intuitively feel that this copy is not that simple, so it is better to be careful. Fu Luo also echoed. That's right. It involves the top level of the Truth Company. I'm afraid there will be another wave of trouble. Lin Yin was a little unhappy when she heard this. As the introducer of Zhu Ming joining the Freedom Alliance, she and Zhu Ming felt like they were both prosperous. Why, you can't trust Zhu Ming's negotiation skills. Before Wang Yuyang could explain, Fu Luo quickly shook his head. No, that's not the intention. We believe that the Baron should have been convinced, but the variable may not necessarily be with the Baron. Lin Yin frowned slightly. That makes sense. While they were talking, several people had already followed the 3 people at the front to the front of the car. On the wall of the carriage in the darkness, an unopened door was tightly closed. It is different from all the doors I have encountered before. The door lock of this door is of mechanical structure. Metal doorknobs and keyholes stood in the darkness. It's such an original door lock. Of course, because car number 1 was originally designed to be the cab and the internal staff car, it is still the master control of the entire train after the transformation, said Baron Coleman. The tradition of Truth Company is to transcend at the core. Security measures are more primitive and simple, relying on physical measures and mechanical structures. That's why I haven't had full control of this train for 6 years. He added deliberately, obviously a little hesitant about Lin Yu's words just now. So you've never been a car number 1? Lin Yu asked. Baron Coleman was not shy. Yes, but I can roughly understand what is in it from the report. He turned to look at the remaining people who had gathered around. If you want to enter car number 1, you have to find the key. The key is stored in the maintenance box outside the car. There are actually hidden passages leading to the outside of the car at the junction of each car. Although the despair train is extremely fast, the carriage is very dangerous, but with your skills. Lin Yu interrupted the side mission suddenly issued by Baron Coleman. Calm down, Lao Deng. Don't restrict us with your conventional thinking. I'll show you my methods. I'm a master thief. You need a key to open such a door with a keyhole. It's too insulting to my profession. With that said, Lin Yu pulled Baron Coleman away and then explored the keyhole with his fingers. And it took almost an instant. Click! The door opened. Because Lin Yu's unlocking speed was so fast, Baron Coleman didn't finish the reminder until she finished opening the door. Although this lock is a mechanical structure, once it is violently damaged and cracked, it will trigger an alarm. But looking at the crack of the open door, His Excellency the Baron was stunned. There are really some abilities that go beyond common sense. Not to mention the Baron. No one present could understand how this thief operated. However, Lin Yu showed it generously. Between her two fingers, she held several yellow metal parts. Those are the lock core and lock tongue of this mechanical lock. This little girl didn't use any lock-picking props. She just stole the lock tongue and lock cylinder. In this case, it is naturally not considered a violent dismantling, because the parts responsible for the alarm were also held between her fingers. Your ability to steal people's things is getting better and better. Wang Yang sighed, and Lin Yu put these things into his pocket. Thank you for the compliment. Anyway, let's go. She opened the car door carelessly. Then, what came into view was a car that was completely opposite to car number 2 and was as bright as day. And all the light sources come from the only thing in the entire number 1 carriage. In the middle of this carriage, there's a huge tank that emits white light and is connected to the ceiling and the floor. The liquid inside is soaked with hundreds of human heads that are gathered together and glowing from the holes. These heads were crowded and stacked on top of each other, and white light emitted from each of their 7 orifices. And they are even alive, each with a different and changing expression. Or they may be frowning and thinking solemnly, or they may be angry and gnashing their teeth, or they may be mourning and wailing. And when they are combined together, they form a new thing with an outline like a giant human head. This aggregated head looks like it has 4 faces from a distance, and it is also changing with different expressions of sadness, anger, jealousy, and despair. What the hell? I almost want to vomit. Chunjua looked extremely ugly. This thing is not so much scary as it makes people feel physically uncomfortable just looking at it. Fu Luo also slightly gritted his teeth. This is the most advanced energy conversion core of Truth Company, the furnace of despair. This is also the greatest significance of the existence of this train of despair. Baron Coleman nodded. Yes, this is the crucible of despair. It is an extremely efficient energy collection and conversion device. It can collect a wide spectrum of emotions, spanning almost all except feared, negative emotions. Not only that, after many upgrades, maintenance, and self-learning, it is now almost intelligent. Today's despair train operates almost automatically. All design, including cleaning and other aspects, are developed by it. Of course, it also includes the ticket that allows people to leave this train. Coleman said calmly. The so-called ticket is actually a reward given by this despair furnace, a reward for having provided enough energy on this train. So, whether you've been bullying, intimidating, or beating others, causing a lot of pain, or your emotions are particularly strong and pure, you have a chance of getting the ticket fragments it issues. And those tickets, composed of ticket fragments, are not actually tickets for the despair train, but tickets for the Sleepless City VIP train of the Truth Company. So, the ticket is essentially no different from the materials distributed. They are both a material reward, except that it is the ultimate prize. After Baron Coleman explained, Lin Yu came back to his senses slightly. He had been observing the human head in the jar just now, so much so that he was in a trance. There are so many real expressions and so many strong emotions. It is really a wonderful library of performance materials for Lin Yu, and it can be compared. So he couldn't help but study for a while. Realizing that Coleman had finished speaking, Lin Yu switched his brain from the performance back to the copy. Oh, so that's it. But although you explained the principle, you didn't give the most efficient method. Of course, the most efficient way is to cheat this stupid furnace. Coleman stepped forward and knocked on the tank. Although Punk Duo is better at this, it's just cheating and cheating the detection process. I, as a civilian, can do it, he said, then touched his neck. Then Baron Coleman looked normal and sobbed around his body. Then the sobs turned to mourning. It was as if every cell in his body was mourning. All the heads in the jar looked at Coleman, and they all showed expressions of mourning. The four giant faces all looked like tears. They chanted in unison, "Thank you for your desperation." Then, the top of the carriage opened, and a large number of robots poured out, but these did not look aggressive. They left behind a large amount of food, daily necessities, and weapons, naturally mixed with a lot of snowy ticket fragments. Large pieces of ticket fragments floated down. Lin Yu reached out to catch a few pieces and gathered them together. Soon the fragments automatically condensed into a complete golden ticket. The rest of the players also had a golden ticket in their hands. Dungeon item ticket. One of the pass certificates for completing this dungeon. You can pass the dungeon by taking the Never Sleeping City VIP car with this ticket. Wang Yiyang looked at the ticket in his hand, turning it over and over, somewhat unbelievable. It turned out that I got it so easily. Baron Coleman exhaled, his face a little pale. It seemed that the operation just now consumed a lot of his energy. Although there are no compulsory measures, I hope you can fulfill the agreement. Of course, Lin Yu said calmly. But let me ask one more question. How to use this ticket? On the contrary, don't you know about this kind of thing? Baron Coleman was a little surprised, and then answered, "The VIP car of the Never Sleeping City is very famous. It is an absolutely neutral transportation organization jointly established by 3 giant companies and 5 major families. It is also the first choice for bigwigs in the Never Sleeping City to travel secretly under certain circumstances. This thing can take you from anywhere to any other place, absolutely guarantee privacy and security. As long as you have a ticket, even the most powerful person in the Never Sleeping City can't know your itinerary or hurt you during the trip. Tear up this ticket, and the car will come to you by itself."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.